Chapter 1505. As though she was soaking in a bubbling liquid, an orange stream of air rose from Blackie's body. Like steam or mist, it gradually spread to the surroundings. As the steam-like orange gas spread, Blackie's body gradually became illusory. As though her existence was erased by something, her delicate body became transparent. Looking at this sudden scene, everyone present was at a loss of what to do. What's going on? Blackie! Wu Yan stood up from the sofa. His expression fluctuated violently. Although he didn't know what was going on, the situation seemed to have taken a turn for the worse. Blackie's tanned face faded at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even though her body had become transparent, one could still clearly see that her complexion had become deathly pale. Moreover, she was fiercely struggling. "Let me go! Let me go! What's going on? What's going on?" Ilya was the first to panic. "What's going on? Blackie!" Wu Yan came in front of Blackie and placed his hand on her faintly discernible shoulder. "What's going on? Let me go! Big brother! Let me go!" Blackie didn't answer Wu Yan's question. Instead, she continued to struggle while shouting at Wu Yan agitatedly. It was as though she was a child being chased by a ferocious beast. Her eyes were filled with intense fear. Seeing Blackie's appearance, Wu Yan realized that now wasn't the time to ask about the cause of the matter. He raised his hand and immediately wanted to undo the restraints on Blackie's body. Wait. At this moment, Livia hastily stopped him. "What if she runs away again?" "I won't run away. I won't run away," Blackie shouted with a face full of pleading. "I beg of you, let me go, big brother. I don't care." Seeing this, Wu Yan didn't hesitate anymore. He fiercely clenched his teeth. "If she runs away, I'll catch her again." After saying that, Wu Yan placed his hands on the two pitch-black rings on Blackie's wrists. A ball of impact exploded in his hand. It cut off the flow of magic within the pitch-black ring. Bang! On the wall, the four precise geometric patterns that were rotating suddenly paused, trembled, and then burst apart with a crisp cracking sound. The pitch-black beams of light that extended from the four precise geometric patterns also dissipated instantly. The four pitch-black rings on Blackie's four limbs also exploded. He released little Hei from its shackles. However, Xiao Hei, who had been freed from his restraints, did something that shocked everyone present at the same time. Orange gas rose from his body. As soon as Little Black landed on the ground, it stomped hard on the floor with its little feet and threw its faintly discernible and somewhat transparent body into the arms of Wu Yan, who was caught off guard and unable to react in time. Wu Yan did not expect Blackie's sudden move. Being pounced on so forcefully, his body immediately fell backwards. With a bang, he sat on the ground. "Big brother!" Before Wu Yan could cry out in pain, Xiao Hei, who jumped into Wu Yan's arms, leaned forward and without hesitation he kissed Wu Yan on the lips. Mouth to mouth, Wu Yan was stunned, Ilya was stunned, Meiyu was stunned, Shuju and Mikoto were also stunned, Rin and Osaka and Livia were also stunned, even Ruby and Sapphire, who were acting as UFOs by the side, were dumbfounded by what they saw. Other than Blackie, everyone including Wu Yan widened their eyes and mouths. They were completely stunned on the spot and did not react for a long time. But Xiao Hei didn't give them time to react. Like a fairy that only appears in a dream, she flashed in and out of existence. She wrapped her hands around Wu Yan's neck and hugged him tightly. She moved her head closer to Wu Yan as if she didn't want to get close enough to Wu Yan. She started moving her lips. Even its little tongue did not hesitate to enter Wu Yan's mouth. It took the initiative to wrap around Wu Yan's tongue, which was a little too big for itself, and intertwined with each other. For a moment, the entire hall was deathly silent. The only sound was the incessant tsk from Little Black's passionate kisses and the incessant sucking sound that reverberated in the vast hall. Many girls' minds were blank. They did not move at all. They stood there in a daze as if they were petrified. Wu Yan didn't know what to do for a while. It took him a while before he came back to his senses. What on earth was Blackie doing? At the same time, Wu Yan reflexively wanted to push away the little girl in his arms. But at this time, he also realized that something was wrong. Xiaohei wasn't just kissing her. She was absorbing his magic power. Wu Yan could clearly feel that the mana in his body was being absorbed by Little Black at an extremely slow rate. The mana that was being drained was only a drop in the ocean for Wu Yan. But after the mana flowed into Little Black's body, its faintly discernible body quickly returned to its original appearance. Seeing this, how could Wu Yan not understand the meaning of Little Black's sudden action? Although he did not know what was going on, Little Black seemed to need enough mana to support its existence. Otherwise, its body would evaporate like just now. Thinking about it, the battle with the girls just now must have consumed a lot of Little Black's mana. Laughing bitterly in his heart, Wu Yan could only maintain his sitting position and be begged by Little Black. On the other side, Little Black was passionately kissing Wu Yan while absorbing the mana that he needed. His heart was full of shock. In just a short while, Little Black had already absorbed all the mana that an ordinary magician possessed. It was enough to satisfy his needs and maintain his body for a long time. However, after absorbing such a large amount of mana, Wu Yan did not feel the slightest bit of discomfort. His expression was still as usual. Only now did Little Black feel the mana in Wu Yan's body through the intimate contact with Wu Yan. It was like an ocean, endless and endless magic power. Moreover, it was not ordinary mana. The quality was extremely pure, to the extent that Little Black was shocked. Such pure mana, even if it was just a drop, was enough to match the mana of an ordinary magician. With such pure mana, even if it was just a drop in the ocean, it would be of great use to Little Black. For example, if an ordinary version of the same amount of mana could only sustain Little Black for about 10 days, then the extremely pure mana in Wu Yan's body could sustain Little Black for about a year. The difference was so great. Moreover, the mana in Wu Yan's body was not only pure, but also almost endless. How could this not shock Xiaohei? Little Black did not know that not only was Wu Yan the most suitable true ancestor to cultivate mana, but he also cultivated the highest level of mana cultivation. Whether it was quality or quantity, it was not something that ordinary people could compare to. Not only that, Wu Yan's mana was also purified by the water of the mystical pond. He was also purified by the first blood of the Ivolan Saint Dragon Emperor. Even the other primogenitors couldn't compare to him in terms of mana. Perhaps, Wu Yan already stood at the peak of the magic world. Wu Yan had many tricks up his sleeve, but only familiars and the ruby mode could be considered the strongest. If there was anything Wu Yan could surpass these two, it would be Wu Yan's mana. As the pure mana flowed into Little Black's body, the orange gas on Little Black's body slowly disappeared. Little Black's body solidified again, and not long after, it returned to its original state. Phew! As if it was satisfied, their lips parted with a comfortable gasp, drawing a silver line in the air, making the atmosphere a little more lewd. Big brother. Little Black's cheeks were red, her eyes watery and dazed. She panted heavily as she hugged Wu Yan again. I can't live without you. I can't live without you. Her soft and affectionate words made Wu Yan's mouth twitch as he hugged Little Black's tiny body. The other girls also came to their senses. They looked at Wu Yan with anger, disdain, indifference, shyness, and all sorts of other emotions. However, there was only one sentence that came out of his mouth: Lilicon. Wu Yan's face was covered in tears. Chapter 1506. Explain it to me clearly. Seeing Blackie sitting on the sofa beside Wu Yan with a blissful expression and tightly hugging one of his arms, Ilya hugged her head in frustration. You said strange words and did strange things. You strangely chased after me to kill me and strangely kissed Big Brother. What are you trying to do? Didn't I already explain it earlier? Blackie seemed to be in a good mood. She was no longer as excited as she was when she confronted Ilya. She was also not as anxious as she was when her body almost disappeared. Instead, she had a calm smile on her face. I merely absorbed a little bit of Big Brother's magic power. So, why do you need to absorb Big Brother's magic power? Ilya bared her teeth and tried her best to put on a fierce expression. However, when she made such an expression with her delicate face, others would only think that she was making a face. It was very cute. Furthermore, to absorb magic power, must you use that kind of method? You really don't know anything. You're so ordinary that it's frightening. Blackie restrained her smile and curled her lips. Do you think that everyone is like rubies and sapphires, able to provide magic power to others as they wish? Then why is it Big Brother? Ilya closed her eyes. Her face was so red that it was about to drip blood. She had an embarrassed and resentful appearance. You're still using that face that's exactly the same as mine. Oh. Blackie blinked her eyes and smiled proudly. Could it be that you're jealous? Jealous that I can take Big Brother's lips? Woo! Ilya immediately cried out. Steam rose from her head and she weakly refuted. No. It's not like that. Seeing Ilya's appearance, the group of girls gathered their gazes on Wu Yan again. It was as if they were looking at a perverted lolicon. Their eyes were filled with coldness and disdain. I'm innocent. Wu Yan really wanted to shout out this sentence, but he knew that he couldn't. However, he knew that it would be useless even if he shouted. The entire process. The group of young ladies were all watching at the scene. Naturally, they knew who was to blame for this situation. But who told Wu Yan to take advantage of him? Since he had taken advantage of her, it didn't matter whether he was wrong or not. All of them had to bear the depression in the hearts of the young girls who had nowhere to vent. Wu Yan could only swallow the bitterness in his heart, under the disdainful and cold gazes of so many pairs of eyes on the scene. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed all her emotions and glanced at the arm that was hugging her tightly. Little Black was humming happily. Xiaohei, can you tell us what happened just now? Hearing this, Little Black stopped humming. The girls also became more spirited and serious. If I'm not wrong, just now, if you didn't absorb the mana from me, you might have already disappeared, right? Wu Yan frowned. What's going on? Why was it like this? Isn't this a matter of course? Xiaohei is still hugging Wu Yan's arm, but the smile on her face faded into a thin line. She didn't even look at the others as she answered with a nonchalant expression. I don't exist in this world to begin with. Now that I have a body, how can I continue to live without paying a price? Price? Rin Enbin frowned and said with uncertainty. In other words, paying the mana is the price for your continued existence? That's right. Little Black put one of her hands on her chest. Because of the rank card and Ilya's heroic spirit transformation, plus many coincidences, I was born. My existence is basically the same as the heroic spirits you've faced in the past. I relied on the power of the rank card in my body to materialize. Little Black's amber eyes trembled slightly. However, the heroic spirits can maintain their form in the mirror realm by absorbing the mana in Fuyuki City's veins, but I can't. So, I can only use other means to obtain the mana I need. That's... Livia lowered her voice. Absorb mana from others? Little Black didn't answer, it was a silent agreement. Wouldn't that be too reckless? Rin and Osaka shot Blackie a sharp look. Although everyone has magic power in their bodies, and even ordinary people more or less have some, if you wantonly absorb other people's magic power like this, the people who can't adapt will fall into a state of exhaustion, and the people who have too much magic power sucked will go into shock. What's more, if you absorb it endlessly, it is possible that the life force will be converted into magic power. Do you know that you are harming people? I'm not going to sacrifice people's lives just to maintain my existence. I know what I'm doing. I don't need you to remind me. Little Black glanced at Rin Enbin. What's more, the mana I've been using up until now was taken from Ilya. I haven't absorbed anyone's mana until today. You don't have to worry, plus. Like a sunny day after a storm, Blackie beamed as he buried his head into Wu Yan's arm. He continued with a blissful look on his face. Big Brother has such powerful mana and it's terrifyingly pure. As long as Big Brother is here, I'll be able to exist forever. Little Black raised his head and looked at Wu Yan with a pitiful expression. I gave you my first kiss, Big Brother. You'll take responsibility for it, right? Wu Yan covered his head and closed his eyes. He couldn't bear to look at Little Black. Even if he used his knees to think, He could imagine how the girls were looking at him right now. Little Black. After a moment of silence, Wu Yan looked up and stared at Little Black. You who are you? Everyone had their hearts in their mouths. This was undoubtedly the question that the relevant personnel wanted to know the most. If it was before, Little Black would definitely not answer Wu Yan's question. But now, Little Black had a vague answer as to why she wanted to kill Ilya. She even revealed her existence. Coupled with the change in her emotions, perhaps Little Black would give an answer. Who knows? Facts have proven that Wu Yan's idea was correct. I've said it before, I'm Ilya. Little Black closed her eyes. When she opened her eyes again, her eyes were as calm as an ancient well. It was as if the person she was about to say wasn't herself. To be exact, it should be said that due to certain reasons, another personality was born in Ilya's body. Due to certain reasons. Rin Enbin and Luvia's expression turned serious. Born in Ilya's body. Mio couldn't help but look at Ilya. Born. Chuju and Mikoto looked at each other. Another personality. Ilya's expression kept changing. She couldn't help but ask. Then why didn't I know of your existence? Why didn't you appear before me? Didn't I say it already? I was born due to certain reasons. Little Black coldly looked at Ilya. It's because of this certain reasons that my existence was completely denied. I was even sealed. If it wasn't for you displaying extraordinary willpower that day and breaking the seal in my body, I wouldn't have appeared. I wouldn't have obtained my body. You said seal? Rin Enbin was surprised. There's a seal in Ilya's body? Can you speak more clearly? Ilya bit her lips. Then what is this certain reasons? What's with the seal? What did you mean when you said that I wanted you to bear all the pain and suffering in the past? Saw. Little Black closely stared at Ilya. After a long time, she spread her hands. Who knows? Anger appeared on Ilya's face. Since you think it's all my fault, then at least let me know what happened to me. However, Blackie revealed a dispirited expression. I knew from the start that you didn't do anything wrong. I was just deceiving myself. Seeing Blackie's gloomy expression, the girls fell silent. Even Ilya's anger had unknowingly disappeared and she powerlessly lowered her hands. Sigh. Wu Yan sighed. He raised his hand and patted Little Black's head. No matter what, Little Black, since you know that Ilya didn't do anything wrong, then don't hurt her anymore. Don't attack her anymore, okay? But. Little Black slightly opened her mouth. She glanced at the silent Ilya and then at the sighing Wu Yan. In the end, she unwillingly nodded. I understand. Everyone present, including Ilya, heaved a sigh of relief. Chapter 1507. In the end, this chaotic night came to an end in an inexplicable manner. In terms of results, the harvest can be considered plentiful. At the very least, Blackie promised that she won't attack Ilya in the future. Ilya doesn't have to live in fear anymore. This can be considered as reaching their goal of capturing Blackie. Moreover, everyone had more or less understood Blackie's existence. Using the power of the Archer rank card to materialize Ilya's other personality. This is Blackie's true identity. Of course, there are still a lot of questions about Blackie's existence. For example, the reason why Blackie was born as Ilya's other personality. The so-called reasons that Blackie mentioned. Also, the seal that originally sealed Blackie in Ilya's body. One question after another still exists in everyone's heart. These questions can't be answered for now. Blackie doesn't seem to want to talk about this matter, so everyone can't get an answer. However, there is one thing that can be confirmed. Whether it's Ilya who has a seal in her body or Blackie who has a deep understanding of magic, their original identities are definitely not ordinary. At the very least, Ilya is definitely not a child from an ordinary family. Regarding this point, Rin Enosaka and Luvia said before they left that they will go back and investigate. Ilya also has doubts about her own identity. With a heavy heart, she stepped on the road back home. Even Mikoto is a bit concerned. Come to think of it, Little Black's appearance should cause these people to have a hard time, right? Well, it's not only Ilya and the others who will have a hard time. Wu Yen and Ko's days aren't going to be any easier. The reason? It's very simple. I'll sleep in the same room as Big Brother. In the living room where only the four of them are left, Blackie sat on the sofa in front of Wu Yen, Hinajiku, and Mikoto while puffing out her flat chest. She made such a declaration as if it's natural. The other three's expression froze. They were petrified on the spot. One room. The corner of Mikoto's eyes kept twitching. She forced a smile. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Yes. Yes. Chuju also put on a fake smile, looking like she was cautiously persuading him. He spoke with a heavy heart. Little Black. You're a girl. Furthermore, she was only a 10-year-old girl. As a 10-year-old girl, how could she sleep in the same room as a lowly, of the opposite sex? You were going to say, Lilicon, right? The corners of Wu Yan's mouth twitched involuntarily. Can you be any more tactful with your words? Sisters. There's nothing we can do about it. Faced with Hinajiku and Mikoto's kind advice, Blackie started to blush and fidget. I need magic power to survive. I don't even know when I need to replenish my magic power. What if I suddenly run out of magic power while sleeping and can't rush to Big Brother's side in time? What should I do? After saying that, Little Black still had a bitter look on his face, but there was a sly smile in his eyes. Could it be that the two sisters want to see me disappear? No, it's not like that. Chuju and Mikoto shook their heads. The smile on their faces was as fake as it could be. But you said you need to replenish your magic power, that means, that's right. Little Black pointed a finger at her lips, her cheeks flushed red. In the future, I'll have to have more intimate interactions with Big Brother. For a moment, Wu Yen, who was hiding to the side to avoid being burned by the flames of war, heard the sound of something breaking. Then, Chuju and Mikoto's expression froze. It's all for the sake of survival. Little Black looked as if she had won a battle, a lustful smile hung on her face. Or could it be that the two sisters who have a deep relationship with Big Brother are feeling threatened by a 10-year-old girl like me? Is there even a need to say it? You used such an intense method on your first kiss, and you look so open. Who would dare to overlook your danger just because you're young? Chuju and Mikoto roared in their hearts, but they couldn't find the words to refute. After all, Little Black was right. If they suddenly ran out of magic power in the middle of the night and their bodies disappeared, that would be a big problem. With the kind nature of the two girls, they wouldn't let Little Black face the danger of disappearing at any time because of their little thoughts. At that moment, Chuju and Mikoto hesitated. Their faces were full of grievances. The two girls who were completely caught up in the consequences of Blackie's disappearance completely forgot that Blackie could completely replenish all the mana it needed before falling asleep and then sleep comfortably, no matter how much magic power is needed to maintain Little Black's existence. With Wu Yan's supply, it shouldn't be hard to maintain Little Black's existence for an entire night, right? Besides, Wu Yan isn't the only one who can provide magic power to Little Black, others can as well. For example, Chuju and Mikoto. The two girls were led by the nose just like that. They hesitated for a long time before sighing helplessly. Forget it. Mikoto gave up on herself and called out, I don't care anymore. Chuju put on a beautiful smile, but there was no smile in her eyes. She stared at Wu Yen with a warning look. Don't you dare do anything bad at night. Don't forget, Little Black is still a child. I see. Wu Yen clutched his heart, as if he couldn't take it anymore. You two already know what I'll do to Little Black, right? Who knows? Chuju and Mikoto snorted in unison, turned around and walked back to their rooms. Era. Little Black, who was sitting on the sofa, kicked her legs in schadenfreude. These two sisters are so jealous. Who do you think did this to? Wu Yen resisted the urge to roll his eyes and asked what he was concerned about. Anyway, tell me, how long can you last if I provide you with magic power like I did just now? Who knows? Blackie shook his head gently and stopped kicking his legs. My magic capacity was taken from Ilya, and it's limited, so the amount of magic my body can hold is limited as well. I can't generate my own magic power like normal magicians. I can only absorb from others. Little Black looked at Wu Yan with sparkling eyes. I didn't absorb the full amount of magic power in one go, but with the purity of Big Brother's magic power, it should be enough for me to live for a long time. If it's someone else's magic power, it would be much shorter. You can't generate your own magic power? Wu Yan nodded with a pensive look. Then the magic power you need to fight is also absorbed from others, right? Little Black nodded. Wu Yan's heart skipped a beat. If that's the case, you should be able to last for a long time if you don't fight, right? It's not like that. The smile on Little Black's face disappeared. She lowered her head and her tone became depressed. My existence is maintained by consuming magic power. Just by living in this world, just by living, my magic power will be consumed little by little. If I don't get replenished one day, it will completely disappear. To be able to live like this, my existence itself is a miracle. The balcony's curtains seemed to respond. It fluttered up and down under the breeze. In the air, an oppressive atmosphere shrouded the entire hall. It made Wu Yan close his eyes, no longer able to speak. After an unknown amount of time, a pair of small arms wrapped around Wu Yan's neck. A playful voice sounded, breaking the oppressive atmosphere. In the past, with that level of magic power, even if I didn't fight, it would be depleted in a few days, but it's different now. Little Black's cheeks were flushed, the corners of her mouth curved up, looking at Wu Yan with eyes full of hope. Big Brother's magic power is incomparably pure, and it's almost endless. As long as Big Brother is here, I will definitely be able to live forever. So, Big Brother? Little Black's arms around Wu Yan's neck tightened. She pulled Wu Yan closer, her face slowly inching closer. Don't leave me. After saying that, in the vast hall, lips and tongues intertwined, the sound of breathing and sucking in breath caused by the lips pressed together, it lasted for a long time. Chapter 1508. Fuyuki City, Private Suechuan Gakuin Elementary School. Where do you plan to go today? Let's go to the game hall. But I still have to clean up after school. It's okay. We'll wait for you. Then there's no problem. During the end of the classroom was filled with this kind of ordinary conversation. It caused the faces of the primary school students in the classroom to be filled with joy. Looking at their restless appearance, they should be looking forward to the moment when school ends. Seeing this scene, Ilya sat on her seat and held her cheeks. Like an old person past her prime, she let out a long sigh. It's good to be young. Hearing Ilya's words, Sparrow Flower, who was chatting at the side, turned around and looked at Ilya. Then she sneakily said to her companions, "Don't worry, Ilya. Why do I feel like Ilya has matured a lot in just one night?" She's too mature? Nato couldn't help but ridicule. Mature can no longer describe her appearance. She's just like an uncle. Is she sick? Long Z tilted her head. Do you want to take Ilya to see the goldfish? See, goldfish? Mei Mei was stunned. Shouldn't she go see a doctor? But Ilya has been a bit strange recently. Xiaohua crossed her arms. She pushed up her glasses. A while ago, she was also depressed. Now, she has become like this again. The Ilya in the past would not be like this, indeed. Nato nodded in agreement. The current Ilya is just like my older sister. Every month, she would have a sad face for a period of time. My older sister said that this is the proof of a girl growing up. Could it be that Ilya is also growing up? No. Impossible. Xiaohua muttered to herself. Then, the corner of her mouth twitched. A while ago, Ilya seemed to be addicted to magical girl anime and was unable to extricate herself. I don't think that people who like magical girls will grow up. Grow up? Long Z suddenly spoke like this. How about we send Ilya some anime to watch? What did you say? Xiaohua, Nanai, and Mei Mei widened their eyes. He looked at Long Z in disbelief. You actually have that kind of movie? There is. There's still a lot. Long Z gave him a thumbs up and grinned. His teeth shone brightly. Every time my brothers were unhappy, I would give them that. They will be in a better mood. Hearing this, the three girls almost fell to the ground. You're giving it to your brother? It's useless to buy it anyway. Long Zi curled his lips. The strange thing was that the owner of the movie store always looked at me with a strange expression after I bought the movie. Why was that? Which shop owner is he? Keihua couldn't help but yell. He actually sold that kind of film to elementary school students. You should really take him to the police station. And then? Naigue said with a righteous expression. Where's the store that's willing to sell movies to elementary school students? Long Zi showed an expression of disbelief. Do you want to buy it too? Of course not. X3 on the side, Ilya glanced at Finchflower, Nana Tortoise, Mimi, and Dragon Sun, who were in a mess, and sighed again. It's good to be young, Ilya. Mei Yu, who was sitting behind Ilya, hesitated for a moment and said comfortingly. Are you thinking about Xiaohei? Of course not. Ilya turned her head away in a fit of pique. I'm just thinking about my own matter. Your own matter? Mei Yu tilted her head in confusion. Not only is there some kind of seal in my body, there's also another personality. Right now, not only has this personality become another me, it has also been chasing after me. Ilya put her hand on the desk and rested her chin on it. A layer of ripples appeared in her beautiful gem-like eyes. If that black fellow didn't appear, I wouldn't even know that my body was hiding such a secret. It's really, really unbelievable. Ilya. Mei Yu looked at Ilya's back and lowered her head. She lowered her voice and asked softly. You don't tell me you have no clue about this at all? Ilya turned around. Her eyes were filled with suspicion. What clue? The matter of having a seal in your body. Mei Yu pondered over her words. She seemed to be looking for a way to say it that would not provoke others. She hesitated for a moment and asked tentatively. For example, is it possible for your parents to know about this matter? Actually, I thought about this problem last night. Ilya rubbed her head and smiled helplessly. Unfortunately, my parents are not at home. Even if I want to ask, I can't find anyone to ask. Then, what do you plan to do next? Mio looked straight at Ilya. How do you plan to face Xiaohei? To be honest, I don't understand what's going on with that fellow. Ilya stretched out a hand and clutched her chest tightly. Her eyes fluctuated and were filled with unprecedented bewilderment. But my intuition tells me, if I know everything about that fellow, my view of the world will definitely be greatly changed. Ilya? Seeing Ilya's confusion and anxiety about her future, Mei Yu couldn't help but clench her hand. An unbearable expression appeared on her face. It was not only because Ilya was Mei Yu's best friend. It was also because Mei Yu seemed to see her past self in the current Ilya. In fact, even now, she might still be like this. Just like this, the two of them had their own thoughts. They fell into silence and faced Wu Yan. At this moment, the four little girls who were fooling around by the side transmitted such a conversation. Hey, everyone. Mei Mei clapped her hands and gathered the attention of Xiaohua, Naige, and Longzi. I heard that there will be a transfer student coming today. Transfer student? Unsurprisingly, such a topic was more than enough to attract the interest of elementary school students. Or rather, it could be said that even Ilya and Mei Yu's attention were attracted. Their eyes secretly looked over here. There will be a transfer student coming at this time? Gorse Flower rubbed her chin. How strange, yet. Naigue also spread her hands. Mei Yu just transferred here not long ago. I didn't expect that there would be a transfer student coming. That's not the only coincidence. Mei Mei explained with interest. I heard that the transfer student this time is the same as Mei Yu. They're all from abroad. The class they're transferring to is also our class. They're all from abroad? Our class? Longzi laughed out loud. Don't tell me that this transfer student is someone Mei Yu knows? According to the plot of the manga, Naigue said with a serious expression. That's definitely the case. Longzi also puffed out his chest. It will definitely become a triangle. It will definitely be very interesting. Xiaohua giggled. Then her smile froze and she scratched her head. Did something strange sneak in just now? By the way, Mei Mei. Longzi, who was the amalgamation of strange things, looked at Mei Mei curiously. What's that transfer student like? I didn't see anything. Mei Mei stretched out a finger and tapped on her cheek. I heard that he's a very cheerful person with very dark skin, silver hair, and golden eyes. The four girls who were chatting happily did not notice that every time Mei Mei described a characteristic, a drop of sweat would drip down Ilya's face. In the end, she was already sweating profusely. Ilya. Mei was also unable to calm down. Don't tell me, Ilya laughed dryly and wiped the sweat on her forehead. I have a bad feeling. As it turned out, Ilya's premonition was completely correct. Hello everyone. On the podium, Blackie was wearing a uniform and carrying a backpack. She had a lively and cheerful smile on her face. She tilted her head and greeted everyone energetically. I'm Chloe? Eins Bellen. Everyone can just call me Blackie. In the classroom, all the children looked at Blackie in a daze. Then, all of their gazes gathered on Ilya. Ilya. Mayu's pretty face stiffened. She looked at Ilya, who was sitting in front of her. There, Ilya was already lying on the table, on the verge of death. Chapter 1509. What the hell is going on here? On the rooftop of the private Suechuan primary school, Ilya seemed to have endured for a long time. She shouted at Blackie, who was licking his popsicle leisurely while leaning on the fence. Why are you here? Ilya. Mayu, who was standing by the side, quickly grabbed Ilya, who seemed like she would pounce at any moment, and tried to persuade her. Calm down first, calm down. That's right, that's right. Blackie waved his hand casually. Can't you learn from Mayu and calm down a little before you speak? How can I calm down? Ilya shouted furiously. The person who wanted to take my life until yesterday suddenly came to the same school as me, the same class as me, and became my classmate. How can I calm down? Well, that's true. Blackie opened one of his eyes and glanced at Ilya. But, is there a need for you to be so agitated? Didn't I promise Big Brother that I won't attack you again? Even if you don't believe me, you should believe Big Brother, right? It's not that I don't believe Big Brother. Ilya clenched her teeth and lowered her shoulders dejectedly. It's just that after you came, everyone looked at me with strange gazes. How can I stand it? That's something that can't be helped. Mayu played the role of a peacemaker and tried to reason with her. She tried to reason with her. Ilya looks exactly the same as Blackie. Even her name is similar. It's natural for people to feel strange. However, they definitely don't have any malicious intent. Besides, didn't I already explain it to everyone? Blackie shrugged his shoulders. I'm only your cousin. That's why my name and appearance are similar. There shouldn't be a problem, right? It's not that there's no problem. Ilya had tears in her eyes. Since you're the same person as me, you should know that Sparrow Flower and the others' thoughts are different from normal people. They'll definitely think that you're the illegitimate child of one of my parents. That's true. Blackie blushed with shame. Then he refuted unwillingly. I just want to live the life of an ordinary child. Am I wrong? It's not a question of whether it's wrong or not, but it's too strange, isn't it? Ilya had a look of disbelief on her face. In the end, how did you manage to transfer over? This. Xiao He smiled calmly. I mentioned it to Big Brother in the morning. Big Brother helped me with the paperwork. Brother Wu Yen handled the procedures? Mei was taken aback. He asked with uncertainty. In other words, did Big Bro Wu Yen approve of your transfer? It can't be? Ilya widened her eyes in shock. Was it Big Brother who let you out? Hey, I'm not a pet. What do you mean by release? Xiao He pouted unhappily. Big Brother is different from you. He's very gentle. As long as you mention it to him, he'll definitely agree to it. How could this be? Ilya's face was filled with dejection. Isn't Big Brother afraid that you'll go back on your words and continue to attack me? Since I promised Big Brother that I wouldn't attack you, I definitely won't attack you. Seeing Ilya's disapproval of her from the beginning, Xiao He's mood instantly turned bad. Her tone also turned nasty. Do you think that everyone is like you, only knowing how to cause trouble for others? The person who's causing trouble has always been you. Ilya retorted with no trace of politeness. You're an unstable factor to begin with. Even if you don't attack me, who knows if you won't attack other students in order to replenish your mana? You don't have to worry about this. Xiaohei snorted coldly. Immediately, she revealed a delicate expression. She pointed her finger at her lips. Even her tone became erotic. It's precisely to prevent this kind of thing from happening. From last night until this morning, I've been very satisfied from Big Brother. As satisfied? Ilya and Meiyu were puzzled at first. Then they understood the meaning of satisfied. Their faces instantly flushed red. They looked at the delicate Xiaohei in disbelief. With trembling lips, they spoke with difficulty. You mean... Xiaohei slyly chuckled. She seemed to be implying something. That's what I mean. Meiyu immediately covered her mouth with one hand. With a red face, she muttered. From last night, until now, that's right. Xiaohei held her face as if she was reminiscing. In order to ensure my survival, Big Brother has never rejected me even once. When I think about the close contact with Big Brother, the feeling of our tongues intertwining, under Xiaohei's live broadcast-like commentary, Meiyu's face became redder and redder. Ilya's face was so red that it almost exploded. Unable to bear it anymore, she shouted. Impure! Too impure! What impure? We're both willing. Please call it the embodiment of love, okay? Xiaohei raised the corner of her mouth. Malice appeared in her eyes as she looked at Ilya and Meiyu. Could it be that the two of you are jealous? 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 Ilya was petrified. No, it's not like that. Meiyu was so ashamed that she wanted to die. She subconsciously took a step back and almost fell to the ground. She attracted Xiaohei's meaningful gaze. Xiaohei laughed without concealing anything. It seems that the person Meiyu likes is Big Brother. But it's no wonder. Even Meiyu can only fall for Big Brother's gentle attack. Woo! Meiyu immediately lowered her head. Steam began to emerge from her head. She looked like she wanted nothing more than to find a hole to hide in. The wavering of her heart was completely exposed. Meiyu. Seeing Meiyu's incomparably wavering appearance, Ilya also began to waver. But soon she closed her eyes and continued to shout at Xiaohei. I don't care. You just have to restrain yourself a bit. Don't forget that you're using my face. What if someone else sees it and misunderstands it? Misunderstand? Xiaohei blinked. Isn't that better? Huh. Ilya was unable to keep up with Xiaohei's rhythm. I don't dare to be so certain about Meiyu's words. But I know your feelings the best. Xiaohei had a meaningful expression on his face. His eyes narrowed. Even though you've been obsessed with your brother since you were a child, ever since you were saved by your big brother from the berserker's hands, you were comforted by your big brother when you fell into the fear of death. Later on, you were even enlightened by your big brother. Then you started to... Before Xiaohei could finish his words, Ilya shouted with the loudest voice she had ever shouted before. She angrily interrupted Xiaohei's words. What nonsense are you talking about? What nonsense are you talking about? I'm not talking nonsense. Xiaohei laughed happily. You can deceive others, but can you deceive yourself? If that's the case. Ilya was unwilling to be outdone and fought back. Then, aren't you the same? Maybe. Xiaohei did not refute nor admit it. Instead, he smiled calmly. After all, I really can't leave Big Brother now, woo. Seeing Xiaohei's half-hearted manner without refuting, not to mention Ilya, even Meiyu revealed an unreconciled expression. Aya. Xiaohei spread his hands helplessly. You've bewitched 3 primary school students. Big Brother is truly sinful, no matter what. Ilya suppressed all of her emotions. As if changing the topic, she said to Xiaohei in a serious manner. This is the school. It's not a place for you to mess around. Don't do anything that will easily cause a commotion and ruin my school life. Otherwise? Xiaohei raised his eyebrows. Otherwise, what can you do? Wu. Ilya puffed up her cheeks resentfully. In terms of strength, it was impossible for Ilya, who was only around the 7th stage, to be a match for Xiaohei, who was able to use the archer's power and had reached the 8th stage. In terms of understanding, as Ilya's other personality, Xiaohei understood Ilya even better than herself. However, Ilya did not know anything about Xiaohei. Just like what Xiaohei said, Ilya could not do anything to Xiaohei. There's nothing I can do. Ilya had a sullen expression. I can only watch her closely. Chapter 15:10. On the other side, under Blackie's request, he helped her transfer to the Suichuan primary school so that she could go to school. Wu Yan, who had no idea that he had become the sinner mentioned by the 3 primary school students, had also returned home. Now, the dispute between Ilya and Little Black could be considered to have been temporarily resolved. Little Black shouldn't attack Ilya anymore. Moreover, with Meiyu watching from the side, there was no need to worry about the 3 little girls for the time being. Rin and Osaka and Livia should be investigating Ilya and Blackie's identity. Moreover, they should be more or less paying attention to the information about the class cards. Nothing should happen over there anymore. As for Hinajiku and Mikoto, since they have nothing to do, they held hands and went out for a stroll. In other words, Wu Yan was the only one who was idle at home. He had nothing else to do. He could finally do the work that he didn't have time to do because of Ilya and Blackie's matter. Analyze the class cards, find the method to make the class cards, and create the archer card himself to complete the second part of his demigod path mission. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, Wu Yan took out all the class cards in his hand and spread them on the glass table in front of him. Wearing heavy armor, holding a knight's sword and performing a knight's salute, Saber, a lancer who wears gorgeous clothes and holds a long spear in his hand. Riding on a chariot. The Japanese cavalry, that looked like soldiers, wearing a long robe, holding a staff in one hand and a book in the other. Caster. An assassin wearing a skull mask and holding a pair of curved daggers in her hands. There was also a berserker who was holding a thick greatsword and looked like a crazy berserker. Other than the archer card, the rest of the class cards were spread on the glass table in front of Wu Yan. Who would have thought that these seemingly ordinary cards could not only draw out the power of the legendary heroic spirits, but they could also turn the holder into a heroic spirit. Basically, as long as he had enough magic power to support the use of the rank card and the method of using the rank card. Then, even if it was an ordinary person, he could rely on these few mediocre cards to instantly surpass the power of more than 90% of the magicians in the world who had painstakingly studied magic all their lives. From this perspective, even Wu Yan couldn't help but admire the creator of the class card. It was an item that could instantly grant an ordinary person the power of a heroic spirit. No matter who it was, they would more or less covet it, right? It was no wonder that the Magic Association wanted to take it back. I'm afraid that it wasn't just because the heroic spirits were absorbing the magic of the veins in Fuyuki City, thus disrupting the operation of the veins. It was not only because he was afraid that the rank card would fall into the hands of criminals. Originally, the Magic Association was an organization established by a group of magicians who studied magic. In order to better manage and develop magic, the Magic Association had more than once taken extreme measures to eliminate anything that would threaten them. They were not good people. Under such circumstances, it was forbidden to expose magic to human society in order to better protect the concealment of magic. They also managed and controlled some magic mediums, holy relics, magic books, and ley lines. However, all of this was built on the premise that they were dedicated to magic research. It could be said that this was an organization that prioritized the interests and magic research as the premise of everything. The rank card could draw out the power of the heroic spirits, and it was made with extremely advanced magic theory. The Magic Association should be more interested in it because it was more selfish. Preventing the disaster caused by it was just a matter of convenience. The Magic Association was in order to study the rank card made with extremely advanced magic theory, and they were also eyeing the power of the rank card. Wu Yan wanted to complete the second part of his Demigod's Path mission. He didn't care about the power of the rank card itself. At most, he was interested in the treasure of the heroic spirits. In fact, Rin Enosaka and Luvia were also trying to get the second mage to accept them as his disciples through the mission of retrieving their rank cards. Although he didn't know who the creator of the class card was, the class card he created did attract a lot of attention and covetousness within the magic community. If he could really create such a card at will, then his ability must be quite impressive. That also meant that it wouldn't be easy to imitate the creator of the class card, to completely analyze the class card and find out how to make it. Even the Magic Association still hasn't been able to analyze the composition of the rank card. They only know how to use the card limited expansion. You can imagine how difficult it is to analyze the rank card. Wu Yan wanted to take on this difficult task. Unlike the Magic Association, Wu Yan had the knowledge of magic from the 103,000 magic books and the tools in the system to help him. Analyzing the rank card should be easier than the Magic Association. Let's see what kind of materials are used to make the cards. After that, Wu Yan opened the system list. His eyes quickly moved across the list and stopped after a while. At the same time, ripples appeared in the air in front of Wu Yan. Like a stone thrown into the water, ripples spread out in all directions. Shortly after, a thick and heavy book slowly emerged from the center of the ripples and fell on the table next to the rank card. Of course, it wasn't a real book. Wu Yan picked up the book on the table and opened it. The book was at least 10 centimeters thick. There were no pages inside, only a groove. It was completely empty. Wu Yan placed the book with the groove on the table and picked up the saber, swordsman, card and put it in the groove. In an instant, the book was like a rainbow illuminated by sunlight. The surface of the book was flowing with colorful light like the surface of a lake. Within the groove, the dazzling multicolored lights gradually condensed together like rays of light, projecting onto the saber, sword soldier, job grade card. They moved without any pattern, as though they were infrared rays, constantly scanning the interior of the groove. Along with the colorful light scanning, the surface of the saber, swordsman, card also flowed with colorful light. At this time, Wu Yan didn't pay attention to the saber, swordsman, card in the groove. Instead, he fixed his eyes on the other side of the book. This book has the ability to analyze matter. As long as an item is put in the groove, this tool will automatically scan and analyze the item in the groove. It will obtain the elements of the item and the nature of the item. Then, all the information obtained will be presented on the other side of the book. Although the more powerful the ability and the more complex the elements of the item, the more time it will take to analyze it. However, with the help of this tool, he believed that he should be able to smoothly obtain the information about the materials used to make the card. After obtaining the composition of the card, Wu Yan could focus on the theory and design of magic and conduct research. If he could obtain information about the theory and design of the card, in addition to the analysis of the composition of the card, then creating a card would not be an impossible task. Under Wu Yan's gaze, the saber, swordsman, card in the notch continued to circulate with a rainbow-like glow. Being scanned by the colorful rays, the other side of the book also started to show signs of activity. One by one, words appeared on the other side of the book without any warning. It was as if these words were there from the beginning and now they were just showing their original form. It was extremely magical. These words were the result of the tool's analysis of the saber, swordsman, card. That was only the beginning. The composition of the class cards still wasn't that easy to analyze. The first information that appeared was only some of the properties of the materials used to make the class cards. It would take a long time to figure out what those materials were. However, looking at the analyzed properties of the materials used to make the card, Wu Yan was startled. He frowned in surprise. Chapter 1511. In just a short amount of time, the properties of the materials that made up the class card were analyzed. It was amazing how magical the items in the system were. Of course, it was only the properties of the materials that made up the class card. It wasn't that easy to find out what the class card was made of. But when he saw the properties of the materials that made up the class card, Wu Yan's heart skipped a beat. From the other side of the book, the properties of the materials that made up the class card weren't that complicated. Instead, it was very simple. Basically, there was only one thing. The materials that made up the class card all had the properties of carrying magic. In other words, the materials used to create the class cards were basically the same as the gems used by Rin Enbin and Luvia when they used the gem magic. They could all be injected with a certain type of spell, and by triggering the spell inside, they could create a magic spell. Other than being able to carry magic, the properties of the other materials that made up the class card were mostly able to circulate magic. It was that simple. It didn't have the properties that only existed in legends, nor did it have the effects of those rare materials that had long gone extinct and could no longer be found. If the materials that made up the class card were really only able to carry magic or circulate magic, then they would be the most common materials used in magic. That's because the materials used to make magic attire, all kinds of magic items, and items that were used to perform large-scale magic rituals, and so on and so forth. Basically, all of these materials were able to carry magic and circulate magic. The class card that could trigger the legendary power of the heroic spirits was actually made of such common materials? Could it be? Wu Yen had such a thought in his mind. The basis of the class card is actually to use magic to summon the heroic spirit's power and infuse it into the card for people to use? It wasn't impossible. In the 103,000 Book of Witchcraft, there were some magic tricks. They could be used to summon angels from the magic catalog world and allow angels to descend to this world. There were also some angelic spells that could borrow the angel's power. In that case, in this world, there was a magic trick that could borrow the heroic spirit's power. It could even be summoned. There was nothing strange about that, right? However, fundamentally speaking, the heroic spirits had been summoned. It was impossible for them to serve him. After all, they were all famous heroes in myths, legends, and history. They were existences that surpassed the realm of humans by obtaining the faith of humans. Their existence could be said to be miracles, just like Little Black. Even if such a famous hero could be summoned by a certain magic, how could he obediently listen to the orders of the summoner and be dominated and used by an existence weaker than himself? It's also because of this that the class cards were born, right? Through this, one can borrow the power of the heroic spirit or summon the heroic spirit. Then, through some means, one can abandon the original personality and consciousness of the heroic spirit and forcefully summon its power. This, perhaps, was the true face of a class card. In other words, the materials that made up the class card itself were just magic materials that could be found everywhere, and were not the key to forming the class card. The real key was the magic that could borrow or summon the power of the heroic spirits. If he could get the method to use this magic and inject it into a card that could bear the magic, then the class card would most likely be successfully created. It's not that easy. After pondering for a while, Wu Yen laughed bitterly. First of all, he didn't know if this magic could forcefully summon the power of the heroic spirit. Perhaps, it wouldn't directly summon the power of the heroic spirit, but it would summon a clone of the heroic spirit from the throne of heroes. That might not be the case. If it was a clone of the heroic spirit that was summoned, then to create a class card, one would have to think of a way to erase the original personality, consciousness, and even body of the heroic spirit, leaving only the power of the heroic spirit to be used in the creation of the class card. If it was the former, creating a class card would be much easier. But if it was the latter, in addition to the magic, he would have to find a way to erase the original personality, consciousness, and body of the heroic spirit and leave only the power behind to create a class card. Moreover, the idea that the class card could summon the power of the heroic spirit was some kind of magic was just a guess because the materials that made up the class card mostly had the properties of carrying magic and circulating magic. Whether that was true or not, he would have to work on the analysis further. Well, Wu Yen patted his cheeks to cheer himself up. The analysis work has just started and I already have a preliminary theory on the design and theory of the class card. In terms of progress, it's a huge gain. With that thought in mind, Wu Yen picked up another class card. While waiting for the analysis result of the saber, sword soldier, class card, he started to study the theory of magic. On the other hand, Rin and Osaka and Livia were in trouble. Hey! In the courtyard of Livia's house, Rin and Osaka held his phone to his ear and exclaimed when he heard the voice from the other side. They're going to send someone else to retrieve the card. No. No way. Livia's heart was in her mouth. She couldn't help but put her ear to the phone and said anxiously, "But aren't we supposed to be the ones to retrieve the card?" As soon as she said that, an old voice came from the other side of the phone. "But you still haven't retrieved all the cards yet, right?" That's true." Rin and Osaka stuttered and laughed. "But Master, you don't have to send someone else, right? Do you think the card retrieval test is only for you to become a disciple?" The person Rin and Osaka called Great Master, who was also the legendary second magic envoy Kixio? Zerich? Shubi and Ogu's voice was filled with dissatisfaction. "Don't forget, the rank card will cause chaos in the earth veins of Fuyuki City. If something goes wrong, it may cause the earth veins to dry up and even affect the area above the earth veins, which is Fuyuki City. Are you okay with that?" Before the class card was retrieved, the heroic spirits in the mirror realm would absorb mana from the veins to maintain their existence. Like Blackie, they were existences that relied on class cards as attachments. If they lost the support of magic, they could only vanish from this world and return to their main bodies on the Seat of Heroes. The difference was that in a fictional world like the Mirror Realm, which was also the imaginary domain, the heroic spirits could directly absorb the magic power in the veins. They did not have to worry about not being able to replenish their magic power, unlike Little Black, who needed to absorb from others. The unrestrained absorption of mana from the ley lines, the existence of the class card had also caused the ley lines to become chaotic. If something goes wrong and the veins of the veins are too chaotic, Fuyuki City will suffer. But that shouldn't be a problem for them to worry about. Out of the 7 cards, although one of them became Xiao Hei's possession and the other 6 are in Wu Yan's possession, he has already retrieved all of them. The chaos in the veins of the veins should have been solved. "Master, maybe it's not appropriate for me to say this," Rin and Osaka said tentatively after pondering over the words in his heart. "There are some developments in my work here. Although it hasn't been resolved yet, the chaos in the earth veins may not happen again. So, there's no need to be so anxious, right? The earth veins won't become chaotic?" However, the next sentence from the other side of the phone made Rin Hasaka and Ruvia tremble. Their pupils instantly shrank. "We have been investigating the situation of Fuyuki City's underground veins until an hour ago. The result is that the underground veins are still in a state of chaos, and the situation is getting worse and worse. Maybe the underground veins chaos will not happen again? The ley lines are still in chaos." Both Rin Enbin and Livia couldn't help but exclaim. The reason for the chaos in the ley lines was the 7 grade cards. Hadn't all of them been retrieved? Why hadn't the earth veins returned to normal? Chapter 1512. Impossible. Almost subconsciously, Livia replied. "The rank cards are already." "Livia!" Rin Enbin hurriedly covered Livia's mouth and stopped her from saying anything. What? "No. It's nothing." Rin and Osaka glared at Livia and asked suspiciously. "Is the ley line still not back to normal?" Zelrich's voice turned unfriendly. "Are you saying that I would lie to you?" "No. It's not like that." Rin and Osaka's mouth opened and closed. Of course, Zelrich didn't know that the 7 class cards had all been retrieved, and the passage to the mirror world in the imaginary domain should have been closed. It would no longer absorb mana from the ley lines and cause chaos in the ley lines. If he knew about this, he would understand why Rin and Osaka and Livia were shocked. Unfortunately, Rin Inaka didn't plan on letting all the cards fall into the hands of another group of people. The remaining card even became an existence that possessed a personality. He reported all of this to Zelrich. Ilia and Mio were dragged into this mess by Rin and Osaka and Livia. Blackie was a persona separated from Ilia's body. Therefore, Rin and Osaka and Livia couldn't report this to their superiors. As for Wu Yan, it was Rin and Osaka's own selfish decision. Under these circumstances, Rin and Osaka couldn't explain the current situation to Zelrich and tell him the real reason why the earth veins wouldn't be chaotic. Forget it. Zelrich didn't want to pursue the matter and continued with the topic. Considering that you haven't completed the mission and the ley line is still in chaos, it's hard to determine if there will be any changes. You also reported that retrieving the rank cards is more difficult than expected. Therefore, I would like to send you some reinforcements. Is that okay with you? Hearing this, Rin and Osaka felt a little helpless. If he really sent reinforcements, then, if he lost the wand and dragged the ordinary people down with him, the existence of Xiaohei and the class cards would be exposed to the public. No matter what, Rin and Osaka didn't want to see this happen. He gritted his teeth. Immediately, Rin and Osaka gave such an answer. Great Master, can you leave this matter to me for the time being? Leave it to you? Zelrich didn't expect such an answer from Rin Osaka. He paused for a moment. What is the meaning of this? What is the specific situation? It's hard to explain it to you here. Rin and Osaka rubbed his forehead and replied. However, something did happen on my side. The ley lines shouldn't be in chaos anymore, but now it's still in chaos. I have some doubts myself. Anyway, only the Uosaka clan, who is responsible for the jurisdiction of Fuyuki City's ley lines, can conduct a comprehensive inspection. The association can only conduct a subtle detection. It's better to leave this matter to me first and let me confirm the reason. Hearing this, Zelrich fell silent. As Zelrich fell silent, Rin Enbin and Luvia's heartbeats involuntarily quickened as well. They felt as if time itself was unbearable. After a long time, Zelrich finally spoke in a deep voice. Forget it, do whatever you want. Rin and Osaka heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly apologized. Sorry for the trouble, Great Master. You've caused a lot of trouble, and since you don't want me to deal with it, then I won't. Zelrich warned. However, as you know, the people in the Magic Association aren't on the same side. They're all devoted to magic research and there are many who are crazy about it. There are also many who covet power, and both of them can be satisfied with a rank card. I understand, Great Master. Rin Enbin and Livia exchanged a glance. I will be careful, solve the ley lines problem as soon as possible. After saying that, Zelrich didn't say anything else and directly hung up the phone, causing a busy tone to come out from Rin Osaka's phone. What's going on? Livia couldn't wait to voice out all the questions in her heart. Why is the ley line still in chaos? Who knows? Who knows? Rin and Osaka put away his phone with an uncertain expression. The 7 class cards have already been retrieved from the mirror world, and the passage to the imaginary region has also been closed. Logically speaking, the ley lines should have returned to normal by now. Could it be because of Blackie? Livia furrowed her brows. She said it herself, her existence is similar to the heroic spirits. Could it be because of her that the ley lines are in chaos? No. No. Rin and Osaka pondered for a moment before shaking his head in denial. The heroic spirits rely on the passage to the null realm to absorb mana from the ley lines. Blackie exists in this world, so there's no way she can connect to the ley lines and absorb mana from the ley lines. Maybe she's absorbing mana from the ley lines? Livia reminded him. Maybe Blackie knows the center of the ley lines in Fuyuki City, which is the location of the underground cavern. If she's there, then she can absorb mana from the ley lines. But she doesn't have to do that. For some reason, Rin and Osaka's tone sounded annoyed. Since that guy is providing her mana, Blackie doesn't have to worry about the lack of mana. Why would she do that? Then what's going on? Livia gnashed her teeth in anger. Is it because of that guy? Hey, why do you keep thinking about other people? Rin and Osaka held his head in his hands. Haven't you thought about the possibility that it's because of us? Livia was startled. Are you kidding me? We haven't even touched the ley lines. How could? Halfway through her words, Livia's pretty face stiffened. Do you remember now? Rin and Osaka sighed. That's right. In the last card battle, in order to seal Mikoto's power and Hinajiku's weapon, We used the ley lines to construct a large-scale magic array. Maybe it caused the ley lines to become chaotic at that time. Who knows? It can't be. Livia's face was covered in cold sweat. We only used our mana. How could it cause the ley lines to be in chaos? But we can't be sure that it's not because of us, right? Rin Enbin pursed his lips. If that's the case, the master's backup will be exposed. What should we do? Livia took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat off her forehead. Do you have a solution? The Enbin clan has a way to adjust the ley lines. Rin Enbin glanced at Livia. If it's because of the magic formation we created last time, I can adjust it with some time. I'm just worried that there might be other reasons. Other reasons? Livia said doubtfully. What reasons? For example, the flow of mana is obstructed. The ley lines are too narrow. There might be something blocking the flow of mana. Rin Enbin lowered his head and pondered. If that's the case, we'll have to find another solution. Seriously, why am I so unlucky? Livia grumbled as she turned around and looked at her mansion that was gradually taking shape. I thought I could relax a little after my mansion was completed. I didn't expect something like this to happen. I'm the one investigating the ley lines, not you. I haven't even complained yet, so why are you complaining? Rin Enbin couldn't help but look at Livia. Also, don't forget, we need to investigate Ilya's identity. Then, I'll be in charge of investigating Ilya Jasfel's case. Livia tapped her hand. You'll investigate the ley lines, how about it? I guess that's the only way. Rin Enosaka lowered her head as if she had accepted her fate. Even her ponytails were hanging down. She looked lifeless. Why do I feel like everything is going wrong after coming to Fuyuki City? Who did I offend? Era. Livia laughed provocatively. Why is it that everything is not going according to plan? Didn't you find your ideal husband? Ideal husband? Rin Enbin's eyes widened as he exclaimed in shock. How is that possible? How is that not possible? You've already done this kind of thing, that kind of thing. Don't make it sound like that. There's nothing going on. Is that so? Shut up. Nouveau riche. Chapter 1513. I'm back. The door to the hall was pushed open along with a cheerful voice. Xiao He, who was carrying a backpack, had a satisfied smile on his face as he skipped into the hall. Big brother. My two sisters. I'm back. You're back? Hinajiku, who was chatting with Mikoto, turned around and smiled when she saw Blackie walking in. How do you feel on your first day of school? Not bad. Although Xiao He said so, he couldn't hide the smile on his face. He threw his bag on the cabinet outside the kitchen, sat down, and kicked his legs. Even though I can feel how Ilya felt when she went to school before I was separated from her, it's still more interesting to do it myself. Is that so? Hinajiku tilted her head and nodded in agreement. It's been a long time since I went to school. Seeing you like this, I can't help but recall the time when I was in White Emperor College. White Emperor College? Sasuke blinked her eyes in confusion. Is there such a college? It's in a place far, far away. Hinajiku smiled as if she was reminiscing. It's normal that Sasuke doesn't know about it. Seeing you two like this, I also remember the time when I was in Tokuwadai Middle School. Mikoto, who was sitting not far from Sasuke, chuckled. By the way, why do you two sound like mother and daughter? Mother and daughter? Hinajiku and Inoki looked at each other in dismay. Their expressions were as strange as it could get. Although Little Black and Ilya were both only 10 years old, Hinajiku was only 16 or 17 years old. For a girl of this age to have a child, it couldn't be said that they didn't exist, but even if they did, their daughter definitely wouldn't be 10 years old. Of course, Asuna was only 17 years old and Yui looked like she was 10 years old. The two of them were mother and daughter. This was an exception. After being reminded by Mikoto, Chuju and Sasuke felt like their conversation was too much like mother and daughter. They turned their faces away awkwardly. Right? Blackie looked at Mikoto. Where is Big Brother? Mikoto didn't say anything. Instead, she pursed her lips in another direction. He signaled Little Hay to look over. Blackie looked over in confusion. Then he saw Wu Yan sitting on the sofa. However, Wu Yan, on the other hand, is doing something weird. There was a thick book on the glass table in front of him, but there were no pages inside, only a groove. There was a dazzling rainbow-like light flowing on it. Beside the book were a few cards. There was also a card in the book's groove. Then, there was another card floating above Wu Yan's palm. Taking a closer look, Xiaohei could see clearly that on Wu Yan's palm, there was a small and precise geometric pattern that was spinning. It was emitting a strange fluctuation that was surging into the card that was suspended above. Following the influx of the strange fluctuations, the suspended card also began to rotate. The pattern on the surface seemed to move, like a painting that was quickly flipping, giving people a feeling that it had a life of its own. As for Wu Yan, his eyes were closed. His face was expressionless as if he was asleep. His expression revealed a sense of serenity. That's it, a class card? Looking at this scene, little Hei reflexively put her hand on her chest. In here, there was the last class card. And that was also Wu Yan's goal. Thinking of this, the smile on Blackie's face disappeared, and the look in his eyes became uncertain. Big brother, what is he doing? Not sure if Mikoto noticed the change in little Hei's expression, she stared at Wu Yan, who had his eyes closed, and replied. He's analyzing the class card. Analyzing the class card? Hinajiku nodded vigorously, glancing at Blackie as she replied. Yen wants to obtain all the class cards. Little Hei's heart skipped a beat. What does this mean? Is she hinting at me? Is she hinting that Big Brother wants to retrieve the archer in my body? Little Hei's worries were unfounded. But now, there's no way to obtain the archer card. Chuju smiled as if she saw through little Hei's thoughts. That's why he wants to fully analyze the class card and obtain the method to create the second archer card. These words seemed to have dispelled the haze in Xiaohei's heart, causing Xiaohei's amber eyes to brighten. His usual calm smile hung on his face once again. Big Brother is really amazing. Even the Magic Association couldn't decipher the class card, and Big Brother wants to find the method to create it. This isn't just difficult. Difficult is one thing. As long as we succeed, time isn't a problem for us. Mikoto shook her head and raised her eyebrows. I'm just worried that we won't get anything out of it no matter how much time we spend. Well, you don't have to worry about that. Wu Yan, who was sitting on the sofa, suddenly opened his eyes and smiled. Well, I did get quite a lot today. With that, the geometric pattern on Wu Yan's palm shattered into pieces. The class card floating above his palm fell to the ground and was placed on the table by Wu Yan. Chuju and Mikoto both stood up. Big Brother. Xiaohei also got up and ran over to sit on the sofa. He hugged Wu Yan's arm and grinned from ear to ear. Did Big Brother really decipher the class card? No, it's still too early to talk about it. Wu Yan smiled helplessly. Currently, I only have a rough idea of the Lunger. Speaking of which, little Hei. Chuju walked over and looked at little Hei. You look like you know everything, and you even relied on the archer rank card to obtain a body. Don't you know anything else? To be honest, I don't know much about the existence of the class card. Little Hei shrugged. Even though it's in my body, I don't know anything about it. Whether it's the design theory or the composition of the class card, I don't know anything about it. You don't know anything? Mikoto put one hand on her waist and the other hand scratched her cheek. You don't know anything and you can use Dream Summon. That's really, well? Xiaohei said with a sigh. I can use the archer's power, but you guys better not think of me as someone who can use Dream Summon. Don't think of you as someone who can use Dream Summon. Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto looked at little Hei. What do you mean? In other words, you can't say that I know how to use Dream Summoning. You can only say that I can use Dream Summoning. Xiaohei hesitated for a moment before turning his head away. As for me, I actually have a very special ability. Special ability? You can say it's a cheating ability. Little Hei explained with a smile. For example, let's take Dream Summoning as an example. I didn't know how to use it at the beginning, but when an enemy that I can't deal with appears in front of me and I think that I need strength, the method of dream summoning with a class card automatically pops up in my head. I don't know anything about rank cards, but I can still get the method to use the rank card dream summoning. This is my special ability. Blackie spread out his hands. By omitting all the necessary processes and only taking the results that I want, I'll get the answer to the problem. That's how I learned the method of dream summoning. Omitting the process? Getting the result? Getting the answer? Hinajiku and Mikoto were both shocked beyond words. This Wu Yan looked like he had something to say, but he couldn't. Isn't that what you want? It can only be to a certain extent. Little Hay smiled mischievously. Just like the first time I met you, big brother. At that time, I also thought, I need to be faster. Then, the method to use space transfer appeared in my mind. So, even though I know dream summoning, I don't know much about class cards compared to you guys. That's true. Wu Yan sighed. Looks like Little Hay didn't get anything. Oh? Little Hay raised an eyebrow. That's not necessarily true. Chapter 15-14. That's not necessarily true. Just as the three of them were about to give up on Xiaohei's information, Xiaohei said something else. I don't know how the rank cards are made, but I do have an idea as to why they are made. What's the purpose of a class card? Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto perked up. That's right. Xiaohei's eyes gradually narrowed, revealing a solemn and heavy atmosphere. He glanced at the three people present and said word by word. Have you heard of the Holy Grail War? Holy Grail War? Chuju and Mikoto were at a loss when they heard this unfamiliar term. Only Wu Yan's pupils shrunk. The Holy Grail War. As the name suggests, it's a war that revolves around the Holy Grail. To be more precise, it's a ritual. A very large ritual. The ritual's basic purpose is to summon the Holy Grail that can fulfill all people's wishes. In other words, the Holy Grail War is actually a ritual to summon the Holy Grail War. There's a huge vein under Fuyuki City that's connected to an endless source of magic. The foundation of the Holy Grail War is to construct a spell to summon the Holy Grail and use the vein to accumulate a certain amount of magic every 60 years. To summon the Holy Grail that can fulfill all people's wishes. Of course, the summoning of the Holy Grail doesn't only require magic and a summoning spell, it also requires a key to summon the Holy Grail. This key is the ritual to summon the Holy Grail War's Holy Grail War. Through the power of the Holy Grail, he would connect to the heroic spirit thrones where the heroic spirits were and summon 7 heroic spirits. Then he would bestow each heroic spirit with a job rank and have them kill each other in a small-scale war. When the remaining 6 heroic spirits are killed and there's only 1 heroic spirit left, the Holy Grail will be formed. Then it will be summoned. This is the Holy Grail War. The ranks of the 7 heroic spirits were as follows: Saber, Lancer, Archer, Day Rider, Caster, Magician, Assassin, Berserker. It was exactly the same as what was shown on the 7 job rank cards. The rank card could draw out the power of a heroic spirit corresponding to one of the 7 ranks, who would believe that class cards had nothing to do with the Holy Grail War or even the Holy Grail? But the Holy Grail War should be a war ritual that only exists in the original world of Magical Girl Ilia, the world of fate. Could it be this world also had the Holy Grail War? Actually, if you think about it carefully, you'll understand. Blackie's voice was slightly suppressed. Summoning a heroic spirit requires a very complicated magic ritual. Not only does it require the summoner to have a certain degree of spiritual and physical compatibility with the heroic spirit, but it also requires the summoner to have a deep affinity with the heroic spirit to act as a catalyst during the summoning. It's just wishful thinking to summon a heroic spirit with one's own power. Only with the help of the Holy Grail can it be possible, even if it's just a little bit of the heroic spirit's power. Since class cards can draw out the power of the heroic spirit, it's definitely impossible to create it with one's own power. Blackie raised its head and stared at the class cards on the table. But If there's the power of the Holy Grail as a catalyst, then it's a different story. The power of the Holy Grail as a catalyst? Wu Yan looked at Blackie as if he realized something. You mean, that's it? Blackie picked up a class card on the table and raised it above its head. The Holy Grail War that was supposed to have 7 heroic spirits fighting each other has changed. The summoner no longer summons the original heroic spirit but the summoned heroic spirit's power to create a card. With the card as a medium and dream summoning as a method, the magician who participated in the Holy Grail War will personally fight each other. Blackie placed the class card back on the table and looked at Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto. That's what I'm thinking. The whole place was silent. Although I don't understand what the Holy Grail War is. Mikoto crossed her arms and lowered her head. But I think I understand what Blackie is trying to say. In other words, Chuju said with uncertainty. To create a class card, we have to rely on the help of the Holy Grail, right? To be exact, we have to rely on the Holy Grail summoning ritual in Fuyuki City that is activated once every 60 years. Wu Yan smiled helplessly. That's what Blackie means, right? Once every 60 years. Chuju exclaimed. Mikoto's eyes widened. How long do we have to wait? That's just my guess, it might not be correct. Blackie shook its head. Ever since the Holy Grail War was brought up, even the smile on its face became forced. Maybe, in this world, there's someone who can extract the power of the heroic spirit from the throne of heroic spirits and use it to create a card. Who knows, Blackie? Chuju looked at the forced smile on Blackie's face. She hesitated for a moment before asking. Does the Holy Grail War have anything to do with you? The smile on Xiaohei's face completely disappeared as soon as he heard this. Does it have anything to do with me? With a self-deprecating expression, Blackie clenched its fist. How can it have nothing to do with me? I was born to become the Holy Grail. Wow. Chuju and Mikoto were shocked. It's ridiculous, isn't it? The self-deprecating expression on Blackie's face became more and more intense. It has already become a magic tool before it was born. A few months after it was born, it was forcefully instilled with all the knowledge and language through magic so that it could become the Holy Grail in the Holy Grail War and become a wishing instrument. How can this be? Chuju couldn't believe it. Using me as a tool, a sacrificial lamb? Mikoto's expression turned cold. Looks like the Holy Grail War isn't a good thing after all. Magic is such a dark and bloody world. Becoming a tool is my fate that was decided before I was born. Xiaohei clenched his teeth and a resentful expression appeared on his face. Yet, I wasn't even useful as a tool. Wu Yan, who had been silent all this time, raised his head and revealed Blackie's biggest secret. You're sealed, aren't you? Sealed? Sealed? Hinajiku and Mikoto were both stunned. Yes. Blackie nodded expressionlessly as if she wasn't talking about herself. My birth mother sealed everything. She sealed my abilities, my knowledge, my memories. She erased everything. So, an ordinary child, Ilya was born. Wu Yan finally understood everything. So that's how it is. Ilya's sealed memories and knowledge settled in her body and gradually grew stronger. In the end, she turned into another personality with consciousness. Then, that personality even obtained a body. Xiaohei seemed to have lost all her strength as she collapsed on the back of the sofa. She buried her eyes under her bangs so that no one could see her expression clearly. In the end, she became the current me, Blackie. Chuju and Mikoto were silent. She was born as a tool, but she wasn't even able to perform as a tool before she was sealed. When she obtained a body again and became a real existence, she became a fake. Her existence was a miracle. Without mana, she would disappear. Even the foundation of her existence, the class card in her body, could be targeted by others and taken away. Her family, friends, they all became the things that Ilya was born later on. These things that should have belonged to Blackie were all gone. In the end, everything about Xiaohei had been denied. No wonder Blackie had the ability to fulfill her wishes to a certain extent. That was because she was born as a wish-granting tool. It's all right, Amidst the deathly silence in the hall, such a voice abruptly rang out. Blackie was stunned. Just as she was about to look at the source of the voice, a hand covered her head and gently stroked it. Since you were born, there must be a reason why you were born. I believe that. We believe that as well. Chuju and Mikoto nodded. Blackie's eyes rippled with light. In the end, it turned into hope. Chapter 1515. Fuyuki City, Yuanzhong Mountain. This is a famous mountain in Fuyuki City. There's a temple on the mountain called Ludong Temple. It's not that famous in Fuyuki City, but it's still well known. Although not many people come here to visit, it's enough to be a tourist attraction in Fuyuki City. Early in the morning, there's a beautiful morning glow in the east of Yuanzhong Mountain. The air is filled with a thin veil of mist and fresh air, accompanied by strands of golden light, dispelling the chill of the night. Looking up from the foot of Yuanzhong Mountain, the gate of Ludong Temple is located at the top, like a dragon gate, reflecting the morning sun. A long stone staircase connected the foot of the mountain to the entrance of the Ludong Temple. On both sides of the staircase were rows of trees and flowers. At this time, some of the buds were still sparkling with bright dewdrops, appearing to be full of vitality. Usually, at this time, even if it's the peak time to welcome guests, generally no one will come here to visit. But today, early in the morning, a person appeared at the bottom of the staircase at the foot of Yuanzhong Mountain, and he appeared out of thin air. Yuanzhong Mountain? Ludong Temple. Looking up, Wu Yan took out a map and looked at the long stone staircase. It should be here, right? For the people of Fuyuki City, Yuanzhong Mountain's Ludong Temple is not a strange place. But for an outsider like Wu Yan, although this place is not difficult to find, it's definitely not familiar. What's more, he's never been here before. It's inevitable that he needs the help of a map. Originally, Wu Yan wanted to ask Blackie to bring him here, but after thinking about it, he had to give up the idea. After all, this place, for Blackie, it's definitely not a place that can make people happy. Because as the foundation of the Holy Grail War, the magic necessary for the Holy Grail War ritual is absorbed and stored here. It takes about 60 years to store enough magic. A Holy Grail War ritual is held. The ritual that supports the descent of the Holy Grail is directly below Yuanzhong Mountain's Ludong Temple. It was because of the existence of this ritual that the Holy Grail could descend. Only then could the Holy Grail War be carried out. Only then could the magicians who participated in the Holy Grail War rely on their own strength to summon heroic spirits with the help of ritual magic arrays. Therefore, Wu Yan's purpose in coming here was very obvious. He wanted to see if he could find some information about the creation of class cards from the ritual magic circle that supported the Holy Grail War. Xiaohei was right. Summoning heroic spirits was a major task that no one could accomplish. It couldn't be said that there was absolutely no one who could connect to the seat of heroic spirits with their own strength and seize the power of the heroic spirits. However, compared to this, it was more likely that someone had used the help of the Holy Grail, or in other words, the ritual magic array to extract the power of the heroic spirits and used it to create cards. If that was the case, the possibility of obtaining the method to create class cards would be a little higher from this ritual tactic magic array. In any case, there was nothing wrong with coming here to check out the ritual magic formation. Folding the map in his hand, Wu Yan was just about to lift his foot and walk up when a voice suddenly sounded behind him. "Why are you here?" A voice full of shock, surprise, panic, and other emotions echoed on the quiet mountain path without any warning and entered Wu Yan's ears. Then, a series of messy footsteps sounded from near to far away, as if they were gradually going away in a panic. Wu Yan stopped in his tracks and turned his head to look at the source of the sound. The first thing that entered his sight was a pair of black ponytails. They were swaying up and down at a fast and urgent frequency, gradually moving away into the distance. Seeing this, Wu Yan didn't even need to think to know who the owner of the two ponytails is. Thus, he calmly uttered this sentence. He calmly said, "If you really ran away, next time it won't be a forced kiss, but a stripping of your clothes." This light sentence turned into a clear echo on the quiet mountain path and spread out. In the next second, the pair of ponytails that were swaying up and down at a fast and rapid frequency gradually moving further and further away, suddenly stopped. Wu Yan wasn't in a hurry. He turned around and continued to look at the stairs leading to Ludong Temple. This time, however, he wasn't in a hurry to leave. He stood in place and waited quietly with a calm expression, even a trace of a smile on his face. Not long after, a series of hesitant footsteps slowly approached, followed by an indignant voice. Using this kind of method to force people to stay, how lame. Wu Yan curled the corner of his mouth and turned around to look behind him. In the next moment, the person's full appearance was revealed to him. She wore a red checkered shirt, a white knitted sweater, and a black pleated skirt. Tall stockings covered her smooth and seductive thighs, and a pair of heelless boots. Her outfit was neither luxurious nor ordinary, it was just the right outfit. But now, its owner was glaring at Wu Yan with a pair of beautiful green eyes, angry and embarrassed. Her face was a little pink, looking very cute. It was Rin Enosaka. That's not right. Wu Yan looked at Rin, who was glaring at him angrily, and shrugged teasingly. No matter how you look at it, it's the guy who saw her first but didn't even greet her and ran away without thinking. That's rude, right? That's because you're shameless. The anger in Yusaka's green eyes became even more intense, and the pink on his cheeks also became more intense, with a feeling of shame and anger. Who told you to? What did I do to you? Wu Yan looked at Rin Enosaka's blushing face and stuttering. Why don't you tell me? It's me. Rin Enosaka bit his lips and stared at Wu Yan. He looked like he was about to cry at any moment. It was very cute. After stuttering for a while, he screamed like a madman. In any case, he did something outrageous to me. Is it something that's too much? Wu Yan laughed maliciously. Rin Enosaka instinctively took a step back. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked at Wu Yan cautiously. I'm warning you, I'm here to do something important. I don't have time to play with you. Oh? Wu Yan was surprised for a moment before he laughed. So you're saying that when you're not doing something important, you can play to your heart's content? You. Rin Enosaka's eyes widened in anger. I'm serious. I'm serious too. Wu Yan crossed his arms and looked at Rin Enosaka with a smile. You don't believe me? Do you need me to prove it? Forget it. Rin Tosaka raised her bag to block her front. She looked at Wu Yan like he's a pervert. She's looking at Wu Yan like he's going to devour her if she doesn't keep her eyes on him. I'm here to do something important. If you mess around, I won't go easy on you. Then, Wu Yan turned his eyes and he pointed at his own cheeks. Kiss me and I'll forget about it, how about that? Kiss you? Rin Enosaka blushed and glared at Wu Yan. You wish, don't jump to conclusions so quickly. Wu Yan interrupted Rin Enosaka. He looked at Rin Enosaka with a half smile. Now, come over and kiss me yourself, or let me take the opportunity to bully you. Which choice is better? You're shameless. Rin Enosaka's eyes were filled with tears. She hesitated for a moment before biting her lips and walking towards Wu Yan. Okay, I'll kiss you now, but you're not allowed to kiss me again. That won't do. Wu Yan rejected her without hesitation. Only after you finish your business. Damn it. Rin Enbin looked furious as he glared at Wu Yan. Wu Yan is like a dead pig that isn't afraid of boiling water. Rin Enbin had no choice but to stand on his tiptoes and give Wu Yan a peck on the cheek. Just as she was about to kiss him, Wu Yan turned his head and Rin Enosaka's kiss landed on Wu Yan's lips. Rin Enosaka jumped away like she was electrocuted. Wu Yan laughed out loud again. He didn't expect Rin Enosaka to have such a cute side. Chapter 15-16. The ley lines are in chaos? Wu Yan exclaimed as he walked on a mountain path in the forest of Yuzo Mountain. But didn't we retrieve the 7 grade cards that disturbed the ley lines? Why would the ley lines be in chaos? I would like to know the answer to that as well. Rin Tosaka, who was leading the way, replied. If I knew why the ley lines were in chaos, I wouldn't have come here to investigate and I wouldn't have met you. That's true, the Tosaka household is the owner of this land after all. Wu Yen ignored the second half of Rin's sentence and scratched his face. However, could it be that the reason for the chaos in the earth veins is because you used the mana of the earth veins to construct a magic array the last time? How is that possible? Rin Tozaka's expression was somewhat guilty when he said this. The Tozaka household is the owner of the ley lines, and I am the current head of the household. If borrowing a bit of the ley lines mana would cause the ley lines to be in chaos, why would I do it? Well, you're right. Wu Yen glanced at Rin's guilty expression. He didn't say anything and he shrugged. I hope you messed up the ley lines last time, that way it would be easier to deal with. You're so noisy. Rin Tozaka quickened his pace without looking back. You don't have to tell me that. Don't walk so fast. Wu Yen hurried to catch up. I don't know the way, I might get lost later. What if I lose my temper and destroy the ley lines along with the ley lines? Don't you dare use such a casual tone with me. Rin Enbin turned around and he glared at Wu Yen with a fiery glare. By the way, what are you doing here so early in the morning? As for the reason, it's a long story. Let me get straight to the point. Wu Yen casually said something that made Rin's heart skip a beat. There might be a way to create a grade card here. The way to create a class card. Rin Osaka stopped in shock, causing Wu Yen, who was walking behind her, to bump into her. His hands subconsciously grabbed onto a pair of soft breasts. Wow! Rin and Osaka cried out in surprise when his weakness was attacked. Then, his expression turned ruthless. She grabbed her bag and slapped it behind her. Let go of me. You pervert. Wah! This time, it was Wu Yan's turn to scream and lean back. She avoided the bag that was coming at her. You despicable bastard. Rin and Osaka covered his chest with one hand. He shouted in exasperation. Didn't I tell you not to mess around after kissing you? Hey. No matter how I look at it, it's impossible. Wu Yan took a step back. He shook his head and waved his hand. It's because you suddenly stopped for no reason. It's because you suddenly said something that couldn't be ignored. Rin and Osaka glared at Wu Yen fiercely. Tell me what's going on. I already said it's impossible. Who's asking you that? Rin and Osaka was furious. I asked you how you found the way to create a grade card. I already told you that, right? Wu Yen said innocently. It's a long story, so I'll just tell you what I'm here for. We'll talk about the reason when we get back. You. Rin Enbin was angry and helpless at the same time. He snorted coldly, turned his head, and continued walking. Whatever. Do whatever you want. Seeing Rin and Osaka walk away in a huff, Wu Yen smiled like a child who succeeded in his prank. For some reason, Wu Yen couldn't help but want to tease this arrogant and barbaric young lady. Seeing her make all kinds of expressions makes him feel satisfied. Next time, I'll think of a way to get young Lady Rin to kiss me, but this time it's a kiss. With that, Wu Yen put his hands behind his head and leisurely followed behind Rin and Osaka. There's a barrier at the beginning of the mountain path that they're walking on. It's a measure to prevent normal people from entering. Because of this barrier, no one knew how long it had been since anyone had approached this mountain path. There were messy branches and leaves everywhere, and the surroundings were terrifyingly quiet. Not even the shadow of a bird could be seen. It was quite a frightening feeling. Walking on this mountain path, Wu Yen and Rin Enbin's footsteps are unusually loud. Their footsteps even turned into echoes that reverberated in the air. The sound of their feet stepping on tree leaves and branches reverberated in the air. After walking for who knows how long, a rock wall appeared at the end of the mountain path. At the bottom of the rock wall, there's a gap that can only allow one person to pass through. It's pitch black inside. It's not hard to imagine how dim the light is. We're here. Looking at the gap in the rock wall that only allowed one person to pass through, Rin reminded him. That's the tunnel that connects to the underground cavern inside Yuzo Mountain. The underground cavern. That's where the main vein of Fuyuki City gathers. It's also the center of the Holy Grail War's ritual formation. House Enosaka is in charge of managing the land veins. They're there to directly investigate, manage, and monitor the land veins. It's also the place where the land veins are closest to the surface. Wu Yan and Rin Enosaka's destination is the underground cavern. Let's go in. Under the lead of the host, Rin Enbin, the two of them entered a crack in the wall and walked into the tunnel that led to the underground cavern. The tunnel is very narrow at the beginning. It can only allow one person to pass through. The light inside is also very dim. Therefore, you bastard! Where are you touching this time? Nothing, I'm just touching the rock wall. Why did you put your hand in front of you when you're touching the rock wall, Wow, it's so soft. What is it again? You. I'm going to get mad if you touch it again. Don't say that after you've taken out the gemstone, okay? After a while, the tunnel became wider and wider. After a while, it's wide enough for 10 people to walk side by side. After walking for a while, they found themselves in a huge cavern. Looking around, Wu Yan was speechless. It's the size of 2 soccer fields and the height of a mountain. What a huge cavern, no wonder it's called the underground cavern. All right. Rin Enosaka glanced at Wu Yan. Since we're here, why don't you tell me where we can find the method to create a rank card? How would I know where to find it? Wu Yan rolled his eyes. Also, I only said that it's possible to find it. Whether or not we can find the method to create a rank card, we'll have to wait and see. With that, Wu Yan jumped onto a stone platform at the front of the cavern. He knelt down on one knee and touched the ground that was covered in dust, gravel, and dirt. According to Blackie, he should be able to reach the center of the ritual from here. Wu Yan closed his eyes. His hand on the ground began to emit a magical heat like smoke. It rose from his palm and between his fingers. Not long after, an intricate geometric pattern about twice the size of Wu Yan's palm appeared with his palm at the center. It started to vibrate with a faint radiance and started to rotate. So, we can find the method to create a rank card just like that? Rin Enosaka tilted his head in confusion. Could it be that the method to create a rank card is still hidden in the ley line? Only the Enosaka clan would be able to find the ley line. Rin Enosaka couldn't figure it out and gave up. He walked to the center of the platform and took out a stand from his bag. Holding the frame, Rin Hasaka set it up on the ground, creating a simple 4-legged platform. There were 4 iron pipes on the platform, and an ancient-looking piece of paper was tied in the middle. After setting up the brackets, Rin Enbin took out a thick book from his bag. He flipped through it and placed it on his wrist, holding it flat beside him. His other hand took out a gemstone that was connected to a pendant. Phew! Standing in front of the support, Rin Enbin took a deep breath. Let's begin. Rin Enosaka held the book with one hand and the pendant with the other. He held it above the ancient paper and closed his eyes. He began to chant an incantation. After chanting the incantation, a green light flashed on the book in Rin Enosaka's hand. Soon after, the gemstone hanging above the ancient paper also emitted a light. Chapter 1517. Anfang begin. Beantwerten private Ediford Milk Desib Jordan. Request for a response in the name of the One. Boden, Zerstromung, flow from the earth. Stromung, Zumblit, flow of blood. Blood, Zumpergament, blood on skin. Absk day, blessing. In the gloomy underground cavern, lines of German incantations seemed to have turned into the syllables of a song, reverberating in the vast space. As the last syllable fell, the gem on Rin Enbin's pendant glowed like a crystal. It lit up the entire cavern. Rin Enbin was completely unaffected by this. His eyes were still closed as he repeatedly chanted an incomprehensible incantation. Not far away, Wu Yan is kneeling on one knee. He used magic to send his consciousness into the ground to investigate the Holy Grail War ritual formation. He didn't seem to be affected at all. He continued with his work. Inky was right. It was relatively easy to investigate the ritual magic circle of the Holy Grail War in the underground cave in the center of Fuyuki City. He was using magic to do it. Wu Yan's consciousness went deep into the underground cavern. In his mind, a huge, complex, and compact magic circle slowly appeared. That was the Holy Grail War ritual magic circle under Yuanzhang Mountain's Willow Cave Temple. It was the foundation that supported the Holy Grail War. Now, this magic formation that can absorb mana from the ley lines to support the Holy Grail's descent and assist the magicians in the Holy Grail War in summoning their heroic spirits was exposed to Wu Yan's eyes without any reservations. If he could analyze it thoroughly, then as long as he has enough mana to support the Holy Grail's descent and the heroic spirit summoning, Wu Yan could do it alone. He could start the Holy Grail War ritual. Of course, it's only limited to those worlds where heroic spirits exist. It's a pity that even though the true ancestor's mana was strong, Wu Yan's demonic power is boundless after being cleansed several times. However, it's still too early to start the Holy Grail War ritual. After all, this ceremonial magic formation required 60 years of absorbing mana from the earth veins, which were known to have an endless supply of mana. Wu Yan's ability alone was not enough to start the Holy Grail War ritual magic circle. Because of this, Inky's view on the class card was more realistic. Otherwise, it's hard to imagine that someone could connect to the throne of heroic spirits and use its power to create a card. Compared to this possibility, the theory that the creator of the class card used the power of the Holy Grail to create the card was more convincing. And now, Wu Yan could sense that the ritual magic circle under the Yuanzhang Mountain's Willow Cave Temple was still emitting strange waves. It was constantly absorbing mana from the underground cavern and storing it. Wu Yan didn't know if the ritual magic circle had absorbed enough mana to start the Holy Grail War ritual magic circle. Even if it had, he wouldn't start it. The Holy Grail that could fulfill all wishes was very attractive. However, Wu Yan didn't need it. He didn't think that the Holy Grail could fulfill all wishes. Moreover, every Holy Grail War ritual magic circle would drag many people into a disaster and misfortune. No one had ever heard of a Holy Grail War ritual magic circle bringing happiness to anyone. In the end, the Holy Grail War ritual magic circle was nothing more than an ugly battle for the Holy Grail. Therefore, Wu Yan was already kind enough to not destroy the ritual magic circle, let alone start it. If it was really activated, Blackie, who was born to become the Holy Grail, would have a tragic end, right? When he thought of this, Wu Yan couldn't help but have the urge to destroy the ritual magic circle. It took him a lot of effort to restrain himself and focus on the ritual magic circle. No matter what, he had to first memorize this huge and complicated ritual magic circle. Perhaps it would be of some help in crafting rank cards. With this thought in mind, Wu Yan used the knowledge of the 103,000 grimoires to memorize the ritual magic circle and engraved it into his mind one by one. With the ability of complete memory, even if the ritual magic circle was very complicated, it wasn't difficult for Wu Yan to just memorize it. Just like this, time passed quietly as Wu Yan memorized the ritual magic circle and Rin Enbin kept chanting the incomprehensible incantation. At a certain moment, Wu Yan, who had his eyes closed, the mana in his hand that was pressed on the ground began to weaken. The rippling complex pattern also slowly dissipated. Wu Yan opened his eyes and let out a long sigh. He clapped his hands and stood up from the ground. "I've memorized the ritual, I'll study the rest when I get home." Wu Yan looked up and was about to look at Rin Enbin when he suddenly exclaimed, "How is this possible?" Hearing Rin Enbin's shocked and incredulous voice, Wu Yan had the same thought. Things seemed to be developing in an unexpected way again. "What's wrong?" With a heavy expression, Wu Yan came to Rin Enbin's side and asked, "What happened?" Rin and Osaka didn't even reply. Instead, he looked at the ancient paper in front of him with a shaken expression. His pupils fluctuated violently, and his eyes were filled with shock. Wu Yan ignored Rin Enbin and looked at the ancient paper in front of Rin Enbin. On the ancient piece of paper, traces of burnt marks spread across it like a spider web. It wasn't complicated, but it didn't look like a pattern drawn by humans. Fuyuki City's ley line map? Wu Yan furrowed his brows as he looked at Rin and Osaka. "What's going on? Is there a problem with the ley line?" Rin Enbin didn't answer. He clenched his teeth and pointed at the bottom left corner of the ley line map in front of him. Over there was an extremely small but well-defined square block blocking one of the earth veins like a strange object. That's a blockage? Wu Yan paused for a bit before he exclaimed. It's the one that caused the landform to be chaotic? Have you ever seen a blockage in an earth vein that looks like a cube? Rin and Osaka forced a smile on his face. That's a lot more troublesome than a blockage. Wu Yan furrowed his brows. What's going on? That's not a real blockage. It's a fictional space. Rin Enbin took a deep breath and smiled bitterly. It absorbs mana from the Leyline. It's located in the imaginary realm. It's a reflection of this world, absorbing the land's mana, the void domain, this world's inverted space. Wu Yan mumbled. Then, a possibility flashed through his mind. His expression changed as he exclaimed in shock. Mirror realm, do you understand? Rin and Osaka's bitter smile deepened. The cube in the Leyline. It's the mirror realm. That's impossible. Wu Yan took out his rank card. I have all the rank cards. The last one is in Blackie's body. The mirror realm shouldn't exist anymore, right? Then, Rin and Osaka stared at the square on the map. Who told you that the mirror realm doesn't exist without the 7 rank cards? Isn't it obvious? Wu Yan answered without thinking. The mirror realm exists because of the rank cards. Wu Yan's words got stuck in his throat before he could finish his sentence. Do you understand now? Rin Enbin clenched his fist. The existence of the mirror realm naturally proves its existence, doesn't it? The 8th rank card. Chapter 1518. The 8th tier card? Inside the living room of Wu Yan, Hinajiku, Mikoto, and Little Black's house, gasps of surprise, astonishment, and shock resounded in this small space. The class card. Mayu could not hide the wavering in his eyes as he muttered in a daze. There's an 8th tier card? That thing. Xiaohei looked at Wu Yan in shock. After Wu Yan nodded in agreement with Rin Enbin, Xiaohei sat back on her chair and shook her head in disbelief. The 8th tier card. How is that even possible? Wu Yan sighed when he saw Xiaohei's reaction. Just like Xiaohei, he couldn't believe the existence of the 8th tier card. After all, there were only 7 tiers in the Holy Grail War: Saber, Lancer, Archer, Rider, Caster, Assassin, and Berserker. There was no 8th tier card. In Wu Yan's memory, the original world of this world, which is Fate's world, there was a battle in the Holy Grail War where there was another job class other than the above 7. Could there be one in this world as well? The 8th tier card. Could it be the heroic spirit of another class that appeared once during the Holy Grail War in the world of Fate? If that's the case, it'll cause a lot of trouble. It's going to be a lot of trouble. I know you're all surprised. I'm surprised too. Rin Enbin spread the map on the table. He pointed at the square on the bottom left of the map and looked at everyone. But the map of the earth veins has shown it clearly. In other words, the recycling of the cards hasn't ended yet. Livia sighed. No wonder the Leyline hasn't returned to normal. There's still another tier card. It's still absorbing the mana of the Leyline in the mirrored realm. How can the Leyline return to normal? Is there really an 8th tier card? At the side, Ilya raised her hand. Didn't Sister Rin say that the Magic Association detected a distorted mana source in Fuyuki City? That's why they knew there's a tier card. But now, there's no longer a distorted mana source in Fuyuki City. The location of the tier card this time is different from before. Rin Enbin shook his head. It's not just deep underground. It's located on the main branch of the Leyline. Even the Magic Association can't detect it. Only the House of Enbin, who has direct jurisdiction over the Leyline, can detect it. It's not surprising that they missed it. The Magic Association detected the distorted mana source and discovered the existence of the tier card. It's been about a month. Livia bit on her fingernail. Not only is the 8th card located on the main trunk of the Leylines, but it has also been absorbing magic power for a whole month. To be able to absorb such an astonishing amount of magic power. Blackie revealed a troubled expression. What a terrifying monster that is. The amount of mana the 8th tier card absorbs is far more than the previous tier cards. The amount of mana it absorbs is so much that it's making the ley line chaotic. Rin Enbin placed his hands on the table. His expression was unprecedentedly serious. So, it's very likely that the enemy is even stronger than the saber and berserker of the past. Stronger than the saber and berserker? Ilya couldn't help but reveal a fearful expression. Although it wasn't Ilya, Mio, Rin Enbin, and Livia who fought the saber, it was still a battle between the saber and berserker. Ilya saw it with her own eyes. Ilya was sure that if they were the ones facing saber instead, then even if the four of them joined forces, they might still be defeated by saber in the end. They might not even be able to keep their lives. It couldn't be helped. Saber was really powerful, and Excalibur's true name was even more terrifying. How could the four of them possibly defeat him? Unless Blackie in Ilya's body broke the seal and joined the battle. Otherwise, they would never be able to defeat the saber with the Excalibur. As for the berserker, it was even more terrifying. Berserker's strength was on par with saber. Saber had Excalibur, while berserker had 12 trials. Berserker was even more difficult to deal with than saber. Furthermore, berserker was able to become stronger as the battle went on. It was extremely difficult to deal with. This could be seen from the fact that Wu Yen defeated the saber alone and the berserker was fought by Wu Yen, Chuju, and Mikoto. Moreover, Ilya and Miyu had almost died in the hands of a berserker back then. If the 8th rank card was an enemy stronger than saber and berserker, Ilya no longer dared to imagine how frightening that existence would be. This time, I gathered everyone here to listen to your thoughts. Rin Enbin spoke with a deep voice. Facing the strongest enemy in history, what do you all plan to do? Hearing this, everyone fell silent. What do we do? What else can we do? There wasn't a single person here who didn't have a direct connection with the class card. This 8th class card that appeared out of nowhere, no matter what it is, there is only one way to deal with it. My ultimate goal is to get the 7 class cards. When everyone went silent, Wu Yen suddenly spoke. That's why I plan to take it back. Wu Yen subconsciously looked at Chuju and Mikoto. You don't have to ask. Chuju and Mikoto looked at each other and answered in unison. Yan's decision is our decision. I'll go too. Little Black slammed the table and stood up without hesitation. The class card, the strongest enemy in history, these have nothing to do with me, but if Big Brother, Chuju Tae-san, and Mikoto Ne-san are going, then I'll go too. It's probably the same for us. Rin Enbin and Livia looked at each other and shook their heads with a smile. Although the mission of taking back the class card is equivalent to a failure, it's still our mission to restore the ley lines to normal. Even if the enemy isn't something we can deal with, we'll still go, Ilya. Miyu. At this moment, Livia looked at Elia and Miyu. What's your decision? Ilya's mouth opened slightly, and she started hesitating. I'll go. Mio suddenly said. She didn't explain the reason and only used her unyielding eyes to express her inner thoughts. Silence speaks louder than words. Seeing that Mio agreed, Ilya gritted her teeth. If that's the case, wait. Just when Ilya was about to go all out, Wu Yen interrupted her. The enemy might be the strongest in history, but it's also a fact that there's only one left. The space in the mirror realm is definitely not that big. If too many people go in, it's very likely that something will happen. The girls looked at each other. Then what should we do? Let's think about the people who will go out later. Wu Yen pondered for a moment. First, we have to clear the path. The location of the 8th class card was in the underground ley lines trunk. In other words, everyone had to first reach the mirror realm where the 8th rank card was before they could jump from the real number domain to the imaginary number domain. In other words, they must first go underground if they want to enter the mirror realm. Leave this matter to me. Livia nodded to everyone. I'll get someone to make an underground passage. Hearing this, everyone present nodded with their own thoughts, allowing the scene to return to silence. Chapter 1519. In the night, A cool breeze blew past the rustling trees, the leaves dripping with dew, the sparkling river, and the streets that had returned to tranquility. The stars twinkled in the endless night sky. The streets were filled with a dense and intoxicating air. The frost of the full moon poured down and shone into a room through the window. Some strange sounds were echoing in the room: panting, inhaling, rubbing, whimpering. Such sounds seemed to dispel the cold air of the night, making the temperature of the room rise infinitely. It became hotter and more erotic. His breath had been taken away. The hot breath came to his face. Wu Yan held a petite body in his arms. He opened his eyes and looked at little He, who kept her eyes closed and pressed her warm lips tightly on his. She was very engrossed in kissing him. He felt a little conflicted in his heart. That was normal. Wu Yan doesn't know what other people are thinking, but he is well aware of the fact that he is constantly being asked for things by a girl who is always taking the initiative. Although he can't say that he's unhappy about it, if possible, he would still like to be the one taking the initiative. It was a pity that little Black's boldness was too extraordinary, and it also had a competitive spirit that refused to be outdone. If it really fought with her for the initiative, she would not be happy if it won. If he lost, she would be proud. No matter which side he chose, it was not a good choice. Therefore, even if he was conflicted, Wu Yan could only let little He do what she wanted. Moreover, little He was very enthusiastic tonight, like a kitten seeking warmth. He didn't want to push her away. In all kinds of strange sounds, the two different sized tongues kept moving back and forth. Little He gradually increased the strength around Wu Yan's neck. Her lips and tongue gradually became hot. She vented the passion in her heart. Along with the sound of breathing, it became heavier and heavier. Black's movements seemed to have run out of stamina. The intensity of its movements gradually decreased. This rough kiss had lasted for at least 10 minutes, hadn't it? Maybe it would take even longer than that. He only knew. Little He kept asking. She kept pushing. She kept venting her inner emotions. By the way, during this time, the magical power supply had finished. Little He's magical power had reached the maximum level. Most of the time, it was just pure kissing. Nobody knew how long had passed. Little He's breathing had become very heavy. Her strength was also slowly dissipating. The little hand around Wu Yan's neck slowly dropped. At a certain moment, she finally could not hold on any longer and loosened her lips. Along with her loosening, the tightly intertwined lips and tongues also loosened. Amidst the most coarse panting, the battle had ended. As soon as their lips parted, Xiao He began to pant violently, as if he was drowning. His chest heaved up and down at an extremely fast frequency. His misty eyes sparkled in the darkness, revealing an unusual charm. Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw Blackie gasping for air like a dying dog. You're just a little girl, yet you're playing so big. Now you've tasted the pain, haven't you? No, it's not bitter at all. Blackie took a deep breath and calmed himself down. A playful smile appeared on his face. Big Brother's kiss is very comfortable. I am very satisfied, but today you are many times more unsatisfied than before. Wu Yan poked little He's forehead with his finger and looked straight into her eyes. Something's on your mind? Hearing this, little He wanted to shake her head. But when she saw Wu Yan's unquestionable gaze, she stopped shaking her head and smiled helplessly. Sure enough, I can't hide it from Big Brother. You are too bad at hiding your emotions. Wu Yan touched little He's head. You are thinking about the 8th rank card, right? There should only be 7 ranks. Little He was silent for a while and then answered in a muffled voice. There shouldn't be an 8th rank. Maybe there are only 7 ranks in the Holy Grail War, but the rank card is not necessarily. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes while touching little He's head. The ritual of the Holy Grail War was not activated at all. I can be sure that the Holy Grail War is not happening in Fuyuki City now. So, the rank card should have nothing to do with the Holy Grail War. The rank shown on the rank card is exactly the same as the heroic spirit of the Holy Grail War. Is it a coincidence? Blackie, on the other hand, had the opposite opinion. Heroic spirit, rank, These are the same as the Holy Grail War. Isn't it too far-fetched to say that it is a coincidence? But the ritual of the Holy Grail War was not activated. Wu Yan explained. At least, the rank card has nothing to do with the Holy Grail War now. You can't deny this, right? That's true, Little Hay said. But on the surface, she still couldn't let it go. That's natural. Little Hay had been undergoing adjustments before she was born. After she was born, she was instilled with knowledge and language. All of this was to prepare Little Hay to become the Holy Grail. Naturally, it was impossible for Blackie to not know about the Holy Grail War, and it was impossible for him to not care about it. It was perfectly normal for him to be more sensitive than the average person about the class cards. Maybe, things are not as complicated as you think. Wu Yan pondered for a moment and said, think about it. Is it possible that the creator of the rank card made another card of the same rank? Same rank card? Little Hay was stunned. Although there are only 7 ranks, maybe there is more than one heroic spirit of the same rank? Wu Yan reminded her. Every job rank card corresponds to a heroic spirit that matches that job rank, but there is more than one heroic spirit that can take on the same job rank. Therefore, it's not impossible for the creator of the job rank card to create another job rank card of the same job rank, right? Big brother, are you saying? Little Hay said with uncertainty. The 8th rank card might be the same as one of the other 7 rank cards? Yes. Wu Yan's wine-red eyes glowed brightly. Saber, swordsman, lancer, archer, rider, caster, magician, assassin, and berserker. The 8th class card is one of these 7 classes, so it's not strange, right? Indeed. Originally, Wu Yan was trying his best to figure out how to create a class card so that he could create a second archer card to complete his demigod quest. Back then, in order to complete the demigod path mission, Wu Yan thought about the existence of a second archer card. He also thought about asking the creator of the rank card to make another archer card. Under such circumstances, it wouldn't be impossible to have a second card of the same rank as the other cards. Anyway, compared to the 8th rank card, Wu Yan was more willing to believe in this possibility. But if... Wu Yan's eyes lit up. If the 8th rank card is the second archer card, then my mission is complete. The second card. Archer. Blackie rubbed its chest. Soon after, it revealed its usual calm smile and gave a slight smile. It seems like we need to take back the 8th card. Also, if the 8th card is the archer card, we can collude with Rin Enbin and Livia to not expose the existence of the 8th rank card. Wu Yan grinned. If that's the case, after retrieving the second archer card, those who don't know about the 8th archer card won't know that Blackie has an archer card in his body. This matter can be successfully concealed and you don't have to worry about people eyeing the card in your body anymore. Little Hay's eyes lit up. It's decided. Not long after, Little Black cried out like a declaration. The 8th rank card. We must take it back. Looking at Little Hay's happy face, Wu Yan couldn't help but laugh in his heart. I still don't know if the 8th card is the archer from the second one. Chapter 1520. Therefore, before Livia completed the underground tunnel leading to the location of the 8th rank card, everyone put this matter aside and continued with their daily lives. Rin Enbin would continue to monitor the situation of the ley lines in the underground cavern. He would also monitor the changes in the ley lines and the state of the mirror realm in the imaginary domain where the rank card was located. This was to prevent the 8th rank card from causing any other changes to the ley lines. As for the others, they used the excuse of conserving their energy to not participate in the matter of the rank card before the underground tunnel was completed. Of course, conserving their energy was only a small part of it. Most importantly, everyone wanted to enjoy their ordinary lives as much as possible before the big battle. After all, the 8th rank card was madly absorbing the mana from the ley lines, causing the ley lines to shrink and become chaotic. It was obvious that the enemy they were going to face next was a monster that was scarier than any other heroic spirit they had faced before. Against a monster like this, even Wu Yen, Hinajiku, Mikoto, and even Blackie, who can take on a heroic spirit all by themselves, had to be cautious. During the battle against Saber, Wu Yen fought alone. In the end, he paid the price of some minor injuries and won the battle. After that, he took back Saber's rank card. During the battle, Saber's strength was already on par with Saber's. The more they fought, the stronger they became. The more they fight, the stronger they get, immune to the berserker's ability to kill them. Wu Yen, Hinajiku, and Mikoto teamed up and won without taking any damage. Their opponent this time is a much stronger existence than Saber and Berserker. Even if Wu Yen, Hinajiku, and Mikoto teamed up again, it's hard to say if they can win this time. Luckily, Xiaohei, who is as strong as Wu Yen and Ko, joined forces with the four of them. The four of them had a higher chance of winning. Meanwhile, Rin Enben, Luvia, Ilya, and Mikoto had to consider if they should join the battle. Right now. At this point, the strength of the four of them was more or less unable to keep up with the strength of the heroic spirit. Fighting against the heroic spirit that might be the strongest 8th grade card, if they were to mindlessly barge into the mirror world, the heroic spirit would not be able to keep up. He wouldn't even know how he died. Before the underground tunnel was completed, the four of them also needed some time to sort out their emotions and consider what they should do, whether they should participate in this battle or not. Before that, let's keep the status quo for now. Everyone returned to their daily lives with their own thoughts and considerations. Unfortunately, this routine was destined not to last for long. Fuyuki City, River Bank, the bright red bridge was still the same, allowing vehicles to come and go in two different directions. The same scene repeated day after day, causing people to feel visually tired, wishing that someone could break this extremely regular scene. At a certain time, a taxi came from the other side of the red bridge. Originally, there was nothing strange about a taxi passing through the bridge and heading to the other side. There was no need to mention it. However, compared to the other cars coming and going, this taxi suddenly made a different move. It stopped at the sidewalk on both sides of the red bridge without any warning. The sound of the engine echoed clearly. The door of the taxi was suddenly opened. A figure walked out of the car. The door of the taxi slammed shut, leaving the passenger who was still in the car a second ago. The taxi drove away without any hesitation. The person who got out of the car didn't care about the surrounding vehicles. She walked to the edge of the red bridge and looked at the river and the corner of Fuyuki City. The person who got out of the car was a girl. To be more precise, she looked like a girl. This was because she was wearing a standard male suit, a tie, and a pair of gloves with rows of strange symbols engraved on her back. Her whole body was surrounded by a fierce aura, and she didn't look like an ordinary girl at all. Pink, short hair that didn't even cover her ears. Her pupils were also pink, but from time to time, a cold light flashed in her eyes. The girl carried a straight tube that looked like a painting scroll, staring at the direction of Fuyuki City. After a long time, she spoke. Strange. A steady and powerful voice came out from her mouth. The girl's eyes became sharper and sharper as she looked at the corner of Fuyuki City. I didn't feel the distorted mana source. Distorted mana source. It was the source of the abnormal magic power emanating from the place where the heroic spirits who had lost their minds were in the mirror realm of the imaginary domain, materialized with the help of class cards, absorbed magic power from the ley lines, and maintained their bodies. Based on this sentence alone, the identity of this girl who didn't look like a girl at all is definitely not ordinary. What's going on? The girl frowned. A look of doubt appeared in her sharp eyes. Now, didn't the two chairman candidates of the chronometer tower who are responsible for recovering the cards report that the cards haven't been fully recovered yet? How come there's no distorted mana source? With such a question, the girl's eyes gradually narrowed, the look of doubt disappeared and was replaced by a flash of light. It seems like there's something going on that the Magic Association doesn't know about. Oh, well. Without thinking too much about the situation in front of her, the girl turned around and walked to the other side of the bright red bridge. Sooner or later, I'll have to face the two chairman candidates of the chronometer tower. At the same time, Chuju and Mikoto were walking on a commercial street in Fuyuki City. They seemed to be shopping here. The underground passage shouldn't be completed so soon, right? Mikoto didn't even bother to look at the glittering stores around her. She spoke casually as she walked. Before that, are we going to live leisurely every day? Didn't Yen say so? Hinajuku retracted her gaze and turned her attention back to the matter at hand. Before the battle comes, we just need to play to our heart's content. That's true. Mikoto was a little annoyed. But Yen has been analyzing the cards all the time, he's busy every day. He doesn't have any free time, but he wants us to play to our heart's content. How can we play to our heart's content? Yen wants us to play to our heart's content. That's why he's doing everything himself. Chuju said helplessly. Although I don't want to play while he's busy, this is Yan's intention, we can't disappoint him. That's the only way. Mikoto sighed. I hope the enemy this time won't be like the berserker who has that troublesome noble phantasm. Otherwise, I really don't know how to fight. Really? Hinajuku nodded her head in agreement. She's the same level as us, she only has brute strength, but because of her noble phantasm, the three of us have to work together. Heroic Spirit's noble phantasm is really cheating. The same thing happened to Saber 2 times ago. If she didn't have Excalibur, it wouldn't be hard for Yen to defeat her. Mikoto stroked her bangs. No matter what, instead of hoping that the enemy is weaker than we think, why don't we think it's stronger so we can prepare ourselves for a tough battle? Just like that, the two girls chatted while casually strolling down the street. If one ignored their conversation, they were no different from ordinary girls. At this moment, a girl in a suit with sharp eyes and a long tube in hand walked towards them. She didn't look like a girl at all. She looked like she wanted to create a contrast with Chuju and Mikoto. On one side, there were two girls chatting. On the other side, there was a quiet girl who didn't seem to fit in with her surroundings. The three of them faced each other and kept getting closer to each other. Until a certain moment, they brushed past each other like normal pedestrians. However, the moment they brushed past each other, the three girls, who had their backs to each other and were less than 3 meters away from each other, suddenly stopped in their tracks. Hinajuku and Mikoto, who were in the middle of their conversation, narrowed their eyes and stopped talking without any warning. They stood there motionless. The girl in the suit with the tube did the same. Her sharp eyes were filled with murderous intent. Chapter 1521. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. On the bustling commercial street, the surrounding pedestrians were still noisily coming and going. They did not notice that something was wrong at all. The three completely different girls seemed to have entered a world that only belonged to them. They were isolated from everything around them. They just stood there with their backs facing each other. They didn't say anything, which made the scene extremely weird and made the atmosphere quite oppressive. At this moment, there was only one thought in the three girls' mind. Who is that? Even if there were a sea of people around them, the three girls didn't know each other. But in this vast sea of people, they still felt the other party was definitely not an ordinary person. The young woman in a suit tightened the strap of the tube in her hand, and her sharp eyes flickered slightly. Fuyuki City was not a nameless place in the magic circle. On the contrary, because of the Holy Grail War and the ley line, Fuyuki City was quite famous for magic people. But there weren't many magicians who would be active in Fuyuki City. Even Rin and Osaka, who was the guardian of Fuyuki City, left Fuyuki City more than a year ago to study in the Magic Association's Time Tower. In Fuyuki City, how many magicians could there be? Not to mention a powerful magician. However, the girl in the suit was extremely sensitive to the situation. The two girls behind her were definitely not ordinary people. There weren't many magicians in Fuyuki City, and there were almost no magicians with a little bit of strength. Now, the two magicians that even the girl in the suit couldn't ignore appeared in Fuyuki City because of the class card. The girl in the suit felt that these two people might be like her. They were also here for the class card. Should I test them first? The girl in the suit flashed such an idea in her mind, but she immediately canceled it. Forget it, I can't be sure that they have the same purpose as me, and I have a mission to complete. It's better to avoid unnecessary trouble. She thought so. The girl in the suit slowly restrained the murderous aura in her eyes, She carried the straight tube on her shoulder and didn't stay any longer. She moved forward. She walked forward. She left the scene, until the back of the girl in the suit disappeared from the crowd of people on the commercial street. Hinagiku and Mikoto looked at each other. That person? Mikoto glanced behind her. He's not an ordinary person, right? Is that so? Hinagiku replied without looking back. At the very least, I don't think an ordinary person would have such a powerful aura. It even has a faint murderous aura. Killing intent? Mikoto's lips slowly curled upwards. I didn't feel anything. But I can feel that she's very strong. Why would such a strong person suddenly appear? Hinagiku muttered to herself. You're not just here to shop, are you? Well, Mikoto shrugged. My intuition tells me that I can't just leave her alone. You're right, I'm also very concerned. Hinagiku turned around and looked at the crowded commercial street behind her. Then what should we do? Isn't it obvious? Mikoto answered without hesitation. No matter what, let's go check it out. Chuju hesitated for a bit before nodding. The two of them looked at each other again. Then, they lifted their feet and rushed into the crowd in front of them. Fuyuki City, Eiderfeldt's house, it's that deep? After the reconstruction was completed, Livia clicked her tongue as she looked at the diagram of the location of the 8th job rank card that she received from Rindosaka in the brand new reception hall. It's not something that can be done in a short period of time to think of an underground passage in such a deep place. The ley line is deep to begin with, the 8th rank card is on one of the main branches of the ley line, how can it not be deep? Although his words were reasonable, Rin Enosaka had a troubled expression on his face. It's no wonder the association couldn't find the 8th rank card in such a deep place. It's a good thing we found it early. If we let the card absorb mana from the ley line, who knows what would happen? Livia looked at the map in her hand. Based on the current situation, it will take at least half a month to complete the underground tunnel. Let's do it as fast as we can. Rin Enbin waved his hand. It's hard to say if such a dangerous thing will cause other troubles in the earth vein. Then let's get started. Livia didn't argue with Rindosaka. She folded the diagram in her hand and handed it to Ogiest, who had been standing by the side. Ogiest, I'll leave this to you. Yes, milady. The old butler swiftly put away the schematic map and walked out of the guest hall. He didn't seem to be old at all. Shouldn't we report to the master about the 8th rank card? Livia said as she looked at the direction where Ogiest left. I know we shouldn't let the association know about this, but shouldn't we report it to the master? I know what you mean. Rin Enbin's expression was unreadable. After all, the enemy this time isn't something we can handle. Even if it's that man and his 2 companions, we can't say they'll win, right? More importantly, even if we win, we won't be the ones to get the 8th rank card. Livia laughed at herself. If we don't think of a way to break the current situation, we'll have to give up on the entrance test. Rin Enbin didn't know what to say. Indeed, Rin Enosaka and Livia were in an extremely awkward situation. They wanted to enter the Mirrored Realm and fight the 8th rank card, but they didn't have enough combat power. If they give up, everything they've done would be in vain. Even the mission to normalize the ley line required the enemy to do it. They couldn't do anything about it. If they try to be brave, they'll only drag the team down and they might even lose their lives. If they don't participate, they won't be satisfied. How could one not feel helpless in such a situation? It's all that Ruby's fault. Rin Enbin clenched his fists and yelled in anger. If it didn't betray us and drag Ilya into this mess, things wouldn't have turned out this way. If we don't drag Mayu and the others into this mess, we can ask the association for help openly. Livia clenched her teeth and agreed with Rin Enbin. If that's the case, I'll have enough combat power to fight. If there was an outsider beside them, seeing Rin Tosaka and Livia covered in black gas, they would feel bitterly disappointed and pity for them, right? However, if it weren't for the fact that these 2 rivals had the disease of dying if they don't quarrel for a day, and went to retrieve the cards obediently, Ruby and Sapphire wouldn't have betrayed them. It could only be said that these 2 young ladies had reaped what they had sown. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Suddenly, a loud noise came from the sky above the Eiderfeldt's mansion. This is... Livia was startled, and then her expression changed. Intrusion alarm? Intrusion alarm. Rin Enben looked at Livia in shock. You mean, someone broke in? It's not a normal person. Livia stood up. And they're not friendly. Damn it. Rin Enben bit his lips. So many things have happened already, why aren't they done yet? After saying that, Rin Tasaka also stood up and rushed out of the reception hall with Livia. They rushed towards the main hall on the first floor. Pushing open the door to the hall, the girl in a suit with a straight tube on her shoulder walked into this place without any expression on her face, as if she had entered a place where no one was around. The originally fierce aura on her body began to carry genuine hostility as it spread around the surroundings. It's just as Livia said. Intruder. Not friendly. Walking to the center of the hall, the young lady in the suit looked around. She looked at the quiet space that did not have the slightest bit of human presence, and a steady and powerful voice burst out from her mouth. If you don't come out, don't blame me for using violence to force you out. As his voice slowly faded, the entire hall returned to silence once again. It was as if they had calculated the time. Not long after, at the top of the stairs, two figures walked over from inside the corridor. Chapter 1522. Looking at the girl in a suit standing in the middle of the hall below, Rin Enben and Livia came to the corridor above the stairs and looked down at them. Their pretty faces gradually tensed up. It couldn't be helped. The girl in the suit didn't conceal her aura and hostility at all. The extremely dangerous oppressive feeling from her body was like that of a ferocious beast staring at its prey. The two girls' hearts felt heavy, and their expressions gradually turned ugly. From this point alone, even if Rin and Osaka and Livia had the advantage in numbers, the one who truly had the upper hand was the girl in the suit. With just a glance, Rin and Osaka and Livia had the same thought in their minds. Strong. Too strong. If they were to fight her, they wouldn't be a match for her. Realizing this point, the two girls' hearts secretly rose to their throats. Trespassing into someone else's residence without permission. As if to conceal the vigilance in her heart, Livia deliberately mocked him with a relaxed tone. Aren't you being a little too rude? Below, the young lady in a suit who was standing in the middle of the hall remained motionless after hearing Livia's mocking words. Soon after, she opened her mouth to speak. How unfortunate. With a voice as powerful as thunder, the suited girl slowly raised her face that had been hidden in the shadows and met Rin Enben and Livia's gaze. Today, I'm here to trespass. She sounded arrogant when she said that. However, he said those words as if it was a matter of course. Rin Enben and Livia couldn't help but show a trace of anger in their eyes. However, when they saw the other party's appearance under the light, the two girls were shocked and their pupils slightly shrank. For an instant, Livia's eyes began to fluctuate intensely. After she calmed down, it was replaced by an even stronger sense of vigilance. Why are you here? It's obvious. Livia recognized the suited girl who exuded a powerful aura. To a certain extent, I'm here because you found me. Should we say that it's our honor? Rin and Osaka forced a smile. Magic Association's frontline combat expert. The designated executor of the seal, Badget? Fruka? Mark Remais? The so-called sealing designation referred to the fact that the Association of Magic would target magicians with rare talents, special abilities, and taboo violations, and then detain and capture them under the pretext of protection. It's a method to imprison them for life. In this world, some special, powerful, and miraculous magic skills are due to bloodline, constitution, and so on. They can't be learned through normal means. Under such circumstances, the Magic Association would treat the magicians who learn this type of magic as a valuable item. They will be protected so that they can maintain their magical properties and be passed down as precious specimens. In other words, magicians who learn special magic that others couldn't learn would be made into specimens by the Magic Association and imprisoned for the rest of their lives. Therefore, the magicians who were sealed by the Magic Association were basically sentenced to death. Therefore, most of the magicians who were sealed would reject the edict of the Magic Association and begin to flee. It's not because they're afraid of death. Those who were sealed were those magicians with unique abilities and special physiques who had reached the limit of their field. They were not afraid of death, and for them, their priority was to explore the way of magic. As for their own lives, they don't care about it anymore. For magicians who were obsessed with magic every day, being imprisoned for a lifetime meant that they would no longer be able to conduct magic research. Because of this, being sealed was definitely unacceptable. Therefore, it was the task of the Magic Association's enforcers to hunt down the magicians who were hiding and escaping from the seal. Due to the fact that the magicians who were sealed had all reached the true peak in a certain field and possessed special magic and abilities, they were naturally very powerful. Therefore, the magicians who were sealed were usually the best combat experts in the Magic Association. Bajie is such an existence. Rin Enosaka and Livia are candidates for the chairman of the Magic Association's Tower of Time, but in the end, they're just new magicians. If the Magic Association is compared to a police station, then Rin Enosaka and Livia are students who are selected to become excellent police officers in the future. As for Bajie, she's already independent and can go out alone to carry out missions. She's one of the best police officers in the Magic Association. The two of them aren't even on the same level. This time, Rin Tozaka is right. Livia shrugged casually. Although I think I'm quite good, I don't have the ability to make the Magic Association issue an amnesty order. It's scary that the enforcers of the Magic Association would come looking for us. If everyone who is sealed is like you, then as the enforcers, I would feel a lot more relaxed. Bajie stared at Rin Enosaka and Livia. Unfortunately, as you said, you don't have the right to receive an amnesty order from the Magic Association. Livia couldn't help but take a step forward. Rin Enosaka stopped her. You didn't come here just to mock and ridicule us, did you? I don't have the time to do that. Bajie narrowed her eyes. Rin Enosaka. Livia Salinta? Eiderfelt. Bajie stared at Rin Enosaka and Livia with a sharp gaze. Rank cards, where did they go? Rank cards? Livia paused for a second. Rin Enosaka raised his eyebrows and asked in surprise. Don't tell me you're here for the rank card? The distorted mana sources in Fuyuki City are all gone. That means all the rank cards have been recycled, right? Bajie didn't answer Rin Enben's question. Instead, she muttered to herself. But you reported to the Magic Association that the rank cards haven't been recycled. What's going on? Are you trying to get information from us? Livia smiled provocatively. But your attitude doesn't seem like the attitude of a person who is asking questions. Is that so? Bajie nodded expressionlessly. So you're not going to say anything? Rin Enosaka and Livia didn't say anything else and fell silent. All right. Barzit's expression remained unchanged as she let go of the cylinder on her shoulder. With a loud thud, she let it fall on the floor. Originally, I didn't expect to use peaceful means to obtain what I need, so you're going to use force? Rin Enben smiled, but the vigilance in his eyes was stronger than ever. Should I say you're the one who's supposed to execute the seal? Sorry, I'm sorry. Bajit's body tensed up. Like a spring, she shot out. I don't have time to chat with you. Suddenly, Bajit turned into a blur and charged towards Rin Enben and Livia. Rin Enosaka and Livia's expressions turned serious as well. They raised their heads and grabbed a few sparkling and translucent gems. Whoosh! Just as the two sides were about to collide head-on, a sharp sonic boom suddenly resounded in the hall, reaching the ears of everyone present. Bajit's eyes were fixed. Her body stagnated as if she had been petrified. She flashed and retreated. At the same time, a black whip whipped at the spot where Bajie was just a second ago. It created a gust of wind and left a mark on the floor. Then, two extremely similar figures appeared in front of Rin Enosaka and Livia. After retreating back to the hall below, Bajit stood firmly and looked up. Her expressionless face finally showed a frown. Rin, Enbin, and Luvia were startled at the same time. When they saw the full appearance of the visitor, they cried out in surprise. "It's you?" The ones who stood in front of Rin, Enbin, and Luvia and acted in time were two young girls. Their short brown hair danced with the blue and white lightning. Their crystal-like swords glowed coldly in the air. They're Chuju and Mikoto. Chapter 1523. You. Staring at Hinajiku and Mikoto, who were standing in front of Rin and Luvia, Barzit's face slowly sank. "So, they're not unrelated people, huh?" "Our premonition has come true as well." Mikoto stared at Bajit. Are you an enemy?" "I can't make such a statement yet." Bajit clenched her fist, her sharp eyes swept towards Chuju and Mikoto. "However, if you also know about the rank cards, or even have a rank card in your hands, then we are enemies." "Rank cards?" Chuju pointed her white cherry at Bajit. "So, you're here for the rank cards too? Be careful." "Be careful," Rin Enbin, who was standing behind Hinajiku, hurriedly warned. "She's the frontline combat expert of the Magic Association. Her strength is second to none in the Magic Association. She's very strong." "Magic Association?" Mikoto frowned. "In other words, she's on the same side as you?" "That's impossible, right?" Luvia replied without hesitation. "Even though we belong to the same Magic Association, she was willing to attack us just to get information about the rank cards. Plus, we didn't even know the association sent this woman here." "That's my question as well." Rin Enbin stepped forward. Rin stepped forward and said to Bajit, "The Magic Association already gave the task of retrieving the rank cards to Master, and Master asked us to act as the agent. We came to Fuyuki City to retrieve the rank cards. Why are you here to interfere with the matter of the rank cards?" What a pompous way to put it. Bajit's eyes flashed with a cold light. Her words made Hinajiku and Mikoto flabbergasted. "I'm supposed to be in charge of retrieving the rank cards, right?" "She's supposed to be in charge of retrieving the rank cards?" This time, Hinajiku furrowed her brows and glanced at Luvia behind her. "What's going on here? Didn't we already have 2 rank cards in our hands before we started the task of retrieving the rank cards?" Luvia said in a low voice. "Lancer and Archer. She's the one responsible for retrieving these 2 cards." "Her?" Hinajiku and Mikoto turned to look at Bajit with surprise. "Is she alone?" "That's right." Bajit lowered her head. "Originally, I was in charge of retrieving the rank cards. However, due to Zelika's interference, I was fired and the task of retrieving the rank cards fell into their hands, so we should have officially accepted the mission to retrieve the class cards." Rin Enbin yelled. "Why did you come here and meddle in the matter of the class cards?" "Don't ask me. I don't know the reason and I don't want to know." Bajit raised a fist and said coldly, "This is a mission given to me by my superiors. I am only here to carry out the mission, above." Rin Enbin seemed to have recalled something. He laughed coldly. "So that's how it is." The so-called people who are devoted to the study of magic and are crazy about it and covet great power? Bajit didn't answer. It wasn't clear if she was acknowledging Rin Enbin's words or if she didn't want to. She turned to look at Hinajiku and Mikoto. "Then I'll ask again. Do you have information on the rank cards? Do you have a rank card in your hands? You really are straightforward." Mikoto's forehead flashed with electricity, illuminating her unyielding face. "But you don't think we'll answer just because you asked, do you? If it's possible, I hope it's like this." Bajetter pulled on her gloves as her eyes turned cold. "But if you don't want to answer, I have my ways, simple and crude." Chuju pursed her lips. "Since that's the case, let's change to another place. If we destroy this place again, even I will feel bad. I'm sorry." Bajit's voice was getting colder. "I don't have to change the battlefield during the battle." Before she could say the word rule, she felt her vision blur. Immediately, strands of pink hair appeared in front of her eyes one after another. causing her expression to change drastically. I'm sorry. Looking up, Hinajuku's yellow-green eyes were reflected in Bajit's eyes. There was a sharp glint in her eyes. I also don't have the principle of asking for the opponent's permission during a battle. After saying that, Hinajuku suddenly reached out her hand and grabbed the collar of Bajit's suit. She stepped on the ground like a flash of light. With a flash, she broke through the door of the hall with Bajit on her back and rushed out. Don't follow me. Mikoto looked at Rin Enbin and Luvia behind her. We don't have the confidence to protect you in a battle. Don't underestimate Bajit. Luvia reminded them. Although you are strong, Bajit can also kill Einherjars with her bare hands. She's also the executor of the seal. She's a monster. Don't underestimate her. There's more. Rin Enbin quickly added. Don't use your ultimate skills against Bajit. If you have any rank cards, don't use your noble artifacts or you'll die. We'll die if we use our ultimate skills and noble artifacts. Mikoto was shocked. Her eyes were filled with suspicion. However, Mikoto knew that now wasn't the time to ask questions. Bajit can retrieve her cards alone, and Luvia said she's strong enough to kill Einherjars with her bare hands. She's not sure if Chuju can defeat her alone. Mikoto could only nod. I don't know what's going on, but I'll be careful. Leaving those words behind, Mikoto ran outside. Watching Mikoto disappear into the distance, Rin gritted his teeth and took out his phone. Bang! The Eiderfeld house's main door shattered into pieces of wood that flew in all directions. Hinajuku grabbed Bajit by the collar and rushed out of the Eiderfeld Manor's main hall at an extreme speed that caused the surrounding atmosphere to tremble and howl. Bringing along a strong gust of wind, she appeared outside like a flash of a sword that cut through space. Then, Hinajuku grabbed Bajit's collar, and before she could react, her body was thrown out and smashed into the ground not far away. Boom! Bajit's back was hit by a strong impact. She pushed herself against the ground and did a somersault. She didn't stop until she was 10 meters away. So fast! Maintaining her posture on all fours, Bajit raised her head. Her gaze was like an arrow that shot towards Hinajuku, who landed on the ground with one foot. Teleportation? No, that's not right. Bajit's face turned serious. That's pure speed. That speed just now was 90% of my full speed. Hinajuku grabbed White Cherry and pointed at Bajit with a smirk on her face. If you can't react in time, no matter how strong you are, you won't have a chance of winning. Don't worry about it. Bajit patted the dirt off her body and stood up. Her eyes were chilling. I just didn't expect you to be that fast. It won't be that easy for you to run into me, and... Bajit raised her hands and clenched her fists. Suddenly, the rune sequences on the gloves that were filled with rows of strange symbols began to shine, dyeing Bajit's hands green. If you only have speed, you won't have a chance of winning either. As soon as she finished speaking, she raised one of her fists high above her head and slammed it into the ground. Dong! With a muffled sound, the thick smoke and dust buried Bajit's figure. Whoosh! Amidst the thick smoke and dust, the sharp sound of something breaking through the air entered Chuju's ears without any warning. Immediately, rocks of different sizes shot out of the smoke like bullets, shooting towards Chuju. Dang 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 dang. However, the stones that shot towards Chuju were all blocked by a pitch-black wall that appeared out of nowhere. Mikoto came to Chuju's side with one hand raised. She and Chuju looked at the smoke and dust on the opposite side. In the air, a storm was brewing. Gradually, the atmosphere began to fill the air. Chapter 1524. A gentle breeze blew across the scene, dispersing the smoke and dust buried in a corner, revealing Bajit inside. Standing in the middle of a crater, Bajit, Hinajuku, and Mikoto looked at each other with the same solemn and dignified expression. Bajit? Fruka? Mark Remitz, level 77. The system's perception flashed in his eyes, sending Bajit's information back to Hinajuku and Mikoto, making the two girls even more dignified. Level 77. In terms of level, Bajit is already above Chuju and Mikoto. Of course, If Hinajiku and Mikoto were to take off their bracelets, then even 10 bargerts wouldn't be enough to stop them. Alas, for the sake of completing the second phase of the demigod path, the two girls wouldn't take off their limited-use bracelets unless it was a matter of life and death. Or rather, even if it was a matter of life and death, the two girls wouldn't take off their limited-use bracelets. But if they fight one-on-one, even if they have a chance of winning, it'll take a lot of time and risk. Let's go together. Without hesitation, Hinajiku lowered her voice and spoke to Mikoto. Let's finish this quickly. Mikoto hesitated for a bit but nodded in agreement. Of course, Mikoto was very competitive, even more so than Hinajiku. However, this desire to be strong did not mean that it did not depend on the situation. If that was the case, it would not be a desire to be strong. She'll do whatever she wants. I only have one question, Bajit said in a low voice. You two have something to do with rank cards, right? Chuju and Mikoto were silent. No words. I understand. Bajit closed her eyes and took a deep breath. When she opened her eyes again, her eyes were filled with murderous intent. Then I won't hold back. After roaring in a low voice, Bajit's gloves burst out with surging cyan light from the rows of rune sequences. Bajit's hands were dyed green. Bang! She stomped her foot on the ground. Suddenly, cracks spread out from under her feet, causing the ground to shake as if it was about to collapse. On the other hand, Bajit used the force of the ejection to shoot towards Hinajiku and Mikoto like a bullet. Come on! At the same time, Barzit shouted in a low voice. Mikoto also opened her hand. Suddenly, in front of Mikoto, a wave of pitch-black iron sand gushed out from the ground and condensed into a dozen or so spikes as thick as a human thigh. The spikes even had a spiral shape at the tip. It looked like a real bullet, making it look even more lethal. Mikoto waved her hand, and a dozen spikes shot out without any pattern, like water droplets that were randomly sprinkled on the ground. The spikes covered the space in front of Bajit where she could dodge. As the pitch-black iron sand spikes shot out, Hinajiku's figure also turned into a stream of light and flashed into the air. Her crystal sword was mixed with a sonic boom and a sharp sword aura. Like a meteor falling from the sky, it fiercely stabbed towards Bajit. There were pitch-black iron sand spikes in front of her and sword light flashing above, but Bajit didn't hesitate at all. She maintained her charging posture and stomped down with one foot. Bang! With a muffled sound, the ground under Bajit's feet collapsed and a huge stone wall sprang up. Bang 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 bang. In an instant, the black iron sand spikes mercilessly landed on the stone wall, riddling it with holes. Not long after, the stone wall exploded into rubble that filled the sky. In midair, Hinajiku swooped down like an arrow and appeared above Bajit's head like lightning. White cherry in her hand trembled and spun fiercely. With a whistling sound, it heavily pierced Bajit's shoulder. Clang! Hinajiku's expression changed slightly when she thrust her sword out. This was because she felt as if she had stabbed steel instead of a human body. Bajit grabbed Hinajiku's white cherry, with her glove that was emitting a green light, and tightly grabbed the white cherry that was thrusting towards her. Empty-handed? Hinajiku's face was filled with astonishment. It's not good to be distracted in battle. Bajit raised her other hand. Chuju was stunned. Ha! However, before Bajit could attack, a delicate shout echoed. Behind Bajit, a dense wave of iron sand surged and formed a pitch-black barrier that was 7 to 8 meters tall. Moreover, on the surface of the barrier, spikes that were several meters long protruded and densely covered the barrier. One could imagine that if he were to collide head-on with it, the outcome would not be too pleasant. But it was this black iron sand barrier that made one's scalp numb that crashed into Bajit like a bulldozer. Oomph! Feeling the strong wind brought by the black sharp wall crashing from behind, Bajit snorted with slight anger. She turned sideways, grabbed White Cherry with one hand, and smashed the other side with her other hand. The cyan light in Bajit's hand soared, and the overwhelming cyan light strangely began to entangle with each other. It looked like countless vines were entangled into a huge fist wrapped in cyan light. Of course, it wasn't a real fist but a shadow. Accompanied by the sharp sound of wind breaking, Badget fiercely punched the incoming pitch-black sharp wall with a huge fist shadow. Crack! Along with this crisp sound, Badget's fist smashed into the thick spikes. Wherever her fist passed, it was like a bolt of blue lightning, and all the pitch-black spikes along the way suddenly collapsed. Boom! Then, with a loud explosion, the pitch-black sharp wall was directly shattered by Badget's punch. No way? Hearing the explosion and the debris of the iron spikes on the ground, Chuju, who was confronting Badget's hand, trembled a few times. Mikoto was speechless. What a terrifying power! But in the time it took for her to exclaim in surprise, Badget's body turned around like lightning. At the same time, she clenched her fist, raised it up, and pushed it forward. Suddenly, her cyan fist smashed towards Hinajiku. The cyan fist carried a strong gust of wind, landing on Hinajiku's body. Personally feeling the intense pressure, Hinajiku's pretty face slightly changed. With Chuju's physique, if she was hit by such a terrifying fist, the consequences would be no less than being punched by a berserker. By then, even if she didn't die, she would lose half of her life. Hinajiku's right hand, which was holding White Cherry, suddenly twisted and flicked Badget's hand away from the sword. Aiming at the incoming green fist, Hinajiku gritted her teeth. White Cherry in her hand was like a snake coming out of its lair. With a glaring arc, it stabbed forward. Whoosh! Just as the dazzling sword tip and the cyan fist were about to collide, a wave of black iron sand suddenly rose from below the two. With a whistling sound, it quickly wrapped around the wrist of Badget's fist like a rope, and then tightly restrained it. What? This time, it was Badget's turn to change her expression. Chance. A sharp light flashed in Hinajiku's eyes. Taking advantage of this opportunity, she also rushed forward. Her toes tapped on the ground, and with a slight movement, she avoided Badget's fist with her sword. Then she stabbed at Badget's shoulder. Don't even think about it. Badget's expression turned ruthless. She raised her other fist, which was also covered in a dazzling cyan light. Badget didn't care about the sword that was aimed at her shoulder. Instead, she raised her fist and punched Chuju's abdomen. The distance between the two of them was less than a meter, and the speed at which the two of them attacked was shockingly fast. Once this attack was launched, neither side could dodge it, nor could they retract it. Chuju's White Cherry accurately pierced Badget's shoulder. Poochie! With a tearing sound, dark red blood floated up. Badget's shoulder was pierced, and blood dripped down. Ha! But Badget didn't stop at all. With a shout, her fist that was emitting a blue light flashed through the air like a lightning bolt. She mercilessly punched Hinajiku's abdomen under Mikoto's shocked cry. Boom! Hinajiku cried out in pain. Her slender body was sent flying away. With a muffled sound, she slammed into a tree trunk. Chapter 1525. Bam! With a muffled groan, Daisy smashed into the trunk of a tree that was twice as wide as her body, causing the trunk to crack like a spider web as if it was chopped by a heavy axe. Chuju! Not far away, Mikoto was shocked and quickly ran to Hinajiku's side. She supported Hinajiku, who had a pained expression. Even though she knew now wasn't the time, Mikoto couldn't help but panic. Badget's punch is no joke. That was a punch that could even shatter the ground and shatter iron sand walls. In terms of power alone, this level of strength was no less than that of a berserker. Being hit by such a punch, losing one's life isn't surprising at all. The worst-case scenario would be a serious injury. Don't think it's nothing that Chuju and Mikoto were fine after taking so many punches from berserkers. That's only because they had the protection of the moving church. Against the mobile church, with the title of Ultimate Defensive Barrier, even a berserker's attack could only be completely blocked, unable to inflict any damage to Hinajiku and Mikoto. But now, the two girls don't have the moving church on them. With Hinajiku's constitution, she was punched by Badget, who had the strength of a berserker. That's a real danger. I'm fine. However, after being hit by such a punch, Hinajiku only showed a hint of pain and stood up. This made Badget, who was watching from afar, stunned. Hinagiku touched her abdomen and pulled up her clothes, revealing her inner skin. It was only then that Bajit saw, on the skin of Hinagiku's abdomen, there was a palm-sized, intricate and complicated magic formation engraved on it. It rotated. It slowly disappeared into Chuju's body. That's... Bajit narrowed her eyes. A defensive spell formation? Yeah. Hinagiku touched her once again's smooth skin and bitterly smiled. He's protecting me again. In this world, Wu Yen, Chuju, and Mikoto's levels are suppressed. They can't use their full strength. They can't guarantee that they won't be in danger. Wu Yen then engraved a spell formation on Hinagiku and Mikoto that can protect the target to a certain extent and resist damage. It's because of this defensive spell formation that Chuju was able to withstand the Berserker's punch. As if nothing had happened, he stood up steadily. Of course, the defensive spell formation's effect is limited. It can only block a limited amount of damage. That's why Chuju's face still showed a trace of pain. Obviously, even though Bajit's attack was mostly blocked, a part of it still penetrated the defensive spell formation and caused pain to Hinagiku. It's clear how terrifying Bajit's power is. It's not just for show that she's comparable to a berserker. Wu Yen originally wanted to give Chuju and Mikoto the real moving church. That way, he wouldn't have to worry about their safety. After all, unlike the incomplete version of the mobile church, the real mobile church was able to generate magic energy on its own and maintain the effect of the mobile church forever. It was considered the most perfect defense. Unfortunately, the ritual required to cast the real moving church is too complicated to be completed in a short time. Even if it's not as complicated as the Holy Grail War ritual, it's not that far off. Also, some of the items needed for the ritual can't be found. Wu Yen had no choice but to give up and choose this inferior defensive spell formation. Of course, even if it's not the best defense, it's not ordinary since it can absorb 90% of the damage from Bajit's attack. I see. Bajit looked at Chuju, who's panting after getting hit by her punch. It seems like this battle is more troublesome than I thought. I'll return the same words back to you. Hinagiku first glanced at Bajit's shoulder that was pierced by her sword and then looked at Bajit, who didn't change her expression and smiled stiffly. After all, you're different from me. You didn't have a defensive spell formation, but you weren't affected at all. This kind of injury is nothing. Bajit tore the sleeve of her suit and wrapped it around her shoulder. Her expression didn't change at all. Seeing this, Hinagiku and Mikoto felt that this was going to be troublesome. A strong opponent isn't scary. The scary ones are strong opponents who don't care about their own lives. Just like before, Bajit exchanged blows with Chuju with her life on the line. If it wasn't for that, Chuju wouldn't have been hit by a single punch from Mikoto and Chuju. This kind of opponent is the most troublesome opponent. But Bajit's goal is a rank card. And from the looks of it, Bajit doesn't mind doing anything to get a rank card. If that's the case, let's go. Blue and white electric currents surged out from Mikoto's body. In an instant, the entire area was transformed into an area of lightning. It was as if one was in a thundercloud. The entire area was filled with electric current. It seemed that even the weather was affected. Dark clouds began to appear in the sky, and after a while, the wind began to howl, rolling the clouds in the sky into a whirlpool and suddenly rotating. As the wind howled, streaks of blue and white electric currents intertwined with the surrounding wind like lightning. They rotated together with the dark clouds in the sky. In an instant, a tornado covered in blue and white electric currents appeared in the sky. Umph! Bajit snorted when she saw Mikoto create such a powerful lightning storm. Her expression became serious and she clenched her fist. Blue light shined brightly on her fist. Let's see if your fist can break this one. Leaving such a sentence, Mikoto smiled. Then with a sharp sound, a huge lightning storm swept towards Bajit. The momentum is not bad. Looking at the lightning storm that was rolling towards her, Bajit waved her hand. Runes jumped up from her glove and rotated. Finally, they formed a pattern on the back of her hand. But it's useless against me. The rune pattern on her hand flashed with dazzling green light. She threw a punch with a terrifying force that almost made the space tremble. Like a green light, she fiercely punched at the oncoming lightning storm. At the moment of collision, the space where the two collided seemed to shake, and time seemed to stop for 2 to 3 seconds. Then, boom! The fist that turned into a cyan light collided with the storm covered with thunder and lightning. It only lasted for a moment before it exploded in the courtyard of Eiderfeldt's house. The deafening explosion could be faintly heard even in the nearby areas of Fuyuki City. At the moment of the explosion, a shockwave spread out from the point of explosion, pushing Mikoto and Badget back at the same time. Are you kidding me? Mikoto couldn't believe her eyes. Badget's face was covered in sweat, but she wasn't injured at all. You blocked it with just your fist? Is she still human? Yes, because I'm not like you. Badget raised her fist. Her eyes flashed coldly. I don't have high-level swordsmanship or magic. I only have one way of fighting. Before she finished her sentence, Badget's body shot out and appeared in front of Mikoto in a blink of an eye. It's just a fist. As soon as she finished speaking, Badget's glowing green fist shot out like a cannonball. Withstanding the pressure of the atmosphere, with a sonic boom, she mercilessly aimed for Mikoto's chin from below. Chapter 1526. Whoosh! The piercing sound shook the atmosphere, as if it wanted to pierce through one's eardrums. The sharp sound resounded in the courtyard. Her brown eyes turned into a green light as the incoming fist continued to grow in size, causing Mikoto's beautiful pupils to shrink as she clenched her teeth. I won't let you hit me so easily. Blue-white electric light flashed amidst the chaotic sound of thunder. Pillars made of iron sand shot out from the ground and formed a wall, blocking Mikoto's body behind it. Strands of electric current flickered on the iron sand pillars, making the iron sand pillars look like pitch-black electric poles that had been electrified. If someone really touched it with their bare hands, it would definitely be no less than being directly struck by lightning. However, Badget's face was still cold. She flashed in front of the iron sand pillars that were flowing with blue and white electric currents. She clenched her fists that were covered in blue light and smashed them like cannonballs. Bang! The cyan fist heavily smashed on the iron sand pillars with blue-white electric current flowing on them. In an instant, the electric current on the pillars crawled up Badget's body along her fist like a tarsal bone. Beep, beep, beep. Blue-white electric current crazily attacked Badget's body, causing smoke to rise from her body. Her eyes flashed with pain. But it only lasted for a moment. Ha! She ignored the electric current that was still wreaking havoc on her body. Badget's expression became extremely vicious. She growled, and her green fist seemed to contain blazing heat. Instantly, a hole appeared in the iron sand pillar that was blocking her. Wah! Mikoto didn't even have the time to be shocked when a green glowing fist shot out from the other side of the iron sand pillar. It pierced through the iron sand pillar in a matter of seconds. She hit Mikoto's chest. The sharp pain from her chest made Mikoto's face twitch slightly. Immediately after, a ruthless expression appeared on his face. He grabbed Badget's fist that was about to hit his chest and pulled back his body that was about to fly out. He stabilized himself on the spot. Don't look down on me. Beep, beep, beep. Then, a more violent electric current flowed along Badget's arm. It crazily attacked Badget's body. Even Badget. She couldn't help but let out a painful groan. Even if Badget wasn't afraid of death, no matter how crazy she was. Unlike Hinajiku and Mikoto, she didn't have any defensive spell formations on her body that could block any damage. Therefore, even if her body was resistant, she still had to endure the pain. And this made Badget a little angry. You bastard! Resisting the electric current, Badget was just about to raise her other hand to smash the iron pillar in front of her and give Mikoto a head-on attack when Mikoto was stopped. Slap! However, as soon as she raised her fist, her hand was held tightly by someone. This time, Badget seemed to remember something and her face changed. Don't forget. Chuju tightly grasped Badget's other wrist. A strange ripple appeared on her body and blocked the electric current flowing from Badget's body. With the defensive formation on her body, Chuju ignored the relentless electric current. She held Bajit's wrist with one hand and White Cherry with the other and raised it above her head. Your opponent isn't just one person. Hinajiku smiled confidently under Bajit's gaze and swung White Cherry mercilessly at Bajit's back. Puchi, along with a clear tearing sound, dark red blood splashed out from Bajit's back and splattered on the ground. A huge wound stretched from Bajit's shoulder to her ribs, opening up ferociously. The sharp pain from her back made Bajit's mind go blank for a moment. Her pupils also dilated. When she regained her senses, she shouted angrily. Ha! At the same time, Bajit's fists that were grabbed by Hinajiku and Mikoto flashed with blue light, causing the two girls to lose their vision and subconsciously close their eyes. Then Chuju and Mikoto felt it at the same time. A fist, carrying the force of 1,000 caddies, suddenly swung back and viciously smashed into their bodies. Boom! Bam! Almost at the same time, the two girls' bodies seemed to have been hit by an iron ball. Like hitting a rubber ball, they were smashed and sent flying. The huge force caused Hinajiku and Mikoto's eyes to widen slightly. Their minds also went blank for a moment. It wasn't until the pain came that they regained their senses and stabilized their stumbling bodies. Clutching their chests, their faces were slightly pale. Bajit's hands were hanging by her side as she struggled to stand. The skin on her back was lacerated, and blood was dripping from it. A burnt smell came from her body, and smoke rose from all over her body and filled the air. The three girls stood in a straight line. Hinajiku was on the left, Mikoto was on the right, and Bajit was in the middle. Their faces showed signs of pain, and they were panting heavily. Their steps were unstable, and they looked like they were having a hard time standing. However, on the surface, Chuju and Mikoto's situation was undoubtedly better than Bajit's. Although there was no way to completely block Bajit's attack, it only caused some pain to the two girls. Their bodies were slightly impacted, but they didn't suffer any serious injuries. On the other hand, Bajit was different. Not only did she suffer from Mikoto's electric shock at close range, but Chuju's sword also slashed her back. Her shoulder was also pierced, and her body was dripping with blood. But this was the result of Chuju and Mikoto's teamwork. Now Chuju and Mikoto finally understood. In a situation where their levels were limited, they would definitely lose if they were to fight this berserker-like combat expert one-on-one. But under their teamwork, the two of them were able to heavily injure Bajit. Of course, this didn't make Chuju and Mikoto happy at all. After all, if they didn't have the protective spell formations on their bodies, they wouldn't be in a better state than Bajie after taking 2 or 3 punches from Bajie's terrifying power. In terms of level, Bajit was only 1 or 2 levels higher than Hinajiku and Mikoto. The gap wasn't that big. However, Bajit's fighting style was no different from a berserker's, and Chuju and Mikoto couldn't hold a candle to her. Life for life. Against this type of fighting style, it's already a miracle that Bajit didn't injure them in exchange for their lives. Cough, cough, cough. She coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood. She raised her head and glanced at Hinajiku and Mikoto with cold eyes. I didn't expect you two to be so strong at such a young age. You actually forced me to this point. Let me give you some praise. Mikoto breathed heavily as she forced out a smile. You speak as if you're sure to win. In this situation, anyone can see who has the upper hand. Hinajiku was also panting heavily, but she still raised her sword and pointed it at Bajit. We only suffered some injuries, and after some rest, we won't be affected. You, on the other hand, are heavily injured and your combat effectiveness has decreased. The victor has already been decided. Heavily injured? Combat effectiveness decreased? The victor has already been decided? Bajit coldly stared at Chuju and Mikoto. Are you two talking in your sleep? After that, Bajit tore apart the tattered, smoking suit jacket and threw it away. His back, which was bent because of the serious injury, straightened up again, causing blood to splatter everywhere. However, Bajit's face regained its color, and the pain disappeared. She walked forward steadily as if she wasn't injured at all. Chuju and Mikoto were shocked. I just blocked my sense of pain, no need to be so surprised. Bajit clenched her fists and raised her cold face. For me, this level of injury is nothing, let alone a serious injury. Even if I'm heavily injured and near death, I can still fight at full strength. Even if I'm dead, I can still fight. Looking at Bargit's matter-of-fact tone, Hinagiku and Mikoto both felt a chill in their hearts. What kind of monster is this person? Chapter 1527. Indeed, Bajit is a madwoman born to fight. As the enforcer of the Magic Association's seal, Bajit has turned herself into a true berserker in order to deal with the magicians who are powerful enough to evade the Magic Association's pursuit. The gloves, which were full of strengthening runes, strengthened her strength, speed, and hardness, gave Bajit a terrifying strength that others couldn't reach. It turned her fists into the most terrifying weapons. Her combat skills, which had been developed to the limit, allowed her to possess astonishing combat strength that was comparable to a heroic spirit. She could even kill heroic spirits with her bare hands. Her body could withstand any damage from any attack, and her body could even block out the sense of pain. This allowed her to maintain her combat strength under any circumstances, and she would never be defeated. All of these factors were put together to make Bajit fight. It could only be said that this was an existence that was completely born for battle. That's why even if she's only 1 or 2 levels higher than Chuju and Mikoto, even if she's in a disadvantageous situation, even if her opponents are strong and they're teaming up, as long as she doesn't kill them, she can keep fighting. And no matter what, she's going all out. Her combat power won't be affected. It's not an exaggeration for Chuju and Mikoto to think that Bajit is a monster. Tightly clenching her fist, Bajit glanced at her back that was cut by Hinagiku's sword, then expressionlessly shifted her gaze to Mikoto. It's all thanks to your electric shock that the wound was burnt. But it stopped my bleeding. Really? Mikoto showed a forced smile as a drop of sweat slid down her cheek. Even without my electric shock, you can block out pain. You must have a way to stop the bleeding, right? Yes, that's right. Bajit tore off the pieces of her suit jacket. It's just stopping the bleeding. I just need to control my muscles and nerves. Are you really human? Chuju couldn't help but bitterly smile. Do you only live to fight? Yes. Bajit looked calm and nodded without any hesitation. My life is only for fighting. That's what she said. She lifted her feet and moved towards Hinagiku and Mikoto. Almost reflexively, Hinagiku and Mikoto both took a step back when Bajit stepped forward. What should we do now? Hinagiku gripped White Cherry tightly. She stared at the approaching Bajit and asked Mikoto. Based on the situation, no matter how many times we knock her down, she'll still stand up and her combat power won't be affected. There's no way we can defeat her. The worst part is... Mikoto bit her lips. She can maintain her combat power, but we can't. When the other party exhausts all of our strength, we will have no choice but to admit defeat. This. Chuju showed a bitter expression. How are we supposed to fight like this? We can't defeat her. It's impossible to beat her down. No matter how many times you beat her down, she can still stand up. Mikoto clenched her fists and stared at Bajit with an ugly expression. Unless we use our ultimate move to kill her. We have to kill her. Kill her? Hinagiku's breath caught in her throat and her face turned ugly. Should we kill her? Mikoto was silent. Her eyes showed signs of struggle. Kill her? For these 2 kind girls, it's a very difficult thing to do. Even if she's been trying to kill them from the start, it's still the same. But how can they win without killing her? She's a battle maniac who can stand up no matter how many times she's knocked down. There's no way to kill her. There's no way to win. Really? Mikoto's face showed helplessness. Not only is he as strong as a berserker, but he's also as difficult to deal with as a berserker? Resistance is meaningless. Seeing Hinagiku and Mikoto staring at her while retreating, Bajit said indifferently. My goal is only the rank card. Give me the information about the rank card, or give me the rank card directly. Then, I won't engage in meaningless battles. Badget, who only lives for battle, said something like, "Won't engage in meaningless battles." This also proves that Hinagiku and Mikoto aren't easy targets for Badget to deal with. Therefore, it was necessary to negotiate. "It's a pity." Hinagiku took a deep breath, her eyes flashed with determination. "But the rank card is necessary for us." "Is that so?" Badget was silent for a moment before nodding. "Then there's no other way, yet?" Mikoto's eyes flashed with determination. "Indeed, there's no other way." Mikoto fished out a coin from her pocket. "Don't blame me if you die, you can only blame yourself for being too hard to deal with." Mikoto clenched the coin in her hand. Lightning flashed from her body, and blue and white lightning bolts shot up to the sky. The lightning bolts jumped from her body and gathered on the coin in her hand. Looking at Mikoto, who looked like the incarnation of the god of thunder, whose entire body was covered with lightning that was incomparable to the previous one, Badget's footsteps stopped on the spot, and a light flashed in her eyes. "Such pressure, it's not a normal attack. It's a killing move that can kill you in one hit." Realizing this, Badget wasn't afraid at all. Instead, her sharp eyes lit up. "This is the real battle. The outcome has been decided." With these words, Badget raised her fist, and there were traces of lightning flashing on it. At the same time, in the living room of the Eiderfeld residence, the cylinder that Badget had thrown to the ground suddenly trembled and the cover on top of it was lifted off. Soon after, a stone ball the size of a lead ball with a metallic luster was ejected from the barrel and flew outside. In the hall, Rin Enbin and Luvia were discussing something in the corridor above the stairs. When they saw this scene, their faces immediately turned pale. "Could it be?" Luvia exclaimed. "Badget used that? Idiot! Idiot!" Rin and Osaka jumped into the hall and rushed outside. "Didn't I tell you not to use your ultimate skills or noble artifacts?" Chuja didn't know about this, Badget didn't know about it, and Mikoto didn't even know about it. Beep, 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 beep. Frenzied electronic sounds reverberated in the surroundings. A blue and white light filled the entire area. Flashes of electricity flashed in every corner like lightning, causing Hinagiku to involuntarily back away until she retreated to a safe distance before stopping. Facing this extremely shocking scene, Badget's face was still tense. She raised her fist slightly again, and a stone ball the size of a lead ball suddenly shot out from Edfeldt's mansion and stuck to Badget's raised fist. As Badget's fist connected with Mikoto's, the stone orb began to flash with electricity just like Mikoto, and a strange air current rose from the stone orb. "It's here first." Dazzling flashes of light burst out of the stone ball, illuminating the area like a rainbow. A ring with runes engraved on its back shot out and landed on top of the stone ball. It spun and the runes inside started flashing as well. Then an extremely small and precise magic array rippled out between Badget's fist and the stone ball. Like the base of the stone ball, it surged with ripples of magic power. Under the influence of the mana ripples, spikes protruded from the top of the stone ball, passing through the rings suspended above the stone ball and condensing into the blade of a dagger. Mikoto had a bad premonition as she looked at the stone orb floating above Badget's fist with a dagger blade and a ring around it. But now isn't the time to stop. Go! Mikoto raised the coin that had already turned into a white and flicked it out. Railgun! An orange beam of light shot out from Mikoto's hand and pierced through the air towards Badget. Rin and Osaka, who had just run out of the mansion, narrowed his eyes to the size of a needle. His sharp voice rang out. "Stop!" Chapter 1528. Stop! The sharp screams echoed throughout the Eiderfeld manor and into the ears of the three young ladies present. But the railgun has already been fired, how can it stop? Rin Enbin could only watch as the meteor-like orange beam flashed through the Eiderfeld Manor's courtyard and arrived in front of Badget with a power that shook the very fabric of space itself. Facing the super railgun that was getting closer and closer, Badget had no fear in her eyes. She lifted one of her feet and stomped forward instead of retreating. The stone orb hovering above Badget's fist trembled. The small magic array supporting the stone orb also shook. The ring engraved with runes slid down and wrapped around Bajit's fist. Then, as if supporting Bajit, the circle shrunk and Bajit's fist shortened the distance between her fist and the magic formation until they collided. Slash of War God. With a deep growl, Bajit aimed at the railgun that was shooting at him. Or rather, he aimed at Mikoto, who was standing behind the railgun. She was still in a shooting position with electric current jumping around her body. Bajit held the stone ball on his fist and thrust the short sword forward. Flagalak! In that instant, the entire world froze. It was as if the world had stopped moving. The circle carved with runes on the back of the stone ball above Bajit's fist slid down to the tip of the short sword like an escort. Together with the short sword, they turned into a beam of light and shot towards the railgun. However, when the short sword shot out and collided with the railgun, it did not collide directly with the railgun after it turned into a beam of light. It was as dazzling as a meteor. The war god sword, known as Flagalak, directly pierced through the railgun. Without any explanation, it pierced through space and time and landed on Mikoto's body. In that instant, the entire world froze. It was as if time was frozen. A storm swept across the land. The super railgun that was shot out froze in the air. Along with it, it froze in space. And Mikoto's pretty face. 1 second? 10 seconds? 1 minute? 10 minutes? Or perhaps thousands of seconds and minutes would pass by. Only then did the frozen space recover and return to normal operation. However, it froze in space. The railgun that was shot at Bajit disappeared into thin air without anyone noticing. The electricity on Mikoto's body also disappeared. Her pupils were dilated and she stood there like a doll. Dong. Only the sound of the stone ball hovering above Bajit's fist heavily hitting the ground could be heard echoing in the whole world. However, the stone ball that was initially shining with a metallic luster was now like a pearl that had lost its luster. Smoke was emitting from its surface and it was charred black like rust. It was like a piece of scrap metal. What's wrong? Not far away, Hinajiku was at a loss. Rin Enbin's knees went soft, and she couldn't help but fall to the ground, her face pale. It's over, phew. Bajit exhaled. She didn't look at Mikoto anymore as if there was no need to. She turned her attention to Chuju. First, I'll take care of one. Take care of one? However, a mocking voice echoed the moment Bajit's voice faded away. Tell me, which one did you take care of? Bajit's expression changed. She turned her head to look at Mikoto. The first thing that entered Bajit's eyes was a white flame. Looking at the white flame, Hinajiku and Rin Enbin were stunned for a moment before their faces lit up with joy. Under the watchful eyes of the audience, a white flame slowly rose from Mikoto's body and covered her whole body. Not long after, a figure quietly emerged from the white flame. His black hair swayed in the wind, and his coat, which was as dark as the night, fluttered, creating ripples in the wind. His wine-red eyes were exceptionally dazzling in the white flames, like red stars, embellished in the midst of it. One hand holding Mikoto, the other hand in front of him. The person appeared from thin air with a ball of flame burning on his body. At this moment, Mikoto's eyes, which had been unfocused for a long time, finally regained focus. As if she had just woken up, she raised her head and looked at the face of the person who was hugging her. She exclaimed in surprise. Yen, Yen. Hinajiku also shouted. They're finally here. Rin Enosaka's pale face turned red again. He sat on the ground paralyzed, unable to get up. That was close. That was close. What happened? Bajit's expression changed as she looked at Mikoto, who was in perfect condition with a hint of joy on her face. Flagalak has lost its effect? Wu Yen retracted the white flames around him, and he stared at Bajit with a cold glint in his eyes. Even though he didn't know what happened, but from the way Rin Enbin was slumped on the ground and the warning from Mikoto, if he didn't appear in time, Mikoto would have been in danger, wouldn't she? This person almost killed Mikoto just now. A cold light flashed in his wine-red eyes. At the same time, he was filled with rage and violence. Wu Yan's wine-red eyes spun and turned into a bright gold color. Yan. Mikoto, who was in Wu Yan's arms, and Chuju, who came to Wu Yan's side, saw what happened. They didn't say anything after that. The two girls understood why Wu Yan, who didn't reveal his true color along with his emotions for a long time, would act like this. There's no need to say anything else. What is that? On the other side, Rin Enbin, who didn't know Wu Yan's true identity, was stunned when he saw Wu Yan's eyes turn into a bright gold color. Bajit felt a chill from the bottom of her heart. Her body trembled and she instinctively jumped away from Wu Yan. For the first time, her eyes showed vigilance. Who are you? Wu Yan ignored Bajit. His golden eyes were calm as if there was no emotion in them. However, everyone felt it at the same time. In the air, an extremely oppressive aura instantly covered the entire world. It's the calm before the storm. With a calm expression, Wu Yan no longer looked at Bajit. Instead, he looked at Chuju and Mikoto. Are you all right? We're fine. At this moment, the two girls who were usually strong became obedient and shook their heads. That's good. Wu Yan nodded and turned around to face Bajit. You two can leave first. Leave this to me, okay? Hinajiku and Mikoto nodded obediently and retreated to the back with their dusty bodies. Rin. Wu Yan looked at Bathe with his calm golden eyes. He didn't even turn around when he spoke to Rin Enbin, who is still slumped on the ground. What was that? Rin Enbin woke up from his daze. When he heard Wu Yan's question, he ignored the confusion in Wu Yan's golden eyes and explained. That's a flagellac. It's one of the rare noble phantoms that doesn't exist in the form of an illusion. It's a noble phantasm that can stay in the world and be used by humans. A noble phantasm used by humans? Wu Yan pondered and said in a deep voice. What's the ability? Listening to Wu Yan's calm and stifling tone, Rin felt a bit uncomfortable, but he still answered honestly. Using the opponent's ultimate skill as the activation condition, turning back time the moment the opponent uses the ultimate skill so that the blade can go back in time with the flow of time and pierce through the heart of the opponent who hasn't used the ultimate skill yet, creating the fact that the user of the ultimate skill has died before using the ultimate skill. This is a karmic treasure that can change the fixed facts. Reversing time, piercing through the opponent's heart, causing the opponent's death, killing the user who used the ultimate skill and erasing the ultimate skill. Wu Yan murmured. The more he murmured, the calmer his golden eyes became. However, it was precisely this calmness that caused the hearts of everyone present to fiercely thump. Chapter 1529. Backlight Sword, Flagellac. Also known as Strike Later First? Strike God of War's Sword? Flagellac. It was a demonic sword that had been passed down from the mythological era to the present by the Frika family that Bajit belonged to. It was also one of the rare relics that existed in the world and was not used by the heroic spirits in the form of fantasy. It was just a stone ball, but its power, or rather, its ability, was something that no one could ignore. When it was used, not only did it have to be filled with mana, but it also had to be activated when the opponent used their ultimate move to activate the flagellac. Because it was activated when the opponent used their ultimate move, when the flagellac was activated, it would be slower than the opponent's ultimate move. However, it would still be faster than the opponent and hit the opponent first. Hence, there was the prefix of the other name of the flagellac, later, first, later. However, rather than saying that the flagellac was able to overtake the opponent who attacked first, it was more accurate to say that this ability was just an additional effect of the flagellac's true ability. Reverse time. Distort cause and effect. This was the true ability of the flagellac. Using the opponent's ultimate move as the activation condition, after the opponent used their ultimate move, it would reverse time and return to the moment before the opponent used their ultimate move to pierce through the opponent's heart first. The Strike Later First ability was only activated after the opponent used their ultimate move to kill the opponent first. The Strike Later First ability was just the flagellac's ability to reverse time and kill the opponent before the opponent used their ultimate move. It changed the fact that the opponent attacked first into the fact that the opponent died before the attack. Since the opponent died in the past, then the attack that was launched in the present would automatically disappear. Because of this, the Flagelak was called a karmic treasure by Rin Enbin, and it was also called the backlight sword, which meant that it could reverse time. Rin Enbin knew that Badget, a member of the Badget family, had this treasure. That was why he told Mikoto not to use her ultimate move. He could not use any treasures either. After all, the Flagelak would trigger its special effect when the opponent activated their ultimate skill. Meanwhile, the relic was the ultimate weapon of the noble fantasy. Its existence itself was the most powerful weapon. It was more than enough to call it a unique skill. You must be lying. Chuju and Mikoto were shocked after learning about the ability of Flagelak. Bajit was a madman born to fight. Gloves full of strengthening runes, combat techniques developed to the limit, and a body that could withstand any attack. It was also that Bajit could display her full combat strength from beginning to end and not be defeated by her opponent. Therefore, no matter how many times she was knocked down, she could ignore the injuries and pain and continue to fight. If he wanted to defeat Bajit, he would have to use a killing move right from the start. Only then would he be able to win. But now, if he were to use his ultimate move, he would be killed by Flagelak's ability to rewind time and distort cause and effect. The reverse was also true. If he wanted to defeat the Flagelak, he would have to not use his ultimate move and use normal attacks to defeat the person who used this treasure. But let's not talk about whether he could use normal attacks to fight against Bajit, who had developed her combat techniques to the limit. Even if he could, he wouldn't be able to kill her in one hit. No matter how many times he knocked her down, she would be able to get up and continue to fight. Wasn't it impossible to defeat her? That's right. As if she could see the shock in Chuju and Mikoto's eyes, Bajit said calmly, "Because it's a demonic sword that can reverse time and kill the enemy in the past. So, once my Flagelak is activated, it can't be blocked. The target can only have their heart pierced by the Flagelak." But Bajit stared at Wu Yen with her sharp eyes. That tea-haired girl was clearly hit by my Flagelak, but nothing happened to her. Is it because you blocked my Flagelak? How did you do it? When she said this, Badget was full of doubts, but Hinajiku, Mikoto, and Rin Enbin more or less understood the situation. The three girls know that Wu Yan's white flame has the ability to burn time. Perhaps, when the Flagelak tried to reverse time to the time before Mikoto fired the railgun to pierce her heart, Wu Yan used a flame that can burn time to burn the Flagelak along with the Flagelak. In other words, the Flagelak, which would definitely pierce through the opponent's heart and bring death to the opponent, was perfectly countered by the white flame. In a way, the flame of the white dragon scorching flame can be considered the natural enemy of the Flagelak. You said? Wu Yan didn't answer Bajit's question. Instead, he said this. Once your Flagelak is activated, the target can only have their heart pierced, right? Bajit paused for a moment before nodding. Of course. Then, Wu Yan looked at Bajit with his golden eyes. Let's give it a try. With that, a card appeared in Wu Yan's hand. Let's see who has their heart pierced first. The card in Wu Yan's hand turned into a ray of light and elongated. When the light dissipated, a crimson spear replaced the card and landed in Wu Yan's hand. Chuju, Mikoto, and Rin Enbin were shocked when they saw the crimson spear in Wu Yan's hand. Rank card? Bajit narrowed her eyes and clenched her fist. So that's how it is. The rank card is in your hand? Your target is the rank card? Wu Yan pointed his spear at the ground and he continued with a calm expression. Then you should be happy. Kill me and you'll get 6 rank cards. You have 6 rank cards on you? A dangerous glint appeared in Badget's eyes as she stared at Wu Yan. Very well, it seems like you're my target. Bajit glanced at the crimson spear in Wu Yan's hand. If I'm not mistaken, the spear in your hand should be the Gaebulk, right? Yes, you're pretty sure, of course. Bajit sneered. After all, it's not the first time I faced that spear. Not the first time you faced that spear? Wu Yan looked at Rin Enbin. Rin Enbin shook his head with a bitter smile. She's the one who reclaimed the Lancer card, I see. Wu Yen nodded with a terrifyingly calm expression. Then it's more interesting to compete. The Gaebog and the Flagelak are basically the same type. They're both related to cause and effect. Bajit frowned when she saw Wu Yan's abnormal calmness. Although the methods used are different, both of them set the condition of piercing through the heart right after the activation. There's no way to dodge or block it. If you really use the Gaebog to compete with my Flagelak, the outcome will only be a lose-lose. Bajit stared at Wu Yan. Can I take your words as meaning that you want to perish together with me? Hearing this, everyone's hearts were in their throats. Chapter 1530. Mutual Destruction. That is indeed the case. Flagelak had the property of a late strike but first strike. It could kill an opponent in the past before they used their ultimate move, erasing the ultimate move that the opponent had already used in the future. However, the moment the Gaebog spear was swung out, it had already decided the outcome of piercing through the heart. This effect was decided by karma. Even if the Flagelak killed the opponent in the past, Bajit's heart would still be pierced through. If Wu Yen uses the Gaebog and Bajit uses the Flagelak, both of their hearts will be pierced. The result will be mutual destruction. Of course, Batshit didn't think Wu Yen would say something like that because he's stupid enough to want to take her down with him. After all, Barzit's Flagelak, which should have been unstoppable, had lost its effect just now. Bajit doesn't know what method Wu Yen used to nullify the Flagelak. She only said that to test Wu Yan's strength. Unfortunately, Bajit miscalculated. Mutual destruction? Wu Yen closed his eyes. If that's what you want, I can fulfill your wish. Hinajiku, Mikoto, and Rin Enbin froze on the spot. What did you say? Bajit looked at Wu Yen in disbelief. What do you mean? Try it. Let's give it a try. Wu Yen waved his Gaebog and he slowly opened his eyes. His golden pupils were exposed to the air. When Bajit saw the pair of dazzling golden eyes again, she raised her vigilance to the highest point. Because of those resplendent golden pupils, they are no longer calm. Killing intent? Anger? Killing intent? Maybe all of them. His originally calm eyes were suddenly filled with an emotion that seemed to be able to crush Bajit to death, and the surrounding space was completely filled with pressure. Even if you refuse, I will still swing this spear. His thunderous voice was like a heavy hammer hitting Bajit's heart. Her sharp pupils shrunk to a point. At the same time, Wu Yen brandished his Gaebog as he stomped forward with heavy steps. Whoosh, his body turned into a blurry shadow. Wu Yen rushed out and shot towards Bajit like an arrow. The spear of death piercing, Gaebog, in his hand flashed past like a red lightning bolt, fiercely thrusting out. Seeing this scene, everyone present could no longer maintain their calm. The spear of death piercing, Gaebog, was already brandished. No matter what happened next, the result of the Gaebog being pierced through the heart was set. There was no way to avoid it. So, Bajit couldn't choose anything else. Since you want it so much. Looking at the scarlet spear tip rapidly approaching, Bajit revealed a look of anger. As you wish then. She clenched her fist tightly and raised it up. At the same time, a stone ball shot out from Eiderfeldt's mansion again. It spun in the air and landed on Bajit's fist. A strange airflow rose from the collision with Bajit's fist. It's late, but it's first. A dense light flashed from the stone ball. A ring with runes engraved on the back popped out and landed on top of the stone ball. A delicate small magic circle appeared between Bajit's fist and the stone ball, supporting the stone ball and pushing it against Bajit's fist. Then, there seemed to be something inside the stone ball wriggling, turning into sharp spikes. The spikes broke through the stone ball and poked out from the top, forming the body of a short sword. After a closer look, the stone ball turned transparent. The runes engraved on the back of the short sword also slid down. The short sword that poked out from the air also had runes engraved on it, shining in an unknown arc. Bajit tried her best to raise her head against the awakened Flagalak and stomped on the ground. She shot out like a cannonball and clashed with Wu Yen in the middle of the courtyard. Both of them were extremely close to each other. Their eyes were of different colors, but they had the same cold glare and killing intent, telling everyone that they really wanted to kill each other. Then, War God / Flagalak. Death-piercing spear, Gaybolg. Along with the release of the two sure-kill treasures, the scarlet spear tip that turned into a red lightning bolt and the sword blade that turned into a dazzling meteor-like phosphorescent light flashed in the air with irresistible force and fiercely collided with each other. There was no deafening sound, nor was there any earth-shattering phenomenon. The only thing that reverberated in the air was an extremely clear ripping sound. Under the gaze of Hinajiku, Mikoto, and Rin Enbin, the two figures who met in the middle of the courtyard stopped at a distance of almost no distance. They lowered their heads and stopped in front of each other. However, Wu Yan's scarlet spear pierced through Bajit's chest and came out from her back. Bajit, who also had her head down, clenched her fists. Her fists were holding the ruined stone balls of various colors. Blood was dripping from her body, forming a small pool of blood under her body. Looking at this scene from afar, the three girls held their breaths and no longer dared to make a sound. Suddenly, the motionless Wu Yen opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Yen, Chuju, Mikoto, and Rin Enbin couldn't help but step forward. "Don't worry." A weak voice came from Wu Yan's blood-stained mouth. The three girls who were about to step forward stopped. "I'm fine." "Impossible." Bajit, who was facing Wu Yan, also coughed out a mouthful of blood. "My Flagalak. It clearly pierced through the past's heart, but you didn't use that white flame. How is this possible?" "It's rare for you to notice that it's my flame that stopped your Flagalak." Wu Yan looked at Bajit, who's bleeding from her chest, and he coldly sneered. "Unfortunately, there's no need for me to block your Flagalak, because..." Holding the Gaybolg, Wu Yan's voice entered Bajit's ears. "If you can't lose, then I can't die." After saying that, Wu Yan pulled the Gaybolg out of Bajit's heart. Blood gushed out of Bajit's chest again. Her body fell down heavily and dyed the ground red. Bajit's heart was pierced through by the Gaybolg. She won't be able to survive. Wu Yan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and he stood up. He looked down at Bajit, who was slowly dyeing the ground red with her blood. His golden eyes returned to their usual wine-red color. "If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for killing the person most important to me. This is the first time Wu Yan took the life of a young girl in her prime." However, Wu Yan didn't feel the slightest bit confused. Just as he said, Bajit had touched his bottom line. That's why Wu Yan didn't regret killing Bajit. Exhaling, Wu Yan turned around and walked towards Hinajiku and Mikoto. He left Bajit lying on the ground with her chest covered in blood. Slowly, the ground was dyed red by her blood. Chapter 1531. Yen. Hinajiku and Mikoto, who retreated to the side, rushed up to Wu Yan as if they had been holding back for a long time. "Are you all right?" "Yes. Of course I'm fine." Wu Yan's frighteningly calm demeanor disappeared without a trace, as if it was never there in the first place. What replaced it was his usual helpless smile. "It's fine if Bajit doesn't know, but you two know about me. You know I can't die, right?" But you." Chuju and Mikoto glanced at Wu Yan's mouth. Drops of blood were still dripping from there. "It's just a little excessive, don't worry about it." Wu Yan wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth and he grinned. "My heart has been repaired a long time ago. The Flagalak killed Wu Yan in the past before he could use the Gaybolg. However, as a primogenitor, Wu Yan can't die. Since the past Wu Yan is still alive, the present Wu Yan is still alive and well. Even his heart that was pierced by the Flagalak in the past recovered during the time frame of the past. This saved him a lot of time to recover from the injury." "Are you really all right?" It wasn't Chuju or Mikoto who spoke. It was Rin Enbin who appeared behind Wu Yan. Rin Enbin's green eyes looked at Wu Yen, who spat out a mouthful of blood with a complicated expression. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to ask something, but he closed it again and said something that didn't really matter. Wu Yen snickered as he stared into Rin Enbin's eyes that are filled with complex emotions. Are you that disappointed that I didn't die? Yes. That's right. The complicated emotions in Rin Enbin's eyes disappeared, replaced by a vicious look. You better die soon so that you won't harm others. Ayaya. How can I die so early? Wu Yen raised the hand that wasn't holding the gaebog and said helplessly. I haven't even harmed a certain destitute lady yet. Don't call me destitute lady, Rin Enbin retorted. One day, I will restore House Enbin to its former glory. Is that so? Wu Yen pursed his lips. Then work hard. You. Hey. Mikoto's annoyed voice came from the side. What are you two doing? Flirting? Stop. That's enough, Mikoto. Hinajuku shook her head, her tone turned cold. It's not like you don't know how he is. Well, Wu Yen had an awkward look on his face. While the four of them were chatting in the courtyard, a weak voice sounded. His voice echoed. Condition, completed. As this voice that was so weak that it was almost inaudible rang out, a vast amount of mana suddenly surged out from a corner of the courtyard, turning into a shockwave that spread out like a gale, blowing to every corner of the courtyard. Wu Yen, Chuju, Mikoto, and Rin Enbin's expression froze. He turned his head abruptly and looked at the center of the surging mana storm. Then, his frozen expression changed completely. The source of the mana storm was a ground that was dyed red. And on the ground that was dyed red, Bajit was lying there. The surging magic power that turned into a storm came from Bajit's body. Wah! Chuju, Mikoto, and Rin Enbin were shocked. Is it not over yet? Wu Yen furrowed his brow. A cold light flashed in his eyes. In the center of the surging magic storm, words that were gradually expanding and emitting intense light suddenly jumped out of Barchette's body, which was lying on the ground. The words seemed to have a life of their own as they jumped from Bajit's body. They were all runes. The instant those runes leaped into the air, everyone present saw it. On Bajit's back, the gaebog pierced through her heart. It pierced right through, opening up a hole, and the huge wound caused by Hinajuku's slash, slowly recovering. Not long after, the mana storm expanded and scattered in the courtyard. The runes that jumped from Bajit's body also disappeared. Barzit, who was lying on the bloody ground, suddenly opened her eyes. She pushed against the ground with her hands, leaped into the air, and landed steadily on the ground. Hinajuku couldn't believe her eyes. You're still alive? How is this possible? Mikoto was also shocked. Didn't the gaebog pierce through his heart? I can't believe it myself. Bajit's calm voice echoed in the courtyard. His eyes were still sharp enough to send chills down one's spine. However, this pair of eyes was fixed on Wu Yen. I can't believe I need to be revived in a sealed item and an opponent other than a heroic spirit. I can't believe. Revive. Rin Enbin's eyes widened as he recalled something. Could it be that those runes are the rune magic that can be activated at the moment when the heart stops beating? Bingo! Bajit looked down at her chest that was pierced through not long ago. That's a resurrection rune. It's comparable to a noble phantasm. Hearing this, Hinajuku, Mikoto, and Rin Enbin were speechless. The flagelak, which was an offensive noble relic, prevented Bajit from being killed by a killer move that could kill her in one hit. The flagelak noble phantasm could withstand any kind of damage, block pain, stop bleeding at any time, and develop her combat skills to the limit. This prevented Bajit from being killed by an ordinary attack. That's another type of invincibility. However, there was always one thing to overcome another. There would definitely be an opponent in the world that Bajit couldn't defeat, which would lead to her being killed. Even so, Bajit still has a resurrection rune. Describing this woman as a monster wasn't enough to describe how terrifying she was. If he encountered such an opponent and didn't have the strength to suppress Bajit, it would be a nightmare. But compared to the one over there, I'm still far behind. Bajit stared at Wu Yan. What do you think? Mr. Undying. Same here, Miss Undying. Wu Yan stepped forward and he stared into Bajit's eyes. So, do you want to see who will die first? Yes. There's no need for that. Bajit said coldly. The resurrection rune is comparable to a noble phantasm. If I could use it that easily, I wouldn't have to use the flagellach to seal my opponent's ultimate skill. Also, she clenched her fist and lightning flashed on it. A tube shot out from the mansion like an arrow and landed in Bajit's hand. Even if it's the flagellach, it's not a relic that can be used without restriction. Bajit began to check the stone ball in her cylinder as if there was no one else around. The so-called demonic sword that was passed down from the mythological era is only the manufacturing method. The flagellach is a one-time consumable relic. Even for me, I can only make 10 of them in a year. This time, I used 2 at once. Bajit looked at Wu Yan. And I don't have another chance to resurrect. If I fight you, I will definitely lose. Wu Yan sneered. You admit defeat just like that? I'm just stating the facts. It's still my mission to get all the rank cards. Bajit carried the tube with the stone ball and turned around. Finally, let me ask you one more question. With her back facing everyone, Bajit's voice slowly entered everyone's ears. Are you a death apostle? The entire place suddenly fell silent. Wu Yan pondered for a moment and replied. Don't treat me like a defective product. Defective product. Bajit also pondered for a moment. She then stepped on the ground and jumped over the wall of the courtyard. Do you think I'll let you? Wu Yan's eyes flashed. Just as he wanted to chase after her, his hand was grabbed. When he turned around, he saw Rin Enbin shaking his head. Wu Yan's eyes were filled with uncertainty. In the end, he sighed. Chapter 1532. Why didn't you let me chase after her? Wu Yan was venting his frustration in the Eiderfeldt's guest hall. I can use teleportation magic to catch up to that woman who only knows how to use brute force. It's only a matter of minutes, isn't it? And then, Rin and Osaka glanced at Wu Yan. What are you going to do after you catch up to her? Of course I'm going to shoot her again, Wu Yan said without hesitation. She doesn't even have a chance to revive. Flagellach can only be used 8 times or less. Geese spear can be used as long as I have mana. With my mana, even if I stab 100 times in a second, I'll have more than enough to stab until tomorrow morning. You don't believe that I can't beat that woman, do you? To be honest, I don't really want to believe it. Livia sighed as she sipped on her tea. I didn't think that tomboy would be forced to run away. This is unprecedented. I've never heard of such a thing. Really? Chuju sighed as well. It's unbelievable that he could force a monster like her to run away. No matter where he goes, he's always on par with that berserker, heroic spirit. Mikoto grumbled. If it wasn't for Yen, we would have had to run away. That woman is impossible to defeat. So why don't you just let me shoot that woman once every minute? Wu Yan insisted stubbornly. Why did you let her run away? If you really took care of Bajit, you guys would be the ones having a headache. Rin and Osaka rubbed his forehead. He pretended to have a headache. Killing the enforcer of the Magic Association's seal is no joke, not to mention that Bajit is a combat expert on the front line. That's true. Livia put down the cup of black tea in her hand. There are plenty of combatants in the Magic Association. Even if there aren't any monsters like Bajit, there are still plenty. If those weaker than her come after you like a swarm of bees, you guys can't do anything about it, right? That's true, Wu Yan said in a frustrated tone. I don't want to see that violent woman run away like that. What's there to be upset about? Rin and Osaka shook his head. Not only did you use up Bajit's flagellach twice, but you also killed her twice. He even killed her once. Didn't he hear Bajit say that only 10 Flagelak could be produced in a year? It's going to take a lot of effort to use the resurrection rune again. What's there to be upset about? Against that tomboy, to have such a battle record and not have any casualties at all. If news of this were to spread back to the Magic Association, the jaws of many higher-ups would drop, right? Livia couldn't help but laugh. In any case, even if it's Bajit, she won't be able to find you again under such circumstances. At least, she won't act rashly before she has the confidence to snatch the rank card from you. We can rest easy for a while. The problem lies with the cards. Rin and Osaka's headache got worse. Now, Bajit already knows that this man has 6 cards. She'll definitely target them. Moreover, Bajit has already found out that this man has 6 cards. Also, the fact that we lost the gunner and archer cards will be exposed. Once Bajit reports this to the Magic Association's higher-ups, they will know that we made a mistake. Livia had a headache as well. That's bad. What's worse is that Bajit, who doesn't have the confidence to get the cards, will definitely go after the 7th card. Rin and Osaka said seriously. If Bajit meets Blackie, we'll be in big trouble. That's true. Chuju and Mikoto looked at each other. Looks like we have to tell Blackie not to use the archer ability for now. Troublesome things keep happening one after another. This is so annoying. Rin and Osaka hugged his head in frustration. When will these days come to an end? Sigh. Sigh. Livia also sighed. At least, before we solve the problem of the 8th card, we'll have to continue to worry. Oh right. Rin and Osaka suddenly remembered. Bajit's goal is to get all the cards. She should be targeting the 8th card as well, right? Yes. No. That woman doesn't know about the existence of the 8th card. Wu Yen rubbed his chin. Even the Magic Association can't detect the location of the 8th card. Only the Enosaka family who is in charge of Fuyuki City know about it. Bajit definitely doesn't know about the existence of the 8th card. Plus, Bajit didn't sense any distorted mana in Fuyuki City. She probably thinks that all the cards have been retrieved. Mikoto also analyzed. So, Bajit will try her best to find the 7th card. She won't think about the existence of the 8th card. But if that's the case, Blackie is still in danger. Chuju said worriedly. If Bajit knew of Little Black's existence, with her decisiveness, she would definitely kill Little Black without hesitation, right? Now, we can only try to stop Blackie from using the archer ability. Wu Yen pursed his lips. If that woman is really that ruthless, I won't care about the Magic Association or the trouble. I won't let her go. Only you can say something like that in front of Bajit. Rin Enbin bitterly laughed. He stole a few glances at Wu Yen. He looked like he had something on his mind. No one said that you can't keep a secret, right? Wu Yen rubbed his body against the chair he sat on when he saw Rin's expression. Just ask if you have any questions, don't worry about it in the end. That's the biggest loss. Just ask if you have any questions? Then he stared at Wu Yen. Ryo mumbled as if he's in a dream. Are you a death apostle? Livia's hand that was holding the teacup trembled violently. Hinajiku and Mikoto stopped what they were doing and even Wu Yen went silent. The entire guest hall seemed to have sunk into a swamp. The atmosphere was so heavy that even the air became sticky. Death apostle. They were vampires that lived on blood and specialized in sucking human blood. In this world, death apostles are widely recognized as the enemy of humanity. This was because not only did they feed on blood, but they would also turn humans who drank blood into their own kind, causing this situation to continue to spread without end. Many people who know of their existence see them as the enemy of humanity. They think that death apostles are the cause of humanity's destruction. Therefore, when death apostles are mentioned, almost no one will have a good impression of them. However, death apostles have extremely long lifespans. Their vitality is also stronger than most life forms. Most of them also have powerful abilities. They are not easy to deal with. Therefore, Those who know of the existence of death apostles are both afraid and hateful. Because of this, Bajit and Rin and Osaka both suspected that Wu Yen was a death apostle. After all, even though his heart was pierced, Wu Yen did not die. Even his pupils turned into a bright golden color. This is not something a human can do, right? Even so, Wu Yen still gave the same answer. I am not a death apostle. Is that so? Rin and Osaka was silent. Obviously, he did not completely believe Wu Yan's words. Indeed, my existence is somewhat related to death apostles. Wu Yen looked at Rin and Osaka. His eyes were filled with determination. But don't treat me as one of those defective goods, okay? Defective goods? Rin and Osaka hesitated for a moment before asking. What do you mean by defective goods? At the end of the day, the first death apostles were nothing more than food for the primogenitors who had the urge to suck blood. Their blood was sucked dry by the primogenitors and they turned from humans into blood-sucking life forms similar to the primogenitors. Wu Yen scratched his cheeks. So, to say that death apostles are defective goods is not a bad thing, right? Ancestors. Death apostles. Rin and Osaka's face was filled with uncertainty. Could it be? Well. Wu Yen smiled meaningfully. You will know in the future. Rin and Osaka and Luvia looked at each other. Chuju and Mikoto did not know whether to laugh or cry. Chapter 1533. In order to prevent Bajit from targeting Xiaohei, Xiaohei was forbidden from using Archer's power. As for this matter, Xiaohei agreed without hesitation. According to Xiaohei, there was no reason for her to fight anyone now. She was quite satisfied with her current life and it didn't matter if she didn't use Archer's power. Moreover, not only did Little Black possess the power of an archer, it also possessed the ability to skip the entire process when it wanted to do something, thereby obtaining the result, the answer, and the ability to achieve one's wish to a certain extent. Without the power of an archer, Xiaohei's strength would be weakened to the point where he was weaker than Rin Enbin and Luvia. However, Xiaohei could still use magic spells like teleportation. With this ability, even if she couldn't fight Bajit, she could still escape. But, just in case, Hinajiku and Mikoto let Wu Yen send Xiaohei to and from school, acting as the little girl's flower guardian. To put it simply, every day, Wu Yen has to send Xiaohei to school and pick her up when she's done with school. As for when she was at school, he could only ask Ilya and Mikoto to keep an eye on her. Of course, Wu Yen also set up a telepathic spell and a defensive spell formation on Xiaohei. If anything happened to Xiaohei, he would be the first to know and rush over. This was the only way to prevent it. After all, no one knew what Bajit would do next and whether she would know that the 7th rank card was on Xiaohei. Once Bajit knew that Little Black had the Archer rank card, then with Little Black's strength, even if he could use the power of Archer, he would definitely not be a match for Bajit. It wasn't because Xiaohei was weak. It was because Bajit was too overpowered. According to Rin and Osaka. At this stage, Wu Yen is the only one who can restrain this unkillable berserker. No one else can match up to her. No one else could. Even Xiaohei, who they spent a lot of effort to capture, was the same. Even Little Black seemed to be frightened by the description of Bajit. He sighed from the bottom of his heart, I don't want to face such a woman even if I die. He obediently accepted Wu Yan's escort. Therefore, Wu Yen was not only analyzing the class cards at home and studying the magic circles of the Holy Grail War. Every day, he had to go out twice to escort Little Black to school and back home. It was almost time for Blackie to get out of school. Fuyuki City, Private Suechuan Gakuin Primary School, ding dong, the bell signaling the end of class was still ringing. God knows how many times it had rung. In the teaching building of the Private Suechuan Primary School, the noise suddenly became intense. Not long after, children wearing uniforms and carrying school bags ran out of the teaching building in high spirits. They swarmed out of the school gate like a swarm of bees and scattered in all directions. Standing at the school gate, Wu Yan looked at the elementary school students running around happily and couldn't help but have such a thought. Perhaps the reason why Little Black wanted to kill Ilya back then was to replace her and live an ordinary life. That might be the case. Although this reason was very old-fashioned and full of visual sense, it wasn't impossible if one thought about it carefully. After all, Little Black was born as a tool and was sealed in less than a few months after it was born. It slept in Ilya's body for a full 10 years. In these 10 years, Little Black should have obtained the memories of Ilya's ordinary life from Ilya's memories before it was separated from her body. For Little Black, who was born as a tool and was sealed, this kind of life was quite enviable. Therefore, with Little Black's personality, it wasn't impossible for it to want to kill Ilya and replace her and use its own hands to get the life it wanted. Although this method was a bit too extreme. Actually, every night when it was sleeping, Wu Yan, who was sleeping in the same room as Little Black, could hear Little Black's lonely appearance in its sleep and murmur a word. Mother. Just like an ordinary child, it would call for its mother in its sleep at night. Therefore, Wu Yan already knew about this from a very long time ago. Even though it was living a good life with him, Chuju and Mikoto, Little Black still missed its mother, its family. However, if someone asked Little Black if it missed its family, Little Black would definitely deny it on the spot. It wasn't because Little Black's face was tender. Instead, it was because the one who sealed Little Black and caused Ilya's birth was Little Black and Ilya's mother. Little Black was unable to not feel resentment toward its mother who sealed it. Naturally, it was also unable to feel complete resentment toward her. However, Little Black and Ilya's mother probably didn't expect that sealing the memories of Ilya, who had been adjusted at birth and understood language and all knowledge within a few months, would allow this memory to settle down and evolve into a personality. Ilya's mother merely wanted her daughter to abandon her past and live a normal life. One could only say that no matter which side it was, neither side was wrong. In that case, should he also think of a way to allow Little Black to meet her true family? Big brother. While Wu Yan was thinking about this, a familiar and joyful voice came from within the private Suichuan Gaoyuan Elementary School. It woke him up from his thoughts. He raised his head and looked toward the inner part of the school. He saw Little Black waving at Wu Yan with a cheerful smile while running toward him. Behind Little Black, Ilya and Mio were also there. Even the group of 4 primary school students he met last time was there. They were looking at him with slight surprise on their faces. Soon after, they also ran over. Little Black was the first to run over. Without any hesitation, she grabbed Wu Yan's hand and cheerfully said, "Big brother. Sorry to keep you waiting, big brother." No. Wu Yan suppressed his inner thoughts and shook his head with a smile. I didn't wait long, I also came for a while. Brother Wu Yan. Mio also ran over with Ilya and the 4 curious little girls. Her face was full of surprise. Why you here? Oh, didn't I tell you? Wu Yan smiled. From today onwards, I will send Little Black to school and also pick her up to go home. Mio only remembered when she heard this. She lowered her voice and asked, "Is it because someone in the Magic Association might be interested in Little Black?" Wu Yan nodded without leaving a trace behind. Really, I'm not a child anymore. Little Black said so, but she had a smile on her face. She seemed to be in a good mood. At this time, among the 4 little girls hiding in the back, the one with braids and glasses looked at Wu Yan suspiciously. Mio's brother is picking Little Black up? Shouldn't he pick Mio up? Ma. Wu Yan scratched his cheeks as he explained. Due to some reason, Little Black is temporarily living in my house. The 4 little girls cried out in surprise. In other words, Little Black is not living in Ilya's house but with Mio? No. Mio quickly shook her head and stuttered. Brother Wu Yan and I, we don't live together. Don't live together? This time, the 4 girls had strange expressions on their faces. Xiao Hei is Ilya's cousin. In the end, not only did she not stay in Ilya's house, she stayed in Brother Meiyu's house instead. Brother Meiyu, on the other hand, did not stay with Meiyu. Naigue stroked his chin and acted like a detective. That's a mystery. Hey, Ilya. Dragon Z looked at Little Black, who had been staring at Little Black. To be precise, she had been staring at Little Black's hand that was hugging Wu Yan's arm. She had a sullen expression and said in disdain, Ilya, don't tell me that you bullied Little Black by relying on your sister's identity and caused Little Black to run away from home and seek refuge with Brother Mayu? I bullied her. Ilya widened her eyes in disbelief. She's always been the one bullying me. Unfortunately, the four little girls had already ignored Ilya, gathered to the side, and started whispering. I always thought that Little Black was the top and Ilya was the bottom. I didn't expect Ilya to be a hidden top attacker. Ilya immediately became hysterical. I'm not the top. I'm not the bottom. Chapter 1534. Hey, Little Black. On the way home, Ilya said to Little Black, who was happily hugging Wu Yan's hand, You've been hugging for so long, shouldn't you let go? Why? Little Black seemed to have expected that Ilya would ask such a question. Not only did she not let go, she hugged even tighter. Can't I hug Big Brother's hand? Don't you know what it means to be reserved? Ilya shouted angrily. You're a girl. How can a girl hug a boy's hand? Why can't I? Little Black blinked her eyes and pointed at a couple who were hugging each other intimately. Look, they're hugging each other too. They're a couple. Ilya raised her voice. Since they're a couple, isn't it normal to hug each other? It's normal for couples to hug each other, right? Little Black revealed a sinister smile and leaned her head on Wu Yan's arm. Then, I also want to become a couple with Big Brother. Wah! Ilya opened her eyes wide. Little Black and Big Brother Wu Yan. Mei Yu also showed a shaken expression. They're a couple. Oh! The four little maidservants who were tailing her in silence let out a cry of surprise. Is this a confession? The bashful Mei Mei blushed. How bold. This is an incredible development. Nai's mouth opened into an O shape. But, isn't Little Black's first wife Ilya? Ilya? Long Z seemed to have only reacted now and shouted at Ilya inexplicably. Ilya, this is bad. Little Black is planning to snatch your Big Brother away. Wah! What Big Brother? Ilya was unable to calm down and stuttered. You! Don't talk nonsense. No, your reaction is even more suspicious. Kei Hua blushed with shame. Besides, shouldn't you be lobbying Mei Yu? Yes. Long Z was stunned. He turned around and shouted at Mei Yu like a maniac. Pretty boy. Not good. Your brother was snatched away by Ilya. I didn't snatch it away. It was Little Black. Little Black. Ilya felt powerless all over. I won't. What will happen to you? Blackie looked at Ilya with a mischievous smile. Go on, I won't. I won't. Ilya's face turned red. She was like a person who wanted to swear an oath but was afraid that it would be too effective. In the end, he lowered his head. Smoke rose from his head, and he could no longer speak. All right, you guys. Seeing this scene, Wu Yan also felt that it was inappropriate for him to remain silent. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How old are you? Were they going to talk about this now? Mei Yu Gidge. Don't treat me like a child. Kei Hua pushed up her glasses. She proudly puffed out her flat chest. I can already write to Jinshi. Is that so? Wu Yan laughed dryly. Not bad. Continue to work hard, however. Meiyu's brother is really popular. Mimi looked at Wu Yan with admiration. Ilya, Mei Yu, and Little Black all like Mei Yu Gidge. Mei Yu Gidge is really amazing. Mei Yu didn't expect Mimi to say such a thing and was shocked. Ilya, who had smoke rising from her head, raised her hand weakly. I'm not, by the way, Meiyu's brother. Ryuko, who was in a semi-sluggish state, suddenly asked in a daze. Who will you marry in the future? Huh. Even Wu Yen couldn't react in time. Mary? Ilya, Meiyu, and Little Black all opened their mouths wide in shock. They looked at Wu Yen in unison, and then their faces turned red at the same time. Why don't you tell me about it? Nai Gue came over with an interested look. Meiyu Gij, are you going to marry Ilya in the future? Or are you going to marry Little Black? Maybe it's okay to marry your own sister. What do you mean it's okay to marry my own sister? Wu Yen was speechless. By the way, why do you think I'll marry one of Ilya, Meiyu, and Little Black? Well, don't mind it. Xiao Hua patted Wu Yan's back as if they were close friends. Just take it as a reference. Tell us, in terms of marriage partners, who do you want to marry? After saying that, the four little girls raised their little heads and stared at Wu Yen with sparkling eyes. Their eyes were burning with passion. It could be said that they were gossiping flames. Who do you want to marry? Wu Yen couldn't help but look at Ilya, Meiyu, and Little Black. Big brother. Little Black's face was filled with hope. Wu Yen Gij. Meiyu lowered her head in embarrassment. Ilya looked like she had crashed. She didn't even dare to look at Wu Yen. If you want to marry... Wu Yen looked back and forth between the three little girls. After a while, his eyes stopped on Meiyu. It should be Meiyu. Oh, the four little girls cried out strangely. It's a real sibling romance. Wu Yen cursed in his heart. It's not like I don't have a sister. Plus, I've already eaten that sister of mine until not even her bones are left. There's already sibling romance, teacher-student romance, brother. Yen. Meiyu's pretty face couldn't be any redder. Even her ears were completely red. She couldn't speak clearly. It's actually Mei. Ilya looked like she had suffered a blow. Big brother. Little Black raised her head and cried out pitifully. Why can't I? Well. Wu Yen avoided Little Black's gaze. It's because Meiyu is the most worrisome. Worrisome? Everyone present was stunned. Why? Meiyu tilted her head and asked in confusion. Meiyu's grades are good. She got full marks in housework. She also knows how to draw. Her athletic ability is also the best. She's perfect in every aspect. Why would I be worried? That's true, Meiyu did a perfect job in every other aspect. That's why I'm worried. Wu Yen patted Meiyu's head as she stared at him blankly. Perhaps Meiyu does well in other aspects, but when it comes to the ways of the world, Meiyu is not better than others at all. In fact, she is much worse. She is not good at expressing herself, and her actions are rather clumsy. How can I be at ease? So, if I have to choose my marriage partner, I'll choose Meiyu. Wu Yen laughed. This way, I'll be able to make up for her shortcomings. I'll also be able to perfect her clumsiness. Taking care of her like this for the rest of her life doesn't seem too bad. Taking care of her for the rest of her life? The four girls looked at Wu Yen in admiration. What a mature way of thinking, what a gentle big brother, what a sincere way of thinking, how enviable. Wu. Meiyu's face turned redder and redder. Her eyes began to sneak glances at Wu Yen. Big brother. Little Black looked at Wu Yen with tears in her eyes. It was as if she was abandoned. I'm actually very clumsy too. At this moment, Ilya said in a panic. I don't know how to wash clothes. I don't need to cook either. The housekeeper takes care of everything at home. I don't know how to do anything by myself. I don't think this is called clumsy. It's called lazy. That turtle ridiculed. By the way, Ilya, who would dare to marry you when you say something like this? But Ilya is also starting to put her life on the line. Kei Hua said in a mocking manner. Ilya, why don't you bring Meiyu's big brother home to meet your parents? Moa! Ilya shouted in shame and anger. Don't make fun of me anymore. Seeing Ilya messing around with the four girls, Wu Yen smiled knowingly. However, Meiyu and Little Black's expression became downcast. They lowered their heads and remained silent. That's to be expected, Ilya has parents. However, regardless of whether these two have parents or not, their parents are not by their side right now. It's natural for them to feel sad, Wu Yan could only stroke Meiyu and Little Black's head. He hoped to give them some comfort. At the same time, he made up his mind. Although he doesn't know what Meiyu's situation is, he can find Little Black's parents. At the very least, he should find an opportunity to have Little Black talk to her mother. Chapter 1535. It's nighttime. On the streets at night, the number of pedestrians had begun to become sparse. The street lamps also operated normally, illuminating every corner of the street, bringing a rather beautiful night scene. Today, the moon is round, there are many stars, there is not a single dark cloud in the dark night sky. The entire night sky is illuminated by the moonlight and stars. It's like a galaxy is twinkling. It's extremely beautiful. Many people who have just finished their meals and showered gathered on their balconies, enjoying the beauty of family reunion and admiring the beautiful night sky. Even those who don't have balconies came to the streets to admire the beautiful night sky. Under this beautiful night sky, two figures, one big and one small, one male and one female, were holding hands as they walked on the street filled with pedestrians who frequently raised their heads to look at the night sky. They walked forward. "Hey, big brother." Holding Wu Yan's hand, Little He is a little puzzled. "Where do you want to take me?" Although it's not too late now, but usually at this time, even if Little He is not asleep, Chuju and Mikoto would let her take a shower and prepare for bed. After all, Little He is a child, an elementary school student. She has to go to school the next day. No matter what, it's better to sleep early and wake up early. Because of this, ever since she moved into Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto's house, Little He almost never went out at night. It can't be said that she is a standard good child. But she is still very well behaved. During the day, during the holidays, it's not that Little He didn't ask Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto to take her out, but she never did at night. Today, after dinner, before Hinajiku and Mikoto could instruct him to take a bath, Blackie was brought out by Wu Yan with a mysterious smile on his face. Little He doesn't know where Wu Yan is going to take her. Along the way, Little He asked more than once about this matter, but every time, Wu Yan just smiled perfunctorily. How could Xiao He, who had a rather wild personality, not be puzzled? Of course, Little He didn't think that Wu Yan would do anything to harm him, so even if he was puzzled, Little He still followed Wu Yan obediently. Well, with the same perfunctory smile on his face, Wu Yan still said the same sentence that he had said countless times. "You'll know later." All right. Blackie could only helplessly follow Wu Yan in a certain direction and didn't ask anything else. Passing through the scattered areas, the two of them arrived at an alley that was slightly dimly lit. After turning a few corners, they finally entered another street. "This place is..." He looked around the street. Blackie said in surprise, "Isn't this the direction to the park? Are we going to the park?" "No, we're going to the park." However, Wu Yan shook his head and said so. "You're going to the park?" "Me?" Little He was stunned and a question mark appeared in his head. Before Little He could ask what was going on, in front of them, a small park that was specially designed for children to play in slowly appeared in front of them. After arriving at the park, Little He couldn't wait to ask, "Big brother, why are we here?" Before he finished speaking, Little He froze on the spot. It wasn't until then that Little He noticed that in the corner of his vision, in the dimly lit park, there was a figure standing there. It was an extremely beautiful woman who seemed to be in a painting. Her snow-white waist-length hair swayed gently with the surrounding breeze, creating ripples. Under the moonlight, it was as if there was a layer of frost. Not only did it not give people a cold feeling, but it made people feel unusually warm. The woman was wearing a dress that wasn't very common in Fuyuki City, but it wasn't a very noble dress either. Her exposed skin was as white as a pearl, and it even reflected a trace of light. At first glance, one could tell that it would be very soft if they pressed their fingers on it. Under the illumination of the scarce moonlight, the woman who looked like a fairy descending from the heavens seemed to have sensed something and slowly turned around. Then, a beautiful face and a pair of eyes that were as red as rubies appeared in Little Black's field of vision. It was a face that would not lose to the beautiful face that Little Black had subconsciously imagined when he saw her back. Looking at the soft and warm smile on her face, Little Hay couldn't help but step back. A pair of amber eyes set off an unprecedented violent wave. That wavering appearance was something that Little Hay didn't even show when he was in danger of disappearing. Looking at the beautiful woman smiling at him in a daze, Little Hay's voice filled with disbelief reverberated in the air of the park. That's right. The woman who was as beautiful as snow was Xiao He and Ilya's mother. Alice Field? Eins Bellen. She was the person who sealed the memories of the past Little Hay who had the name Ilya when he was just born. And now, she was standing in front of Little Hay. No, impossible. Little Hay stepped back repeatedly. Liar, why would I be here? It's the one beside you who brought me back. Alice Field looked at Little Hay who was wavering to the point of collapse with a gentle gaze. That gaze was like looking at her own son and daughter. In fact, Alice Field was indeed Little Hay's mother. His biological mother. Big brother? Little Hay maintained his frozen appearance and turned his head stiffly to look at Wu Yen. Indeed, it was I who brought your mother back? Facing Little Hay's gaze, Wu Yen nodded his head and looked straight into Little Hay's eyes. Because this is what you've been dreaming of, isn't it? Little Hay's breathing stopped. His strong and resolute image in the past disappeared and was replaced by helplessness. I've heard about everything. Alice Field slowly walked forward with a heart-throbbing smile on her face. Come home with Mom, Ilya-chan. Home? Little Hay's continuously retreating footsteps stopped abruptly. The wavering expression on his face disappeared and was replaced with coldness. I don't have a home anymore. Ilya-chan. Alice Field continued to approach without hesitation. However, the smile on her face also disappeared. I know you hate me right now, but I also have a lot of things I want to tell you. There's nothing to say between us. Little Hay took a big step back as if she was electrocuted and pulled away from Alice Field. It was as if she didn't want to get close to Alice Field. However, the raised voice exposed Little Hay's inner feelings. Only now you're pitying me? I don't need it. Ilya-chan. Alice Field couldn't help but stop her footsteps. Her scarlet eyes slightly fluctuated as she stared at Little Hay. Since you're the old Ilya-chan, you should know that I wouldn't do that. I don't care. Little Hay waved her hand forcefully. Her expression was filled with impulsiveness and unprecedented excitement. I'm just someone who was abandoned by you once, eliminated once, and denied once. Since that's the case, why did you come back to find me? Little Hay. Seeing Little Hay's agitated expression, Wu Yen pressed down on her shoulder. Your mother didn't do anything wrong. You know that. Calm down first. I'm very calm. Little Hay slapped away Wu Yan's hand on her shoulder. She did something that she would never do in the past. Big brother, could it be that you brought me here to drive me away? You want to throw me back to the person who abandoned me, right? Wu Yan didn't say anything. Instead, he looked straight at Little Hay. His wine-red eyes were filled with calmness. This made Little Hay feel guilty. Little Hay knew that Wu Yan wouldn't think that way. However, Little Hay didn't have the strength to control her emotions. She could only shout in agitation. I hate you guys. After saying this, Little Black ran away without looking back. Ilya-chan. Alice Field wanted to chase after her but was stopped by Wu Yan. Can you please go back first? Wu Yan shook his head at Alice Field. Little Hay is more agitated than I thought. So, leave that side to me. Alice Field opened her mouth and looked at the direction Little Hay ran in. After a long time, she nodded. Then I'll have to trouble you. Chapter 1536. Bam! The door to the living room was violently opened. Blackie lowered his head and rushed into the living room. Blackie! In the kitchen, Chuju was wearing an apron and washing the dishes. She didn't notice anything wrong and greeted him as usual. You're finally back. I was wondering where you were planning to go. Go wash up. Unfortunately, before Hinajuku could finish her sentence, Little Black rushed across the hall in a frenzy. Ignoring Hinajuku's words, Little Black rushed into his and Wu Yan's room and slammed the door shut. Bam! The sound was loud enough to shake the entire ceiling, startling Hinajuku. Mikoto, who was watching TV, also noticed that something was wrong. What's wrong? Mikoto stood up from the sofa. What's wrong? I don't know. Hinajuku panicked. Ignoring the utensils being washed, she ran out of the kitchen and knocked on the door. Blackie, what's wrong? What's going on? Mikoto shouted at the door. Come out first, Blackie. However, the tightly shut door shut Chuju and Mikoto out. It was as if there was a barrier between them and Blackie. There wasn't a single sound coming from inside. Hinajuku and Mikoto, who were standing by the door, looked at each other with a worried expression. Not long after, the door to the hall opened again. Wu Yan walked in from outside, attracting the attention of the two girls who didn't know what to do. Yan. Chuju and Mikoto called out, wanting to say something. Wu Yan raised his hand and stopped them from speaking. It's fine, you two go back to your room first, but, don't worry. Looking at Chuju and Mikoto's worried faces, Wu Yan comforted them by holding their hands. It's just a little bit of awkwardness before we reunite. It's not even a small hurdle. Let me talk to Blackie for a bit. Chuju and Mikoto looked at each other and nodded unwillingly. Then, okay, finished. The two girls turned around and took another look at the tightly shut door before heading back to their own rooms. Until the two girls returned to their room and closed the door. Wu Yan took a deep breath and walked to his room and knocked on the door. Blackie, his soft voice echoed in the living room. Naturally it reached the room as well. But the door in front of him was tightly shut, as if it was sending a message that everything was rejected. Blackie. Wu Yan knocked on the door a few more times and increased the volume of his knocking. However, the knocking sound eventually disappeared into thin air. The living room returned to silence. Sigh. Wu Yan sighed and he took a step back. Blackie, even if you don't open the door, I have something to tell you. His hand lightly touched the door in front of him. Wu Yan could feel a slight breath from inside, making his heart calm down. I really do want you to go home with your mother. In an instant, Wu Yan clearly felt the breathing inside the door become more rapid. This made him believe that Blackie was seriously listening to him. Thus, Wu Yan continued. But, you know, that definitely doesn't mean that I'm abandoning you. To me, to Chuju, and to Mikoto, you're already our family. The other side of the door was still silent. Wu Yan also started to speak. For a person, the person who understands him or her the most in this world may not be a friend or a lover, but it will definitely be a family member. Therefore, we have known for a long time. Little Black, you actually miss your real family very much, right? The breathing inside the door suddenly stopped. Your mother sealed your past so that you can live a better life. Not only did she not intend to abandon you, she's also expressing her love for you. Whether it's Blackie or Ilya, they're both. Wu Yan lowered his voice. I don't believe that you don't understand. His voice fell. After a long time, a voice finally sounded from the tightly shut door. Then why can't I? Blackie's dejected voice entered Wu Yan's ears. I also yearn for an ordinary life. I also want to thank my mother who wanted to bring this to me. But why must she seal me who has my past memories? Can't I live a normal life just because I have these memories? The magic world is a bloody and crazy world, and you're a sacrificial lamb created by this crazy world. Wu Yan spat out a ruthless yet reasonable truth. If it's you, would you be willing to let your children live in this world with the idea that they're a tool? Even if that's the case, I'm still inside, am I not? Blackie's voice became agitated again. To my mother, perhaps she only wanted to give the original me a new life. However, the abandoned memories gained a personality and became me. In the end, the one who gained a new life was Ilya and I became an abandoned person. Isn't that right? Is there a difference? Wu Yan raised his voice. Didn't you say that you're Ilya from the very beginning? The real Ilya has a family. As friends? Has the life of your dreams? Right now, I'm only an imposter. Blackie's voice carried a sobbing tone. I'm only an imposter who has to bear all the pain of the past and those memories separated from the original. So, you want to continue living in your own world with this pain, this memory, this self-abandonment mentality. Wu Yan fiercely knocked on the door. What do you mean the real Ilya has a family, friends, and the life of your dreams? Could it be that you've never treated us as your family? You've never treated Meiyu and the others as your friends? You've never placed the life here in your eyes? No, that's not it. Blackie's voice was finally panicking. It's not like that. Listen, little Black. Wu Yan closed his eyes, he calmed himself down and he spoke softly. He softly said, I feel that since fate allowed you, a pure memory, to possess a personality, it must prove that you, the past Ilya, must exist. Fate allowed you to possess a body by accident because you have the right to live. If even you begin to deny yourself, wouldn't the past Ilya, Blackie, be too pitiful? Big brother, I know that you're the real Ilya. You must be in a lot of pain because you've inexplicably become an imposter with your memories. It must be very difficult for you to exist in this world and still need to replenish your magical power. Wu Yan softly let his voice directly enter Blackie's heart. However, no matter how painful it is, no matter how hard it is, you still have the family, friends, and life that you've longed for. So, at least, I feel that all of this is worth it. Right now, your real family is within your reach. You, who should be happy, are rejecting everything that can make you happy. By doing this, you'll really make yourself bear the pain and painful memories of your life. Wu Yan smiled wryly. If that's the case, how can I, who gave up the class card in your body and took a big detour to look for the method to create a class card, endure this? Aren't you denying my hard work now? The bitter laughter was absorbed by the door in front and the surrounding walls, disappearing from his ears. However, the door in front of him was finally opened, with red and swollen amber eyes and wet cheeks full of tears. Blackie could not help but shed tears. I'm sorry, all right? Wu Yan smiled as if he had relaxed. He squatted down and stroked Blackie's head. You didn't do anything wrong. I'm sorry. However, Blackie was still crying as she apologized with a sobbing voice. Big brother, you've given up the class card for me. You've also allowed me to go to school, make friends, and live an ordinary life for me. You've even provided me with a place to stay. However, I actually suspected that you would abandon me. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I'll say the same thing again. You didn't do anything wrong. Wu Yan gently stroked Blackie's head, forming a sharp contrast with his smile. I hope that Blackie can be happy. Chuju and Mikoto must think so too. So, even if it's for us, please don't give up on your own happiness, okay? You. Little Black jumped into Wu Yan's arms and started bawling at the top of her lungs. I'm sorry. It's okay. It's all in the past. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. It's okay. Good girl. Woo. Chapter 1537. It's late at night, even the moon and the stars seem to have started to rest. Unknowingly, the originally clear and beautiful night sky was slowly covered with a layer of dark clouds, causing the night to pervade and the moonlight and starlight to become obscured. In Fuki City, in the houses, the lights gradually dimmed, and there was a long breath. The bustling streets also became cold, and even the temperature of the air dropped, and it was unusually quiet. On a quiet street in the middle of a residential area, an adult and a child, a man and a woman, stood there, facing a house. Looking at the familiar house in front of him, Little Black's amber eyes were filled with complicated emotions. Because this is Blackie's original home, it should be said that this place was Blackie's real home. Therefore, at this moment Little Black, who was standing in front of his house, was like a child who had thrown a tantrum, ran away from home, but came back again and did not dare to enter the house. He felt complicated and uneasy. Wu Yan, who was standing next to Blackie, didn't show any impatience. He quietly waited for Blackie to be mentally prepared. Because of this, Wu Yan could see the hope in Blackie's eyes, but at the same time, he was also hesitant. After a long time, as expected, let's just forget about it. As if he was discouraged, Xiaohei decided to retreat. Now, I really don't want to go in. Don't want to go in. Wu Yan raised his eyebrows and looked at Blackie with a smile. You really don't want to go in? Under Wu Yan's gaze, Blackie doesn't want to hide. Blackie has nowhere to hide his thoughts, so he can only tell the truth. I just said those words to Mom in the park, and now I have to come back. It's too embarrassing. Don't be embarrassed. You still have to go home. Wu Yan patted Blackie's head. Don't forget. Your mom is still waiting for you. Blackie is distressed. Can't you wait until tomorrow? I'm afraid even if tomorrow, you'll still give up, right? Wu Yan rolled his eyes and pushed Blackie to the door. Okay, hurry up, I told your mom to go home first. If you don't go back tonight, your mother will definitely wait for you the whole night. Will you be able to live with that? All right, I got it. Blackie mumbled unwillingly. Really, why don't you want me to stay with you? It's not that I don't want you to stay, but I know where you should stay. Wu Yan shook his head. If you want to come back, I'll welcome you. But this is your home, isn't it? But I still have to replenish my magical power. Blackie is still a little afraid to enter the door. What if I don't have enough magical power? Then why don't you just come back and look for me before you run out? Wu Yan doesn't fall for it. You said it yourself, my magical power is unusually pure. It's at least 10 times stronger than the magical power provided to you by ordinary people or even high-level magicians. Since you're not fighting right now, it shouldn't be a problem to maintain you for a month or two, right? What if there's an accident and a battle? Little Black made a final struggle before death. Won't it be bad if I don't have enough magical power? Then you can replenish it after the battle. Wu Yan pursed his lips. Don't waste your energy, no matter what, you have to come back and recognize the door today. Woo, Big Brother is a bad guy. Blackie whimpered and glanced at the door. In the end, she closed her eyes and went forward to press the doorbell. Gotcha. However, before Blackie can press the doorbell, the door in front of her opened by itself. Xiaohei was slightly taken aback. He subconsciously opened his eyes and looked to the front. Soon after, a beautiful face with a gentle smile was imprinted into his eyes. It's Alice Field. Blackie was stunned. It's Mommy. Like an ordinary woman who came out to welcome her children home from school, Alice Field stared at Xiaohei with a warm smile as though nothing had happened before. Like Wu Yan said, Alice Field has been waiting for Xiaohei all this while. And she has been waiting in front of her own door. If Little Black didn't show up tonight, then Alice Field will do as Wu Yan said, she'll keep waiting. Xiaohei knew this clearly. Looking at the smile on Alice Field's face, he felt a lump in his heart. He resisted the urge to cry. Without hesitation, he blurted out a sentence without even thinking. I'm sorry, you didn't do anything wrong? Without hesitation, Alice Field said the exact same words as Wu Yan. She squatted down and her red eyes were full of heartache. I should be the one saying sorry. No. Blackie's voice was choked with sobs. Big Brother is right. Mom didn't do anything wrong. She did it for my good. No matter what the intention is, it's the truth that made you sad. And this sadness is brought to you by Mom. Alice Field took Blackie's hand and held it tightly. But that's all in the past. Mom is really happy that you can come back, Mom? Blackie bit her lips and suppressed the surging emotions in her heart. She could only repeat this sentence. I'm sorry, that's not what you should be saying now. Alice Field's smile was still there. What should you say when you go home? Blackie's heart tightened. She first looked at Alice Field, who was looking at her expectantly. Then she looked at Wu Yan, who was also looking at her with a smile. Her nervous heart calmed down. Xiaohei rubbed his eyes, wiping off the moisture in his amber pupils. Then, he took a deep breath and smiled shyly. I'm back. Hearing this, the smile on Alice Field's face grew wider. Welcome back, Lee. No. Alice Field shook her head and corrected herself. Welcome back, Cloyne. There was no need for words. Under the moonlight, the mother and daughter hugged each other tightly in front of the entrance. Looking at this scene, Wu Yen smiled and quietly left. Brother Wu Yen. Mei Yu, who was wearing a maid uniform, stood in front of the gate of the Eiderfeldt's courtyard. She looked at Wu Yen and asked softly, Blackie, are you home? I'm home. Wu Yen retreated to Mei Yu's side and looked at the mother and daughter hugging in front of the gate. I'm finally home. So it's like that. Mei Yu's beautiful eyes rippled slightly as she spoke in a low voice. That's good. Wu Yen glanced at the silent Mei Yu and reached out to touch her little head. What's wrong? I'm not. Feeling the hand caressing her head, Miyuki felt reassured. She closed her eyes and rubbed her head against Wu Yan's palm. I'm just thinking about what it's like to have a mother. The hand on Mei Yu's head paused for a moment and then unnoticeably returned to normal. Wu Yan squatted down. Since you have an indescribable past, then don't think about it anymore. Just like Blackie, carry the painful past and live happily. Carry the painful past and live happily. Mei Yu murmured. She was a bit absent-minded. Although I don't know what Mei Yu's real family is like and what's the situation now. Wu Yan looked forward again. His soft voice gently entered Mei Yu's heart. But now, as long as you're happy, it's fine. Otherwise, I'll be sad. Wu Yan. Mei Yu couldn't help but lean her petite body against Wu Yan. Wu Yan took the opportunity to pull Mei Yu into his embrace as he listened to Mei Yu, who buried her head in his chest. I'm very happy now. Is that so? The hand on Mei Yu's head turned into a light pat on her back. Wu Yan laughed in satisfaction. That's good. Under the night sky, on a small residential street, a mother and daughter, a man and a woman embraced in front of two completely disproportionate houses. They welcomed the moonlight from the sky and felt very warm. Chapter 1538. At the same time, Rin Enbin arrived at the edge of the river under the bridge. Looking at the red brick road in front of him and the neatly arranged street lamps on both sides, illuminating the bright red river bank. The river flashed with light as if it was leading to a sacred temple. Rin Enbin's green eyes revealed a trace of caution. Rin Tobasaka took out his phone from his bag and opened an email. Midnight, under the bridge, see you on the river bank. Rin Enbin received the email before the sun went down and he was still investigating the situation of the 8th rank card in the underground cave of Yuzong Mountain's Ludong Temple. There were only 11 words in the email, but there was no sender's identity. Even the phone used to send the email was from an unknown number. This proved that the person who sent the email to Rin Enbin wasn't someone he knew. Under such circumstances, Rin Tasaka still came alone, which was a very stupid thing to do. If this email was a normal spam or scam email, then it's fine. Rin Enbin is a magician after all, he can handle it alone. However, if the sender was an unknown magician, then there was no guarantee that there would be no danger at all. Even so, Rin Enosaka still came alone. He didn't tell Luvia or anyone else that he was coming. He had completely hidden it from everyone else. Rin Enosaka could roughly guess the identity of the person who sent him this email. Rin Enbin put away his phone and put it back into his bag. He looked up at the bright red riverbank and stepped into this place that was likely to become a place of trouble. He walked forward. The riverbank is very quiet at night. No one would be stupid enough to come here at this time. The riverbank is quite far from Fuyuki City. It's close to the suburbs, so no one would come here at this time. This makes the riverbank look eerie at night. It's terrifyingly quiet. Inside the space, the only sound, it was the sound of flowing water in the nearby river. Rin Enbin kept looking around, trying to find the person who had asked him out as he walked forward. After walking for about 10 minutes, Rin Enbin still didn't find his target. Rin Tobasaka stopped in his tracks and scanned the surroundings before he suddenly spoke. Don't worry, I'm the only one here, the crisp and sweet voice echoed above the river bank. It mixed with the sound of flowing water. It quickly spread out and was drowned out by the continuous sound of flowing water. Rin and Osaka stayed where he was, not moving at all. It was as if he was certain that the other party was there, and he continued to scan the area. At a certain moment, the sound of light footsteps could be heard. Rin Enbin immediately looked at the source of the sound without hesitation. A figure slowly walked out from behind a street lamp by the riverbank. With clear footsteps, he exposed himself to the light and Rin Tosaka's vision. It was a short-haired beauty with a straight back, wearing a man's suit. Her face was full of determination, and her eyes were incomparably sharp. There was a faint trace of indifference and ruthlessness. So it's you. Rin Enbin stared at the slowly approaching figure. Bajay, it's Bajay? Fruka? Mark Remitz? I didn't expect you to come alone. Bajay said expressionlessly. As a member of the same organization, I admire your courage, but as a magician, I can only say that it's a bit stupid. Same here. Rin Enbin didn't back down and mocked her. You clearly know that I have a natural enemy on my side, but you still sent me an email and asked me out. Aren't you afraid that I'll bring that man with me? He's still holding a grudge about the last time you ran away in such a sorry state until now. You don't have to worry about that. Bajay said coldly. Even if I have to fight that unknown person again, I don't think I'll lose. Oh? Rin Enbin raised an eyebrow. Are you sure? I'm confident. I'm confident. Bajay muttered. Even if I can't win, either way, you're all monsters. Rin Hasaka curled his lips impatiently. Let's stop chatting. Tell me why you asked me to come here. As a member of the same organization, you've heard of me. You should know what I'm here for, right? Bajay's gaze sharpened as she stared at Rin Enbin. What's the matter with the rank cards? What? I want to ask about the rank cards? Just like what Badget said, Rin responded without any surprise. The whereabouts of the 7th rank card? Or the Lancer rank card? Why is it in someone else's hands? All of them? Both. Badget frowned. I even suspect that not only the Lancer card, but even the Archer card has fallen into someone else's hands, which is that man's hands, right? You're right, you're right. Rin and Osaka admitted. The Lancer and Archer cards have indeed been snatched away. So, if you're thinking that I have the 7th card and that's why you asked me out, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Hearing this, Bajit lowered her head and didn't say anything. After a while, she said in a deep voice, Don't worry. But why? Rin Enbin looked at Bajay suspiciously. What do you mean by why? Why? I don't care if you have the 7th rank card or not. Since the Lancer and Archer rank cards were taken by that man, why do you look like you're on good terms with each other? Bajit tightened the strap of the cylinder in her hand. Can I take your actions as betraying the magic association? What? In other words, Rin Enbin sneered. Lord Enforcer of the Seal, are you trying to clean up the traitor for the sake of the magic association? It has nothing to do with me whether you betrayed the magic association or not. Bajay shook her head. It doesn't matter if you betrayed the magic association or not, it won't affect my mission. Therefore, I won't interfere. What do you mean? This time, it was Rin Enbin's turn to frown. You're saying you won't report this to the Magic Association? Yes. I won't report anything that has nothing to do with my mission to the association. Speaking up to this point, Bajit turned around and looked at Rin Tosaka coldly. However, it's a different story if it's related to my mission. You just want to get information from me, right? Rin Enbin shrugged helplessly. Information on the 7th rank card. I have no intention of reporting this to the association, but I hope you can give me what I need. Bajay said without any change in her expression. Give me the information on the 7th rank card. This might be the last time we meet. A deal? Rin Enbin sneered. As expected of the Magic Association, you're willing to do anything to complete your mission? Bajay didn't say anything. She just stared at Rin Enbin like a lion staring at its prey. Rin Enbin knew what was going on. If he didn't give Bajie the information on the 7th rank card, Bajie would have charged at him. He was truly a madman. Rin Enbin smiled bitterly and gave an answer. The 7th rank card hasn't been recycled yet. Are you messing with me? Bajie's eyes turned cold. There's no longer a source of distorted mana in Fuyuki City, right? Yes. That's because this rank card is on the main branch of the Leiling. Rin Enbin said without changing his expression. That's a corner of the main trunk of the ley line that even the Magic Association can't detect. Over there, the distorted mana emitted by the rank card has mixed with the mana of the ley line. Coupled with the depth of the ley line, no one can find its location except for House Enosaka, the minor of the ley line. The main branch of the ley line. Bajie clenched her teeth. The place returned to silence. Phew. Bajie exhaled after a while. Let's make a deal. You're tuning in to the Wandering Hero YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.